Okay. It says I'm live. I don't. We'll find out together if I am or not. I'm just going to check my YouTube channel here on the thing. Home. There it is. Very good. Can't hear the audio there. Won't be able to on my computer. Give me one moment, everybody. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Yes, okay. Audio's good. I can hear everything. Things sound good. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the AP Macro Cram session for 2024, where I, someone who has taught AP Economics for the last 8 years, Mr. McRitchie, will try my best to guide students as they are panic testing for their AP Macro exam, which is tomorrow afternoon. I would love to do this tomorrow morning, but I have a good number of kids that are also taking the AP European History exam tomorrow morning, and that would not be helpful to them if I did this then. So, hi everybody who's watching. If anyone's watching live yet, I said they'd start at 5 o'clock, so it's probably going to be a few minutes before my kids start popping in here. We'll find out together when that happens. I'm just going to mostly be testing stuff on this end to see if everything's working just fine. Let me make sure that this is playing so that I can keep an eye on the chat. I'm just making sure that everything on my... Okay. Un momento, everybody. I'm just making sure that everything works on my audio settings. I'm glad I'm starting this a little bit early. Okay. There's the chat over there. I guess that's not really that helpful. All right. Okay. I can see the chat screen over there. I can see my main screen over here. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Mr. McRitchie. I'm an AP Macroeconomics teacher out of DFW, Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, specifically Byron Nelson High School, just to dox myself functionally. I've been teaching AP Macro for the last 8 years now, and I'm coming off of a year where I had almost 1% of the entire state of Texas's testing population, with about 200 kids out of 20,000 students in the state of Texas. And we had really, really successful scores, so it turns out might be actually good at teaching this. We love to hear it. So, if you pop in here at any point, feel free to just drop a comment in the chat. I want to see if the chat's working, so if you're a viewer here, please feel free to just test this functionality out for me by posting a hi in the chat. What else am I looking at and thinking here? I'm trying to make sure I have all of my resources ready to go. I'm just going to start randomly clicking stuff to make sure that you all can see what I want you to see and don't want you to see. Yes, that looks normal. Yes, that looks normal. Yes, this is me with a bigger thing over there. Jacob, hello. Thank you for being here. Bella, fantastic. It works. Love to hear it. I cannot hear myself in this in terms of these headphones will not connect through my speaker while I'm doing the live stream for reasons that I can't possibly understand. I'm only okay at technology. I'm not incredible at it. So if my audio cuts out or does weird stuff, say it in the chat. Let me know something weird's happening. If my dog starts doing backflips in the background, you tell me. I want to see that too. Okay. I'm trying to think of other things that are worth mentioning before we get started here. In about 1 minute time, I'll get started. But the general idea for this is very simple. I will review whatever you want me to. You post questions in the chat, I will go through them. If I don't get questions, I don't have things to respond to, but I will, no matter what, go over what I think the FRQs will be. I've pulled up a couple of examples on AP Classroom of ones that sort of are similar to the idea that I would have, and if I don't have one that I think is similar, I'll just build it with you guys around. I will straight up walk you through the design of the question, answer each part, explain each part to the best of my ability, no matter what. If you are able to access AP Classroom while you are watching this video, and if your teacher has, like me, assigned out all of the progress checks for AP Macro, I'll also probably be answering questions from those that my students populate in the chat, saying hey, Mr. McRitchie, the Unit 5 progress check number 4, and I'll pull that question up and I'll work my way through it and explain it in case they are not sure how that question works or why the answer is what it is or what the heck the question's even saying, because it's weird and econ is hard. So there will be plenty of times where I will show my dog. My dog will show up. He usually is in here, but he's probably asleep on the bed right now because he likes to sleep. I already got home and walked him and he was excited and now he's tired again. Same. I get it. Super understand. I will be going for about 5 hours, which is going to be pretty awesome. Weather might be an issue. We're supposed to have some storms here in Texas tonight. as this live stream happens. So if the power goes out, which would be bad for all of us, I think, my cram session from the last 2 years are here on my YouTube channel. Feel free to watch those. I go over a lot of the same information. The FRQ predictions are a little bit different, but I go over a lot of the same information there, so don't feel like you have to watch this one if things go explodey or my computer just shuts down or something weird happens. There are backup plans and contingencies because I've done this for like 4 or 5 years now of just a live stream cram session. Chloe, hi, and hi to Molly. We've got both of the elder sisters here. Incredible. Okay, it is 5:01 on my clock. I'm gonna get started. So, students, if just so you guys know, there is a bit of a 30-second or so delay between the chat and me seeing it on the chat. Usually, that's about typical for how long between I see chat and I respond to it. That's just so I can try to filter out if anybody pops in and posts like spam stuff in the chat. So, if that happens, be aware you're not in trouble. I didn't miss it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. If I don't get to your question and you want me to get to it, post it in there and I'll answer whatever question you've got. The goal of today is to help you panic study whatever things you need to study. But I'll also give you some tips and tricks for your AP exams, period. Gavin, thank you, sir. Feel free to hit that like, follow, and subscribe button. Ding that bell. Use my promo code for Raid Shadow Legends, which I don't have one because that would be silly. So I'm trying to think of other things that are worth mentioning before I get started here. That should be basically it. I think I've said everything I need to say. Okay, first, let's start with just general tips, tricks, layout of the exam, the basics, the works. Okay, so I also have a whiteboard here because of course I do. You know Mr. McRitchie's packing a whiteboard at all times, and you know he's got expo markers at home because literally of course I do. If you're in my class, you know that I have a comedic amount of expo markers. So, your AP exam structure is, this marker is dead. Gosh darn it. Do I have to use the brown one? Ugh. These brown markers are like not a great color, I think, for reading. So, your AP exam for economics, for macroeconomics, has 2 parts. Multiple choice. You have 70 questions. 70 minutes for 60 questions. I already almost messed up. It's such a long day for me. 70 minutes, 60 questions, multiple choice. Okay? Slow down. 70 minutes, 60 questions. That's your first part of the exam. Hour and 10 minutes, to be clear, if those of you guys don't know how 70 minutes relates to hours, it's 1 hour and 10 minutes, 60 questions. Barely more than a minute per question. That is not enough time. In my opinion, I don't think that's enough time. I think that's cutting it real close. I think that's being really annoying from a College Board standpoint. That's a personal opinion of mine. I've told them before. I don't like that. So here's what I would tell you in terms of the AP Econ exam structure. Jacob Clifford, who is one of our... He's the equivalent of Heimler from Heimler's History for Econ, basically. If you want a shorter version of review stuff, go to his channel. His channel has good 5-minute, quick, snappy, well-edited videos. Mine are completely unhinged because I just go live on my camera for 45 minutes on end explaining a thing. Because I'm a psychopath. If you see a question that is going to take you a while to solve, aka any math problem, really, that isn't just a simple plug and chug, like this minus this equals this math problem, you skip that thing. You skip it, you get back to it at the end. Mark it, circle it, star it, so you know you got to come back to it. But don't spend 5 minutes solving for CPI if you forgot how to find CPI and are just trying to throw numbers at a wall. Don't do that. They're all worth the same amount of points. Every question's worth the same. The questions over the circular flow model and production possibilities curve are worth the same as the questions over the reserve market and other things. So please don't force yourself to spend a hilarious amount of time. So that's step 1. Do not spend that much time on questions if they are things that are stumping you. You move past it. Some of you guys can clock that really fast where you see the comparative advantage table where it's you have Jimmy and Billy and they can make shoes and they can make socks and blah, blah. I see those questions. I probably skip them and do them at the end because that'll take forever. That's multiple choice. If you see a question you don't like, do it at the end. They're all worth the same. You might not finish the 8 multiple choice questions. That isn't the end of the world. the number you're trying to hit, if you're trying to hit a 5, you want to be getting probably around 48 to 50 questions out of 60 right. Sounds like a lot. It's a little over 80%, basically, is what you're trying to hit. So you can afford to miss and just like not get to a few, and you could still get a 5 if you're hitting at a really high rate. To pass the AP exam, you want to be getting like 36 out of 60, barely more than half, a little. It's like 57% basically is the number you're trying to hit. So again, you've got some room to miss a couple if you see ones that you know are going to take you forever and you just run out of time. Don't be that hard on yourself. The test is quick pace for everybody. If you're a fast test taker, this is great news. If you're a slow test taker, it's not a cool test for you. It's just not, and I wish it was. It's not. So again, multiple choice, 70 minutes for 60 questions. For those of us that were in my class, all of our tests were structured to that pace. Like we did 32 to 34 questions in 40 minutes. So yeah, Liz, I'm answering your question exactly right now, and we nailed the timing of this. The pacing of our in-class test was the exact same as the pace of the AP exam. I did that on purpose because I knew it would suck. So all of the tests we did in class were in that rough same like minutes per question threshold as the actual AP exam is. So that's multiple choice. It's the first half. Here's the cool thing. For those of you that are scared about the FRQs because you just hate FRQ problems, this is worth 2/3 of your exam score. As opposed to Gov, which is 50-50 between multiple choice and free response, Econ is 66%. Your score comes from your multiple choice. 1/3 of your score comes from the free response question. 3 of them. But you have 60 minutes for 3 questions. There we go. There's my AP exam format. I can barely see my head because I put my camera in a really fun spot for this. Aha! That's how you do a camera. It's reflected on my end. So, 60 questions, 70 minutes for multiple choice, 3 questions, 3 FRQs. There's more than one part to the FRQ, obviously, in 60 minutes. The FRQ portion will have 10 minutes of reading time. That means before, this is part of the 60 to be clear, so it's 10 plus 50 equals 60. 10 minutes of this is reading time, time to read through the FRQ questions. You can start answering in that 10 minutes, which is why I just treat it as this. But it's 10 minutes of reading time, 50 minutes of writing time. In the reading time, use it. Read through the questions. I usually circle which graphs it wants me to draw, and maybe I pre-draw them on like the scratch paper before I start writing it on the actual like answer document. I circle those. I read through the questions because a lot of the questions are going to steer you in a particular direction. Meaning, like they'll say it's below full employment. It'll ask which type of policy they should do. Like there's like a like boom, 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 like building off of each other. If you know where it's headed, that can lead you to where to start, if that makes sense. Like if you see that they're asking about a fiscal policy, well, why would they do a fiscal policy if they weren't above or below full employment, right? They'd have to be not at equilibrium then. So it's worth reading the whole question before you get started. It's a general pro tip. So I would spend that 10-minute reading time and actually read through the questions. I probably wouldn't spend all 10 minutes of it, to be honest. I would start answering, but I would use the 10-minute reading time and actually read your questions. But that's the structure of the FRQs. It is 1 long FRQ and 2 short FRQs. The majority of FRQs we answered in class, and if you took any AP Econ class, if you took did FRQs at all, the majority of the FRQs you would have seen were short FRQs. That means parts like part A, B, C, D, maybe part E. Like 4 or 5 part question is a short FRQ. The longer FRQ will be to part G, H, I, maybe something around like a 7, 8 point part question. It's not a separate type of question. It's just usually they added some more stuff. They could have just smushed 2 short FRQs together and it functionally worked out. It's not really a different type of problem. It's just a longer problem. It's not that crazy. I will tell you, the long FRQ will almost always have you draw 2 graphs in it. That's pretty common. Which 2 graphs? That's what we're all trying to find out, bud. Again, I'll give you my predictions for those here in a second. Angelica, which unit is covered the most heavily? Fantastic question, Angelica. The answer is going to annoy you. The answer is more than 1 unit. So unit 3 and 4 are the most important ones. That is your aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve unit for unit 3, which is going to comprise your aggregate demand, SRAS, LRAS, long run self-adjustment, which is the, like what happens in the long run type of question. Your spending and tax multipliers and fiscal policies. That's all Unit 3. That's probably about 30% of your AP Econ exam, which there's 6 units, so 30% is a ton for one unit to have. Unit 4, which is your monetary policies, love those. Banking system, bank balance sheets, money multiplier, and then money market, loanable funds market, reserve market graphs. That's Unit 4. Is about 25, close to 30% also. So those two, huge chunk. Units 5 and 6 combine for about 25 to 30% depending on the year. Units 1 and 2 usually combine for between 10 to 20% every year. These percentages vary on each exam, but it is power ranking them in my head. 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 1. I'll write it on my whiteboard so you guys can see it. Unit ranking. Now, if you look at College Board's like breakdown on the CED, it tells you what percentage each part is. I can tell you as a teacher that isn't exactly super accurate because a lot of the units like have a Venn diagram, like a crossover thing that happens where there's stuff that's Unit 5 that is Unit 3 also. Bear DeLuna, will I cover every graph tonight? If people ask about every graph, I'll cover every graph, Bear. So if there's a graph you want me to cover specifically, I'll hit it. And I'm sure there will be. I mean, most likely the answer is yes, because I figure I'll get a question about basically every single one of these. The unit rankings, I'll write them here. It is Unit 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 1. Hold on. This is the order of them in terms of most important. Gotta know 3. Gotta know 4. Better know 5, mostly just for the Phillips curve. That's where most of that comes from. Unit 6, know your Forex stuff. Know what happens when a currency appreciates. Know your balance of payments accounts. I think that might be one of the FRQs. We'll talk about that in a second. I know people just got scared when I said that. Unit 2, know the math. So many formulas in Unit 2. An absolute nightmare amount of formulas. You won't need them all. You'll probably need like 3. I'll give you guesses what I think the 3 are. And then Unit 1, really just know how to do terms of trade problems / comparative absolute advantage and know what a PPC is and know some basics of supply and demand. That's kind of all you need to know for Unit 1. Most of the Unit 1 questions are layups outside of the terms of trade problems. Those are confusing, but everything else is pretty straightforward. We got 50 viewers already. Way to go, people. I'm proud of y'all for being here. Okay. This is the, again, units, I think, in order of what matters the most. So, thank you, Angelica, for that question. Great question. Chloe, on the AP Gov exam, it seemed like the questions were a lot more base level, something we expect multiple choice part of the exam. Other questions usually more difficult. Okay. The Gov exam is a bad one to compare Econ to because Gov is mostly a vocab test. Gov is, do you know what that piece of legislation is? Do you know what that court case is? Like, these are all things you have heard and therefore defined, and if you took good notes, and you guys mostly did in government, because Ms. Davis had you guys write those full notes packets, and in my class, the amount of lecture we did, a lot of people had pretty good notes. It was, do you know this, yes or no? If you do, great. Econ is more skill-based, so it's kind of a crapshoot. There are plenty of questions that I will call easier questions. We didn't have a ton of those on our tests because if I'm being honest, I'm not going to test you on definitions that much in my class because I gave you those. I'm pretty confident you can figure out a definition because that's just memorizing a thing. That's not the hard part of the course. So most of our tests geared more towards the harder type of problem you'll see on your AP Econ exam, which are practical ones where you actually have to go and solve a problem or understand a concept to a pretty strong degree to get it right. Like I told you guys, I threw a lot of curveballs at you on our tests. It's because I dug on AP Classroom for the questions that were trickier because I wanted to see how you handle it. I'm not worried about you guys handling a question where it's like, what is the definition of comparative advantage? It means they can produce at a lower opportunity cost. Circle. Not a hard question. But the questions usually more difficult. Multiple choice is kind of a crapshoot. It could be kind of either way. Those can be dicey, difficult. It's hard to tell. I will say there's usually a fair, good balance of easy, medium, hard, and then what I call 5 breakers, which are like the questions that split the difference of like getting a 4 and a 5. Where it's like, there are the kids who are going to get a 4, which would be like a B on a test, basically. And there's the kids that are going to get a 5, which is an A and kind of nailing and crushing every aspect. There's questions that are difficult enough to sort of create a difference between kids who get a 5 and kids who get a 4. That's the sort of like highest tier of question. But there are lots of really, really, really easy questions on here too. Okay. I cover a graphic bear. I've already answered that. Crash Me Outside. Amazing YouTube profile name. Can you do a bank balance sheet graph, please? Well, the balance sheet isn't a graph, but a balance sheet problem, you bet I can do. And you bet I already knew that was going to come up, Crash Me Outside, because we'll get to that in a second, because I'll do my predictions here in a moment before we get started. Any other questions before we start to get into specific examples, or do we have any more questions over test administration? There is a 10-minute break in between the multiple choice and the free response portion. You can't access your books. You can't talk about the multiple choice portion of the exam at all. So just like relax in that time. Just take a breather, use the bathroom, drink some water, breathe. Could I go over a 5-breaker at some point? Oh yeah, I've got plenty of multiple choice questions I can find. Usually these are the questions that are on these progress checks that like fully stump you. You're like, what the heck is happening here? That's a 5-breaker. But I'll show you some of those. They're just questions that I'm like, oh, that's a hard question. And I would usually have like 4 or 5 of these on each test in my class. Most teachers will do this just because they want to create a sort of difference between kids who get an A and kids who get a B. There's like different levels of knowledge we want to have there. If all of the questions are just like easy, medium, hard, that doesn't really do that. You need to have a question that like creates a sort of distinction at the top level. Multiple choice questions are there again. Rylan, there are 60 questions in 70 minutes, multiple choice. It's a great question. They're going to tell you when it's just to move on during the FRQs. I believe they will tell you when the reading time ends. I'm not sure they will announce it, but I'm not sure actually, because I'm not in the room when they do the administration of this test because I've taught it. So they don't let me. But there's 10 minutes and there's a clock in there, so it shouldn't be a hard time. I would say just make a mental note of it. And honestly, don't go the full 10. Read over the questions. Circle the graphs that they have you draw. If you can pre-draw them before you do it on your big sheet, it's not a bad idea. Like when I'll show you what I would do when I read it. I'll do an FRQ with you guys. I'll do a few. And I'll sort of show you how I would read it before I answer it, if that makes sense. I'll narrate what's going on in my head as I solve through that, because it's worth doing. Okay, I don't think... Bear, thank you for that, by the way. I don't believe we do that with reading times either. AP exam will take 2 hours and 10 minutes total, but there's a 10-minute break in between, and it usually takes probably about 15 to 20 minutes to do the pre- and post-administration stuff of like filling in your answer documents, collecting your tests, all that. So I'd say the test's total time will take probably about 2 hours, 45 minutes, probably something like that. So I'll probably finish around 2:45. Is probably when the test will actually end tomorrow afternoon. Okay, let's do it. Let's look at a question. Let's start with what Bear asked for, which is a bank balance sheet. I already pulled up 2 of these bad boys because there's 2 questions I saw that I'm like, these would be good ones. So what I'm going to do is pull up AP Classroom and pull up some questions that I think are good examples of the bank balance sheet problem because they're worth going over. I wouldn't call this an FRQ prediction. This is just the first request. I'll do my predictions here in a little bit. Let me make sure that you all can read the question here before I make it visible. I am going to make it visible for you. That would be hilarious if I didn't. It would be really funny. It would be so confusing for you, though. Does the FRQ not want to be super readable? Yeah, whatever. So let's go and let's project this bad boy. Okay. I'm going to try to zoom this in a little bit if I can so you guys can see this a little better. Can I? Will it let me do this? It doesn't love doing this on FRQs all the time, so I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just going to do the manual method. All right. No, went too far. Okay, that's readable, I think. Yeah, we can read what's happening here. So, here is a balance sheet FRQ. This would be a short FRQ, by the way. It only goes to about part E. So when you're budgeting on the AP exam time-wise, how I usually treat it is you want about 15 minutes per each of the short ones and about 30 minutes for the long one. That is generally how I would structure it. Okay. This is a balance sheet of First Superior Bank. We've got ourselves assets and liabilities and equity here just because it says it, which is fine. We've got reserves, loans, deposits, and equity/net worth, which is just money that the owner of the bank has sort of invested into the bank. Assume that the required reserve ratio is 10%. So here's like me reading this. Before I answer it, me just solving over it. I look at a balance sheet problem. I look at the balance sheet first. I just take mental notes. Good, like I'm like, good news, not a lot of stuff in the balance sheet. Makes my life easy. I see deposits are 2,000, no equity. Cool. I see reserves. It doesn't tell me which reserve type. Like if it's excess or required, it does not tell me that. I note that. And then loans, which to those of you that don't know, this is money that has been loaned out. It's not at the bank anymore. To reiterate what's happening here, this is what the bank is doing with this money. The assets are what the bank is doing with the money that they are responsible for. Marin, I do see your question. I will get there. I'm reading through this. What is the dollar value of new loans First Superior Bank may make and explain? Okay, that's going to take me a second to solve. I see explain. All right. Mr. Smith deposits $100 of cash in a demand deposit account, which is just a normal bank account, at this bank. Calculate the maximum amount of new loans that the bank can now make. Okay, new loans. I would like to circle that word. As a result of Mr. Smith's $100 cash deposit, calculate the maximum change over time in each of the banking system, loans and deposits. Max change over time, students, good thing to write down, almost always is referring to a multiplier effect of some sort. If you see max change over time, your multiplier effects, whether that be the spending, tax, or money multiplier, all happen over time and are all a maximum possible change. So that's like code word in my brain for, oh, that's probably a multiplier problem. And then D, as a result of that $100 deposit, calculate the maximum change over time, again, in the money supply. So reading this over, I'm like, these are multiplier problems, I think. And then E, provide one reason why the actual change in the money supply can be smaller than the max change identified in part D. Concept question, not a math problem. This is not asking you to do a math thing. This is asking you logically why that's the case, which is like an understanding of the multiplier problem. Okay, that's my reading of it. That took me 2 minutes maybe to read over. Not too crazy. So, ooh, wait, I can do something really fast. One moment. I'm tabbing away for a reason. It's on purpose, I promise. I'm pulling up a pen where I can write on the screen so y'all can see what I'm writing. I can write on the whiteboard too, and I will, but it'll be easier if I write on the screen a little bit. Come on, you very bad pen software. I'm sure you definitely work. Oh, hey, there it is. I'm not paying for the premium version of this sort of free pen software. Okay. Nope, wrong thing. And there we go. Okay. Put this over here. Perfect. Okay. So here's what I do. IC reserve requirement is 10%. Awesome. This reserves. In my head, I got to be thinking, all right, how much money can the bank loan out? That's what this question's asking. How much in new loans can this bank now make? All right? I'm just thinking that in my head. Like, how much money can this bank loan out? I look at this. So the reserve ratio is the percentage of deposits that the bank has to hold on to, meaning they can't loan out. 10% of $2,000 is $200. So while this just says reserves, it's actually that this is all required reserves. Man, this is going to be super good. I'm writing with my mouse. I am so sorry. Oh, that's an REQ for required. I'm just saying that's required reserves. None of those are excess because, again, 10% they have to hold on to, 10% of that is that this bank has no excess reserves. Like if it said 300 here, there would be 200 of required and 100 of leftover excess reserves. Cool. So the answer to A is that this bank can't loan out anything right now. How much in new loans can they make? Zero? The answer is zero. I have to explain it, which is going to be annoying, but I can confidently tell you they can't loan out anything. They've already loaned out all 1,800. Again, this is money that has been loaned out. They say new. That's old. Okay? They don't have any money to loan out because they can't loan out the required reserves. Those are required to be held on to. So the answer is zero. If I were to write an explanation for this, like you should on your AP exam, I would say, since this bank has no excess reserves, I'd be like, the required reserves would be equal to 200, and they've loaned out every dollar possible. They have no money to loan out presently, so the new loans would be zero. They can't loan out anything, okay? There's no extra money that can be lent out in any way here. This money's all they've loaned out every dollar possible already. Like 1,800 is 90% of 2,000. If you don't know that math off the top of your head, you do get a calculator on the AP exam. So I would just do 2,000 times 0.10, 10% to get that 200 if you got stuck. B, Mr. Smith deposits $100 of cash into a demand deposit account in First Superior Bank. Calculate the maximum amount of new loans the bank can now make. Okay? We said 0 before because they didn't have any required reserves, but now we've got this beautiful fresh $100 that was just deposited. I will always tell you, when you're seeing a deposit into a balance sheet, the way you should visualize it is that money getting split into 2 chunks. The first chunk is the required. The second chunk is the excess. This is better. I'm writing this better. You can almost read this decently well. Okay. So out of that $100, 10%, that'd be $10, is going to go to the required. The chat's popping off. I can see stuff happening. $10 required reserves. The $90 would be excess reserves. So the answer to B is 90. Out of that $100 deposit, $90 could be loaned out. Best case scenario, this bank loans out every dollar of their excess reserves. That's what the max is there for, is if they loan out all of their excess reserves. Not forced to, but if they did, it'd be 90. Okay, I'm going to read some questions here. Can I go over Mad Libs for LRAS? You bet I can, Chloe. Samiksha, let's say it did have money in the excess reserves. Would that be loaned out then? Yes. If there was excess here, I would say that excess, whatever the excess reserves value, is what A is. Chloe, are you able to store formulas calculators? No, you can't bring your own calculator. They will provide you with a simple 4-function calculator, like the small, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division calculator. That's it. It's not a graphic one. So you cannot bring one. It would be awesome if you could. I would love it if you could. You can't, though. For the FRQ questions, do you have to answer everything in full sentences? Okay. If it's a math problem, the answer is no. Like if they ask you to calculate, like on B, $90 would be a sufficient answer. If they ask you to explain, you bet you need an answer. If they ask you to describe a thing, it makes sense to write it as a sentence. If they ask you to identify, it kind of depends on what you're identifying. Like if it just said identify a fiscal policy that could be used in a recession, and you wrote increase government spending, that isn't technically a sentence. It would work as your answer. So it depends on the question. If it says explain or describe, write a sentence. If it says calculate math, don't need to have a sentence for it. Such a great question. Yeah, so Gappy, that's the answer. You don't have to write a full sentence for a math problem. You do need to show your work for math problems. They will ask you to do that on the AP exam. It will say it. Usually it'll say show your work, like at the top, or show your work in the question. But if there's a math problem, you should show your work. Honestly, this would do it. Like, that actually works just fine at showing your work, in case you're wondering. Oh, I just answered Priya's questions. Yeah, if there's a calculate problem, you should show your work. Typically, how I show my work is I write formula, I write numbers I plugged in, I write answer. And I'll show you problems where that makes more sense than this one here in a second. Sam, thank you. That's very kind. Congratulations. Great student. Congrats. Evan, will they provide scratch paper? They won't, Evan. But where the question paper that they give you, like the pack that has the questions in it, they'll have the questions printed multiple times in it. You can write all over that bad boy. So feel free to just go nuts on the question packet, and then keep your answer pages concise with just your answers. It's a great question, Evan. Samiksha, so wait, does everything on the assets column always have to add up to the demand deposits value? Everything on the assets side has to equal everything on the liabilities side. So like this Mr. Smith deposit, this would be 2,100. This would be 210 of required, 90 of excess, 1,800 of loans. So they would both add up to equal the same thing. So make sure, good question, yes. The assets must equal the liabilities. That is a rule of the balance sheet. Okay, back to the question. I have to scroll down, which means I'm going to erase this stuff because it doesn't carry the way you would hope. All right. As a result of Mr. Smith's $100 cash deposit, calculate the maximum change over time. Alarm bells in my brain. 1. the money multiplier effect, which is the idea that banks can lend out loans multiple times over, does not just happen in one bank, it happens throughout the entire banking system. Like if I put my money in Wells Fargo and say Carter, because I saw him in the chat, takes out money from Wells Fargo in a loan, he could deposit that in another bank. That's perfectly fine. That's legal. You can do that. You can have multiple bank accounts. Some of you guys might have a savings account with one bank and a checking account with another. I have a Navy Fed account because my dad was military for my long-term stuff, and I have a Wells Fargo account for convenience because there's a bank right down the street from me. Okay? So when it says in the banking system, the multiplier effect happens throughout the entire banking system. So it's another key word for, oh, this is probably a multiplier problem. And then I see max change over time, and I definitely know it's a multiplier problem. So those are just like red flag phrases that I see. Like how when you see in the long run, you're like, oh, it's the Mad Libs long run self-adjustment kind of thing. This is one of those where it's like, oh, this is a multiplier problem. So max change over time. So here is the idea for this. There is a formula. I'm going to write it on my whiteboard because it'll be easier to explain this. Olivia, will I be able to leave this and continue where I left off after dinner? Yes, if you pause it, you can hit play and then eventually you can hit live to catch back up. But if you just keep an eye on like how much time has passed 30 minutes, worst case scenario, just go back to 30 minutes into the video. So I'm gonna write a formula for this. The formula that we're using is the how to use the money multiplier formula. That formula is you take the change in the excess reserves times your money multiplier. And the way I told my students is that gets you the change in the money supply. I'll tell you why that works here. So I'm going to maneuver so you can see my whiteboard better. There we go. Okay. Change in excess reserves times money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. I know based off the previous problem, my excess reserves just changed by $90 from Mr. Smith's deposit. The money multiplier, important formula alert, is 1 over the reserve requirement, which in this problem, it said was 10%. So decimal 0.10. So this is sort of the plug and chug. If I'm showing my work on the AP exam, this is what I would do. If you just did the second step, you'd probably be fine, if you're wondering. But I like to show the grader that I know exactly what I'm doing because I'm so smart. So I do excess reserves times multiplier equals change in the money supply. It asked about a change in loans, which is why people are like, wait, why are you doing the money supply thing? Reminder, this money supply change that existed was created through loans. It was money that was loaned out time and time again, and each of those loans contributed to the money supply. So you could think of this as like money that could be loaned out times multiplier gets the max amount of money that will actually get loaned out, is another way to sort of like conceptually think about how that formula works. In this case, it's just 90 times 1 over 0.1. 1 over 0.1 is 10. If you don't know that, get a calculator. Not the hardest thing in the world. And then 90 times 10, 900. There's my answer. If you box it like that, you're golden. Vidal, will they give us the equations? They ain't giving you any of the equations, fam. It's going to be a fun time reviewing tonight. Yeah, you got to have them memorized. I'll tell you which ones I think they're definitely going to use and ones that you might want to know versus ones you need to know. I'll do a little list of those in a bit, but you bet you have to remember them. It sucks. Everybody hates that. It's also why not being able to bring your own calculator sucks too, because you can't pre-program it. We're all annoyed by this. Trust me, I wish you could. But it would make some problems a little too easy. But also, it's still hard. Do I have a cumulative formula sheet you could study off of? I don't think I have one that has really everything because I've yet to find one that actually has perfectly everything. But if you Google AP Macro formula sheet, you'll probably find one or two that have a good solid chunk of them. I'll tell you which ones matter the most, and I'll go over those at one point so you know the ones that you definitely need to know versus ones that are just kind of like fluff or extra. Okay, going back to the question. So, I just said this change in loans was 9. Oh my gosh, that's a huge pen. There we go. That's better. $900. Okay, that's my change in loans. Change in deposits. This one, there is technically a formula for. I didn't give my students this formula because I don't think it's worth knowing. Not because they don't ask about it. Obviously, they've done this before. This is a previously used AP exam question. But because you could actually logic this out without a multiplier. So here's how you think about this. and I will say this a few times because I have to say this pretty slow for you all to understand it, all right? This bank, we just said, could loan out $900 over time, right? That's what the math just told us. I know that this bank can loan out 90% of the money that's deposited there, right? Like they loaned out $900. I know that they can loan out 90% of their deposits, right? Cool. How much money has to have been deposited there for them to have lent out $900? Like 900 is 90% of what? Well, 90 over 100, 900 over 1,000? I will tell you, 1,000 is the answer. I will show you the formula that actually does this for you if you're wondering. But the logic is, if they could have lent out $900 over time, that means they had to have had $1,000 deposited over time for them to have lent out that much money. Because they can only loan out 90% of deposits. 900 is 90% of 1,000. The formula. And here's the sort of saving grace of this problem. I told you it's a multiplier problem, right? The multiplier is 1 over the reserve requirement, right? How much was deposited? $100, right? 100 times 10, 1,000. Maximum change over time of a thing, do that thing times the multiplier, right? Max change over time of loans. How much could they have loaned out of the $100? 90. 90 times 10, 900. How much is deposited over time? Take the deposit, $100, times 1 over the reserve requirement. It gets you the max change in deposits. That's the idea. You could just logic it, reverse engineer it like I did before. Or we get this actual question where you use that cash deposit times your multiplier to get the answer. Either of those, perfectly valid. Okay. D, as a result of the cash deposit, calculate the maximum change over time in the money supply. Okay. Here's the fun part with D. You've already done D. Reminder, going back to my friggin' thing, I have to click off the pen so I can show you this. There it is. Finally, this formula said, that I wrote originally, change in excess reserves times money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. Guys, this question D just asked what was the change in the money supply. It's the same question. D and C1 are the same thing, asked 2 different ways. You gotta love College Board and their desire to trick you on a question. This is also $900. Okay, I'm gonna need the chat to just calm down a second. Just relax, everybody. No one needs to get blocked for saying nice things about me, but just be less weird if you could help it. I am still a teacher, gang. Okay, so $900 is my change in the money supply there for D. That's the idea. Be aware that this loans change and the $900 change money supply are the exact same things. Those are the exact same. Can you use a black marker spanner to see? Yeah, I'll try. Let me see if I have one that's a better color. I only have a few colors with me because my old ones have died and the rest of them are in my classroom today. But I'll try to make it a little more visible for you there, Luke. E. Provide one reason why the actual change in the money supply can be smaller than the maximum change you identified in part D. This, not a math problem, purely a logic problem. Why wouldn't it be this much? Okay, let me reiterate how the money multiplier works for you here. You deposit your money in the bank. The bank loans out the excess reserves. That loan gets deposited in another bank. Then that bank loans out X percentage of that deposit. This one initial deposit's creating multiple other ones of multiple loans over time. There are a few things that mess that up. First, that requires people to be depositing their money in the bank. There is no rule saying you have to do that. You could keep it in the form of cash. If you just took out a loan and kept it as cash, never deposited it into a bank, then a bank can't loan it out again. So a possible answer to E would be, if people hold onto their loan in the form of cash, it is not then subject to the multiplier effect. It can't get loaned out again. So it wouldn't have this big of an impact because this money wouldn't all get loaned out. You could also say banks aren't forced to loan out all of their excess reserves. This is based on them doing that. the money multiplier you're doing is assuming a bank loans out all of their excess reserves. There is no rule that says they have to do that. Most banks keep a little bit of extra reserves just to cover their bases in case people want to withdraw money. And there's no rule saying they have to loan it all out. So that's another possible answer for E. E has a few answers that you could use that are valid. My ones that I would say is banks don't have to loan out all their excess reserves, or people hold on to their wealth in the form of cash, and therefore it is not going to be like lent through this whole system. Cool. So that is a balance sheet problem. I do have another one here that I'll do in a second when I go through my full prediction list. But there's a quick little balance sheet problem for you all. Let's go back to the main camera. Okay. My eyes are exploding because it's such a bright white screen. Let's see if this red marker is easier for you guys to see. Luke, can you see that one? That looks pretty decent. I think we can read that decent. Yeah, that red looks okay. The brown's not the best marker, I know, but it's one of the ones I know that is going to work because it is never used and therefore is really solid. Scrolling up, what questions did I see? I saw a number. I know Marin asked about a bunch of the Unit 2 stuff. I know Ashia asked for terms of trade problem. You bet. That's super easy. Mr. Lika Madik. Of course. Why did I do that? I should have seen that coming. That's so obvious. Oh, man. The moment I said it. It's classic. You got me. Clap, 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 clap. Fantastic. Not reading any names anymore. Okies, whoever that was. Chef's kiss to you. That's a fantastic one. Should have seen that coming, though. Okay. Where was the question I saw from Aaron? Can I review the most important equation of Unit 2? You bet I can. The equations you definitely have to know. Can't wait for the chat to go unhinged as I respond to that. That's a very stupid joke. Absolutely classic. The moment I said it, too. It's the best part about that. Thank you for keeping me sane there, guys. Okay. Equations you have to know. I'm just going to write these on my whiteboard. I'm not going to write the full equation here. I'm going to write the thing you have to know the equation for, and then I'm going to go through that equation, okay? I'm writing the equations that they have definitely used every year without fail. Multipliers. All of them. All three. Your spending, your tax, your money multiplier. You got to know all of your multipliers. Both what they are and how to use them. We'll do practice problems for all of them. You just saw some money multiplier practice. Have to know those. They're guaranteed. They have been in the FRQs the last 3 years. They've loved using those guys because it lets them do a math problem that also applies to the graphs. So it's a nice, easy crossover spot. They'll use multipliers. Other formulas to know. In Unit 2 specifically, you should know your GDP deflator one, not because you have to know it, but because it gives away another formula. It's like a 2-for-1 special because of algebra. You can figure out a second formula off of it, so know your GDP deflator, and know the nominal and real GDP formulas. You want to know those two guys for sure. So I got GDP deflator, nominal and real GDP. That's not the formula, to be clear. This is just you got to know these two also with that. They all kind of go together. It's like a bundle. What are the ones they definitely ask about? I'm trying to think of the big ones. In Unit 5, there's a weird one called the quantity theory of money. It's not the most important one in the world, but it will almost for sure show up, and it's almost always a really easy question. If you know the formula, that question ends up being pretty easy a lot of the time. So you got to know quantity theory of money equation. It's M times V equals P times Y. It's that guy. You got to know that dude for sure. And I'm trying to think of any ones that are big from Unit 2 that are worth, that you definitely have to know, that they'll definitely ask about. Oh, the Fisher equation. Fisher equation. That's the real interest rate equals nominal interest rate minus inflation rate. Must be like real interest rate is the formula you got to know. Absolutely have to know that one. It's going to come up. It's helpful to know it. There we are. So equations have to make sure you know all of your multipliers and how to use them. So Spending multiplier is 1 over MPS. How to use it is you take a change in spending times that multiplier, gets you the change in GDP. That kind of thing, okay? Your GDP deflator formula, which is nominal over real GDP times 100. How to find nominal real GDP? I have an FRQ for that. I'll show you that in a second. Quantity theory of money, which is the MVPY guy. Want that. And your Fisher equation, which is the real interest rate equals nominal minus inflation. These all will show up. The one that might not would be quantity theory of money, but all these will show up in some way. Deflator might not show up exactly as deflator, but they might ask for the real GDP and give you the deflator, and it's real equals nominal over deflator times 100. So knowing that first formula, you can kind of algebra around to find the other stuff, if that makes sense. I'll go through problems that do all of these, but this is just so you can take a quick pause thing and be like, oh, these guys. And that's the ones you definitely want to know. Okay, back to my scrolling. Look on all the questions. Mad Libs for LRAS. I'm going to do that with one of my prediction questions, Chloe, so I'll do that in a second. Just checking all these questions, gang. Sorry about this. Terms of trade, yeah, we can probably do one of those here in a second. Forex, yes, I can absolutely do a problem there. Yeah, Forex. Luckily, a lot of the stuff's going to come up in my predictions. Linus, I hear you. Can I explain the reserve market? You bet I can explain the reserve market. Let's do that one first, honestly, because that's the only one that's not necessarily a part of my FRQs. It's one that might be there, but I didn't put into my predictions, but I'll still go over because it's worth mentioning. Okay. So let's do reserve market first. That one's nuts. Lemise, I see you stop posting in the chat. I got it. I will do a Forex market problem. Relax. Okay. The new graph. So it's not new for the year 2024. Technically, it's been on the AP exam list of topics the last 3 years. But they haven't ever had a kid draw it on the AP exam yet. And we're now in the window of time where, as a teacher, I think they actually could. And I can't get too mad because it's been 3 years of teaching it. So they should be able to do it. So the reserve market. This graph is kind of nuts. I will do my best to explain it. I will take it as slow as possible to fully explain this graph. Okay? The key phrase for the reserve market is going to be the phrase ample reserves. Okay? And I'm using the bigger camera so we have a better view of the whiteboard because I have to draw this thing for it to make sense. Okay? Okay, Lemise, I'm blocking you from the chat. I will do a Forex market problem. Don't waste my time. Okay, so your reserve market. It's a weird looking graph. I promise it's not as scary as it looks. So the weird part is this demand curve looks like an absolute nightmare. Because it's this weird Z thing that we have to deal with, that no one wants to deal with. We'll get to why it looks like that. Supply curve is a vertical line. To explain the labels we're looking at here, what you've got here is the quantity of reserves. This is money in the banking system. Demand for reserves, which is banks' desire to have money, basically, within them. Supply of reserves, vertical line, just the amount of money that they actually have. Policy rate up here is the federal funds rate. That is how much money, that's the interest rate banks charge each other for a loan. Like if Wells Fargo has to borrow from Chase, something like that. When two banks borrow from each other, they pay back this guy. That guy matters because it's the interest rate that shows what happens to every other interest rate. It's kind of like the first domino that falls in all of this stuff. Okay? So this is our reserve market graph. Okay? Can I use these abbreviations? Policy rate, SRDR, fine. You should write quantity of reserves. I just did this because I ran out of space on the x-axis. Okay. Why does the demand curve do this? Okay. The key phrase you want to look out for on a question is something called ample reserves. If you see the phrase ample reserves, this is happening. Okay, this graph is going on. Will you have to draw this graph? If the question tells you to, maybe, maybe not. But if it says ample reserves, this is the graph we're thinking of. Okay, what's happening here is that ample reserves just means your supply curve is hanging out down here, where changing the supply curve like to the right or to the left a little bit is not going to have any impact on your policy rate. Like if that PRE is my equilibrium, moving the supply curve to the right a little bit isn't going to move that value. Moving it to the left a little bit isn't going to move that value. What that basically just means is if you have ample reserves, meaning just too much money in the banking system, changing the amount of money banks have a little bit isn't going to move the needle at all when it comes to interest rates. This is a thing we found happened in America post the 2008 housing market crash. We bailed out a bunch of banks, gave them a ton of money, and found out afterwards that we kind of messed things up a little bit in that when we did that, we made it so that banks have so much cash that doing our classic monetary policies like buying and selling bonds and stuff stopped mattering. Like it stopped changing interest rates, which is kind of the whole point of all of those policies. So what you have here is a graph that will actually work even when you have ample reserves, and here is why. And I'm explaining this graph really in detail. You don't have to know it this well to get the points on the AP exam. I'll tell you what you have to know at the end, but I'm going to explain it to you because some students just don't know how this thing works, and I want to explain it. What you have up top and down bottom are what are effectively a floor and a ceiling for that guy right there, the policy rate. The policy rate, the rate that banks charge each other, won't ever be lower than this value or higher than this value. And those values are actual vocab terms we have seen in the course. The top one is the discount rate. The bottom one is the IOR, or interest on reserves rate. You don't have to label these on the AP exam, just so you know, okay? The policy rate will never be greater than this discount rate. It will never be lower than the IOR rate. There's logical reason behind that. The discount rate is what the Fed charges on a loan. When banks need to borrow from the Fed, they pay back that discount rate. The policy rate will never be greater than the discount rate, because if it was, banks would not lend to each other. Like if I'm a bank and I want to borrow money and the Fed's offering a loan for 4%, and say another bank like Wells Fargo is offering a loan at 4.5%, I will never, ever, ever, ever borrow from that bank. It's useless. It's not worth my time because it costs more. I borrow from the Fed. So banks will never be able to charge more than this discount rate, because if they did, no one would borrow from them. So this isn't like a weird demand curve. It's just telling you that you can't have a value higher than the discount rate because there's no point in that. There would be no demand at that high of a rate. The IOR rate is the floor because banks have two options. In terms of making money, they can either lend money or they can store money at the Federal Reserve and get paid this IOR rate, okay? That IOR rate is like a savings account that banks can have at the Federal Reserve, okay? So if a bank could store money at the Fed and get paid, say, 2%, they could never charge less than that for a loan because nobody would lend. No one would lend the money at less than that percentage, because if I'm a bank, I can make at least 2% by storing it at the Fed. Why would I ever charge less than that for a loan? I know I'm getting the money from the Fed. Federal Reserve, I know, will absolutely pay me that 2% interest rate. So I'm going to charge more than this, less than this as a bank. So what's going to happen is very simple. In terms of a reserve market question, there are only two things that happen here. I'm just doing one thing real fast and block. Easy. And block. If you want to say weird stuff in the chat, that's super great. I'm just going to block you from the chat. We're not wasting time here. Kids want to learn. Okay? If you want to have a fun conversation with your friends, you have a phone, text them. Get out of the YouTube chat for that, you weirdos. Okay. So, here's what's going to happen on the graph every single time. Only two shifts are possible. They are of the same line. If a question ever asks when they have ample reserves what the central bank should do, is very simple. They are either going to raise or lower these two guys, the discount and the IOR rate. These are both called the administered interest rates. If they raise them, we'll lift this demand curve up. If they lower them, we'll move this demand curve down. It's not that complicated. So if I'm in a recession and I want to expand the economy, I'm going to lower both of these rates, the IOR and the discount rate. I'm going to say lower administered interest rates is the nice way to phrase it. And this will be the shift that happens on the graph. The demand curve will drop like this. My policy rate will drop like that. And we'll see this shift change right here on the graph. It's very simple, very straightforward. You just slide that demand curve right down. The only shift you will ever draw on this graph is this demand curve moving. The only way it'll move is by changing the administered interest rates, and they'll move in that direction. If they lower them, you lower it. If they raise them, you raise it. That's it. So while the graph looks terrifying and is honestly super complicated, because it is a really complicated graph, you guys are right to be freaked out by it. Shift-wise, really easy. I either move this guy up if they raise those rates, move it down if they lower it. The only shifter is a change in the administered interest rates. That's it. Okay? Raising them moves it up. Decreasing it is going to lower it. Does this affect the money supply? It would affect the money supply. Yeah, your money market graph is different, and doing those policy rate, those discount and IOR rates, they do change the money supply. It's just not going to change the supply curve here, because we found in the real world, this is the present day real world graph. The money market's kind of like an older school graph. In the real world, the money supply changing hasn't been as impactful. Does the SR ever move? It doesn't really move per se, but you could see it start over here on this downward sloping portion if they said it had limited reserves. Because in this downward sloping portion, it looks kind of like a money market graph there. The money market graph is a limited reserves graph. So if the money supply was over on this downward sloping portion, that would be the money market, the limited reserves framework. That's not happening. So we're not dealing with that one. That's not going to be an issue we have to worry about. If that your goal is to move the vertical line back to the diagonal, no, it is not. You're not moving this vertical line back to the diagonal. Well, I mean, if you wanted to get out of ample reserves, you would do that. But we don't know how much the supply curve is ever really moving by. So I would never know to move it enough to get it back to this supply curve. Okay, lots of questions. I know the reserve market takes a while to explain. That's the whole thing, though. I will tell you what you need to know for the AP exam for this. It is the ample reserves thing. If you see ample reserves, know that it has to do with administered interest rates. Lowering those rates is expansionary. Raising those rates is contractionary. That's all you really need to know for it, I think. Okay, scrolling up, so many things, so many questions. Okay. I will do a Forex market problem at some point. Luke and Marion, stop fighting. Who cares? Do I think ample will be in an FRQ? I think the ample reserve question might be. I don't think they'll make you draw a reserve market graph. They could. I just don't think they will. I think a good way for them to ask about it would be to ask, if an economy has ample reserves, what monetary policy can they use, which is the administered interest rate things. They might ask for the vocab-y version of the question, not the drawing of the crazy graph version of the question, if that makes sense. Okay, we'll do a Forex problem here in a second. Monetary and fiscal policy we'll do in a second. Loanable funds, I'll obviously do that, guys. Come on. What is GDP? I can answer the GDP deflator really quickly. That's a great question, Ev, because I saw somebody else ask about CPI versus GDP deflator. CPI and GDP deflator are both price indexes. That's a fancy math thing. What it means is that it's a simplified number that gives us an idea of how much inflation is happening. Okay? If a price index is 100, if it's equal to 100, that means prices are 100% of what they were in the base year, meaning they are the same as they would be in the base year. So say if your base year is 2008 and it says the CPI is 100, which means that in 2008 price terms, the prices are normal. Okay? If the CPI or GDP deflator is 110, that means prices have gone up by 10% since that base year. So it'll tell you if it's like 2012 and they say the CPI is 112, cool, then we've had 12% inflation since 2008. The difference between CPI and GDP deflator is inflation of what? GDP deflator is inflation of GDP, everything that counts in it. So that is consumer spending, investment spending, government spending, imports and exports, like all that stuff. Okay, it's anything that could be in GDP would be GDP deflator inflation. If it's CPI, it's just measuring inflation that consumers experience, because CPI just tracks what's called a market basket, which is a bunch of goods that consumers buy in a normal year, like a loaf of bread, a plane ticket, things that are like a normal buy for a consumer in a year. So CPI is consumer specific. GDP deflator is GDP general. So usually GDP deflator is like more broad, CPI is more focused. When you're looking at how much inflation you're dealing with, look at CPI, you're a consumer. But if you're looking at the whole economy, tend to look at the idea of a, oh my God, I just spaced super hard. GDP deflator, if you're trying to look at the whole exact economy. Vado, I actually just did that. If you go back to my reserve market drawing where I lowered the administered interest rates, that's an expansionary shift, if you're wondering. Scrolling back through the questions. That's the GDP deflator thing explained really fast. Terms of trade problem, going to do that very easily, not complicated. Loanable funds market, yeah, that's coming up for sure. So loanable funds market right now because it's not on my prediction list. Not because I don't think it will be there, it's just not a thing that I'm predicting because they did it last year. Could do it, they love that graph, they love using loanable funds market, so I don't think that they're not going to do it. And you need it for multiple choice anyway. So I'm going to do a quick loanable funds market explainer, and then I'll do my FRQ predictions, which will cover a lot of questions you guys have answered, because the FRQs I'm predicting will hit a lot of topics you guys are asking about. So I'm going to do a quick little explainer on the loanable funds market here first. And then I'll get into my predictions, which will include a Forex market thing, guys. Don't worry, I'll get you there. Wait, real quick, does expansionary monetary policy increase or decrease interest rates? Decrease. Cool, and it's blocked. Okay. So easy. All right. We've got supply and demand of loans, real interest rate, quantity of loans. This is our loanable funds market. It is the market for loans in an economy. It is not complicated. So, I say it's not complicated. It's not complicated in that it is just like a supply and demand graph, but the product, instead of being like a good, like shoes, is loans. So we got this lovely graph right here. Okay. The demand for loans is borrowers. Borrowers are who demands a loan. That could be you going to college and need student loans. That could be a business borrowing money so that they can expand and buy a new factory or something. Could be the government needing to borrow money. Anybody who borrows is a demander of loans. Cool? Borrowers, that's what we're talking about. Supply of loans is the behavior of banks, people who lend. So when I'm thinking this graph, I'm not thinking businesses versus consumers like with most supply and demand graphs. I'm thinking borrowers versus lenders. Cool? Anything that affects borrowing will affect the demand curve. So say there's an increase in people wanting to buy a house. Good way to think about it. Well, homes are expensive. People typically need to take out a loan to buy a house. That's pretty standard. It's a mortgage, right? So the demand for loans would rise. As more people borrow, more money will be lent out. There's a larger quantity of loans. And we'll end up having higher interest rates because the more people that ask for a loan, the more money banks are going to charge. One, they'll have a little less money to lend out. And two, they can see this increased demand just like any other business sees increased demand for their products. The more people that buy a product, the higher the price gets. The more people that borrow money, the more expensive loans will get. So that's your demand curve. Your supply curve is just based off of banks. The problem with that is that most of Unit 4 explained how banks are tied into kind of everything else in the economy, and it turns out they're really important. Who could have seen that coming? It's where you put all your money. So yeah. So if banks have more money, this could be because of monetary policy where the money supply grows. So banks have more money because that's where you put your money as the bank, right? If we see that higher money supply, we would see a larger supply on the loanable funds market, which would get you, yes, more loans, but at a lower interest rate because we don't want to borrow more. Banks just have more money to lend out, which means if they actually want to lend that money, they'd have to charge less for it, so we actually borrow. It's a higher supply curve there, okay? What's the y-axis? It is real interest rate. I'm so sorry. My handwriting is also not very good, which does not help us in this problem, is the real interest rate, Alex. Sorry about that. It is real interest rates. I am so sorry. Okay. The big shifter to be aware of on this graph, there's really two that show up frequently on your AP exam. The first is government borrowing. which is via what we call the crowding out effect. The idea that when the government borrows money, it actually makes it harder for the rest of us to borrow because they're effectively like taking money that could be lent to us instead. The government does this by issuing bonds, but it still takes money out of like the banking system because the banks give the money to the government as opposed to us who might want to borrow it for, say, college or for buying a house or buying a car. So there's two ways to draw that crowding out effect. You can actually pick which way you want to do. AP Exam allows for both. I teach my kids that it's an increase in the demand for loans because the government is a borrower, and therefore, as they want to borrow more, which this will happen if the government does an expansionary policy, like a fiscal policy, like increasing government spending, is they'll have to borrow money to do that because they can't just increase spending out of nowhere. Where did they get the money from? They had to borrow it, right? So you get this higher demand for loans, which makes interest rates go up. That's the problem here. This right here, this higher interest rate is the crowding out effect. It's the government has borrowed money, which now makes it more expensive for me and you to borrow. It's like the downside of the government being in this much debt. One of the big downsides is in having to borrow this money, the government has now taken money that could have been lent to consumers and businesses and is using it themselves. They're crowding us out of that market. It's important to note that this is a negative side effect of expansionary fiscal policy. When you write crowding out, be like higher interest rates, government borrowing, negative side effect of expansionary fiscal policy. It's always worth knowing that. The other way you could show it is a decrease in supply. So if your teacher showed you a decrease in supply for your thing, that's the idea. RE and QE, it's RE and QE for your X and Y axis. You can do RIRE. The AP exam will usually tell you equilibrium labels they're not as picky about unless they tell you specifically in the problem what to label it. They might say label it Q1, R1, do that. If they tell you to label something, label it that. I usually just default to QE and then whatever the price is, E. I did with my class we did RIRE. That was to make sure they remember that it was real interest rate. That was just to make them do that more often. AP exam doesn't really care about that. So yeah, that's the Loanable funds market in a nutshell. It's pretty much summarized pretty fast. Okay, I'm going to start going into my predictions here because we're about an hour in. Some kids have been asking for these for a while. How are they equivalent when the quantity decreases? Jaden, that's such an incredible question. And you even kind of answered it with the second one. The real interest rate change is the most important thing that happens there, far and away. The quantity difference is based on different interpretations of the graph. So some people view this graph as the amount of money that is available for the public, everybody, to get. Some people view the graph as just the amount of money that people and businesses can borrow, not the government. So if you view it as just the people businesses part, people tend to think of it as a decrease in supply because there's less money to lend out to those people. If you view it as a everybody graph, greater demand makes sense. Teachers teach it both ways because textbooks, honestly, write it both ways. Either way you think about it, as long as you understand that there are more expensive loans as a result of the government borrowing more, you're golden. That's truly all that matters there. So super good question, Jaden. That's actually a fantastic question to ask about the difference there. Up to you guys. You won't be asked to move the SR. Yeah, you won't be asked to move the supply of reserves. Will not happen. Phillips curve, we'll get to that. Jacob, can you use CPI to calculate real GDP? No, you should be using the GDP deflator. If it says price index in a problem, Deep, GDP deflator is a price index. You can use that. If it says price index, the GDP deflator is a price index, so you can use that in there. If it says the CPI, that's different. How each graph connects relates with each other. Schlock, yeah, I'll be doing that because one of my FRQs does that. Current and financial accounts. Yes, I will absolutely do that, Drew. Monetary policy before predictions. I can do that really fast. So monetary policy are actions done by the central bank. There are 3/4 of them that you have to know. The reserve requirement, the open market operations, which are buying and selling bonds, the discount rate, and the IOR rate. You got to know those 4 terms. I recommend Jacob Clifford has a quick video where he explains them. It's about 5 minutes long. The biggest thing is know what the vocab word means. It'll help you understand the policy. In general, lowering the reserve requirement, expansionary, the Federal Reserve buying bonds, expansionary, and lowering the administered interest rates, discount and IOR rate, those are those guys, is also expansionary. The opposite would be contractionary. Why? We can get into that when we do practice problems, because the money market will absolutely explain that. Okay. Oh my gosh, Chris. Just blocking. I think you just want to know the discount and the IOR rate. Sure. Discount rate is the price of a loan from the Federal Reserve to the commercial banks. The discount rate goes down. That means that the loan from the Fed to banks just got cheaper, so banks can borrow more easily from the Fed and will then have more money to lend out to us. So a lower discount rate, well, it sounds weird because it sounds like less of a discount. The price is the discount rate. So it's a lower price on that loan, so banks can borrow and lend more easily. The IOR rate is the savings account rate that banks have when they store money at the Federal Reserve. So if that rate is lower, banks will store less money at the Federal Reserve and lend more to you, is the idea. That's why it's expansionary. The IOR rate is the one that we can use the IOR and the discount rate all the time. The IOR rate has become the most commonly used monetary policy in the real world. Okay, I'm scrolling up. Okay, I'm going to start going through my predictions first. I'm just going to work through those first, and then I'll answer a lot of these sort of like rando questions. Not because they're bad, but just because they are random and they're all tangents and everything. I want to like organize and flow logic at once, because I might answer a bunch of questions by answering with my predictions. So let's go through what I think your AP exam FRQs are going to look like. So long FRQ first, because I think I can get most of this right. I got most of it right last year. Could be wrong, could be completely wrong. It would be so funny if I was wrong. But last year I was right. So let's go through that. So long FRQ. I can tell you how the long FRQ is almost guaranteed to start because it has started like this the last like 5 years. They've done this. They've gotten very like formulaic and cut and dry with this. So your long FRQ, I think you're going to start in a recession or negative output gap. That's how I think it's going to start. I think it's going to say that you're below full employment, you're in a negative output gap, maybe your unemployment is higher than the natural rate. One of these ways, one of these things, one of those things we got to deal with, okay? So I think you're going to start in a recession. I think that's how this question is going to start. Could be an inflationary gap, but last year was an inflationary gap, so I think this year is going to be a recession. That's the idea there. I think it's going to be an ADAS graph problem. Last year it was a Phillips curve, which makes me think this year it'll be aggregate demand, aggregate supply. Could be Phillips curve. All right, or Phillips curve. It's possible. And I'll solve through this problem, to be clear. I'm just giving you the like bullet point idea of what the question's going to be. Okay, so start recession, ADAS, or Phillips curve, something like that. I think they'll ask for the long run self-adjustment, which is the like what happens in the long run thing. It's always a good question to ask. Covers a lot of units, hits a lot of bases. Good question to ask people, generally speaking. And then we also have, I would say this is probably where, if they were going to do this at any point, this is where I think the ample reserve thing would come in. Not as a reserve market question, but just as a question that they could ask. Ample reserves, monetary policy, asking, hey, they're in a recession. What could the Federal Reserve do to fix this if they have ample reserves? That's the idea. I think they would ask that. I don't know if you'd have to draw a reserve market for it. I don't think you'd have to draw a reserve market for it. But they'd probably ask how this affects interest rates, how it affects investment, or how it affects economic growth. Something like this. Okay, last warning for the chat on the weird stuff, I'm being honest. I don't need you guys to talk about Squirt Coin or whatever the hell this is. I'm going to keep blocking y'all, keep reporting y'all. If you keep doing this, I'm just going to end the stream. I don't know who you guys are. You're probably in my class. I'm just going to stop it. It's not worth my time. So, Jamie, I miss having you too. You're a great student. So here we go. Let me solve this problem as if it was an actual AP exam FRQ. So I'll draw everything that I'm talking about. I will walk us through the questions. I will walk us through how I think this is going to get set up. So an ADAS graph starting in a recession, just to review that for everybody so you know what this exactly looks like. What you should be drawing is an aggregate demand supply curve with your SRAS, aggregate demand, and LRAS all labeled. I'm setting up the graph on my whiteboard. I will show you, and I will make sure to explain what I all labeled, because this is how it should be labeled on the AP exam. So, aggregate demand supply curve in a recession. Let me try to make sure that the glare is not too bad here. That's pretty good. So we've got real GDP as your x-axis. If you put total output here or quantity of output here, you're fine. Price level as the y-axis. Aggregate demand, SRAS, labeled as per usual. PLE for price level at equilibrium. YE, which is the abbreviation for GDP, is a capital Y. Everybody hates that. And YF for full employment output. Okay? LRAS labeled there. This is a recession because your GDP, which is equilibrium, is where you are right now, is less than what it should be. YF. Okay? Your GDP is less than it should be. This YF is your full employment output, how much your GDP is supposed to be. YE is where your GDP actually is. So this is that recession drawn. Okay? The first question I asked was the long run self-adjustment, because it's always a good question they can ask about. It takes you time to write it, is the thing. So it's a good question to put on the long FRQ, because to explain it, you might have to take a couple minutes to write what we call the Mad Libs in my class. And I'll say it here, but also draw what's happening. So in the long run, okay, in the long run, the economy is going to do what we call self-correct, which is basically fix itself. Imagine a seesaw that's out of balance, like balancing out and locking back to normal. Okay? So we're going to have that happen. Why is it YE and not Y1? Honestly, up to you. You can do it either way. It's kind of up to the question. The question might say Y1. I typically do YE because it's equilibrium. But if you see on an AP exam question say Y1, you would label it that. You label it however they tell you to label it. They've done both. It's a good question. Okay. Don't worry, there are lots of weird bots in the chat that happen too, guys. That's normal. Okay. So we've got this lovely little graph right here with this setup. Long run self-adjustment time. So there's one big difference between short run and long run that you have to understand to get this and to understand what's going to happen on the graph. The difference is in the long run, wages can change. Okay? Wages can change in the long run. They can't change in the short run. They are seen as what we call sticky in the short run. So when you see a question ask what happens in the long run, and William, this is going to answer your question right here. When you see a question ask what happens in the long run, what shift is actually going to move, and this is always going to sound weird to everybody because it's a naming problem, not a logic problem, is the SRAS curve is going to shift to the right. And I will explain it as best I can to really nail as to why this is the answer to what happens in the long run. So here's what happens. Wages are the only thing that can change in the long run versus the short run. Okay? So wages as a shifter affect aggregate supply, not aggregate demand. And if you're wondering why don't they affect aggregate demand, it's kind of easy to explain. If wages go down, you might think people spend less. That's why you think it's an aggregate demand shifter, right? The problem there is if wages go down, businesses could then hire more workers. So while there might be people have less money, more people then have money. So that wouldn't really change spending, if that makes sense. Like people making less money, but more people are making that money. So the aggregate demand change is kind of hard to tell. I do know if wages are down, businesses can hire more workers or buy more resources, so I know supply is going to go up. So when a question asks what happens in the long run, your SRAS curve, which is your actual ability to produce things. Reminder that LRAS isn't your ability to make stuff, it's your ideal level of production. It's if everything's going smoothly, how much you're producing. SRAS is your actual ability to make stuff. So the SRAS will increase because firms will be able to lower wages, hire and employ more workers, and increase their production. In my class, I always call this a Mad Libs, in that there's an explanation here you can use that is pretty much just cut, copy, paste for all of these problems. I'm going to write it on my whiteboard and walk you all through it. The way I always phrase it is if they ask what happens in the long run, your answer should be, in the long run, firms will either increase or decrease wages. This is so hard to read because my handwriting is so bad. In the long run, firms will increase or decrease. That says wages. I'm so sorry. In this case, the problem we just solved, it was decrease wages. So they can hire or fire workers. Hire or fire workers, increasing or decreasing their ability to produce, which is SRAS. So something like this. In the long run, firms will, I'll try to hold this steady, will lower wages so they can, in this case, hire workers, increasing their ability to produce, or SRAS. This is the idea here. So I would always say, in the long run, firms will change wages so they can hire or fire people, which will return SRAS back to equilibrium. That's kind of the idea for your long run self-adjustment. The short and sweet of it is simpler than you want it to be. If they ever ask what happens in the long run, it is always wages will change, we'll get back to equilibrium, SRAS will shift. Something like that, okay? It's always the idea there. William, I hope that expects. Would this decrease consumer spending as well? No, would not necessarily. No, because of the more people working, it would not decrease consumer spending necessarily. So if it's the opposite, SRAS decrease, they would increase wages. Yes. If we needed supply to decrease to get back to full employment, like if we were in an inflationary gap, if we were above full employment, we would raise wages, fire people, and decrease SRAS. Is the idea. Yeah, Jessica, that's a good question. Can't you say that input prices will increase, which shifts it to the right? Input prices increasing would not shift it to the right. Input prices will decrease, shifting it to the right. You could do 2C limited. Yeah, input prices would decrease in that context. Trying to think of other questions that had to do with what this question was talking about. Okay. All right. Next question that I was talking about was, okay, we have the long-run self-adjustment. The follow-up question I had there was an ample reserves question. So the idea there would be, the question would probably say something like, okay, assume instead of the long-run self-adjustment, the central bank decides to pursue a monetary policy to solve this problem, and that they have ample reserves in that economy. The question would ask, what monetary policy action could this central bank take in that recession? And the answer is very, 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 very simple, because there's only one answer to it. There aren't multiple answer choices here. Is that if they ask ample reserves, what will the central bank do? It has to do with administered interest rates, which is the thing we were talking about with that reserve market graph earlier. Administered interest rates, which are the discount rate and the IOR. And they will want to lower those if you're in a recession. If you're in a recession, you would want to lower those administered interest rates. because you want people to borrow and spend more when you're in a recession. You want there to be more borrowing, more spending. If you lower the discount and the IOR rate, banks will be able to lend more easily, which should lead to us borrowing more easily, because the more they lend, the more we can borrow and spend. So if you see monetary policy, the goal is to get us to spend more if we're in a recession. So what would they do to interest rates to make us spend more? Drop them. Because if they lower those interest rates, we will do two things that will make us spend more. One, we'll borrow more. We'd also probably save less, right? If interest rates are lower on like a savings account, then I would probably say we're going to be dropping those administered interest rates. We want people to borrow and spend more, and that's the general idea. So that's the monetary policy. And that's not very complicated. The next part I mentioned was how does that affect interest rates, investment, economic growth? Lowering the interest rates will lower the interest rates. That's the whole point of it, because banks will have more money. Interest rates will go down as banks are trying to lend that larger amount of money. Investment spending would go up because if interest rates are lower, it's easier for us to borrow and spend. Remember, there's an inverse relationship between interest rates and investment spending. As interest rates fall, we can borrow and spend more easily. And then the final part I mentioned was economic growth. Reminder that investment spending is largely on capital, which is stuff that actually adds to your economic growth. The more capital you have, the more you can produce now and in the future, because it's stuff like tools, technology, machinery, equipment, like not just good for now, but good for later too. So if you ever see an increase in investment or an increase in capital, be aware that economic growth is increasing in some way, shape, or form. That's my long FRQ prediction. I think it would include a lot of that stuff. If I was college board, that's probably what I would do this year, because last year was Phillips curve, and it's probably about time they start using more of this ample reserve stuff in there. Schlock, I saw your question about difference between limited and ample reserves. The vocab difference is limited reserves means there's less money in the banking system. Ample means there's a lot of money in the banking system. From an answer standpoint, if you see limited reserves, any monetary policy is fair. It could work. Reserve requirement could work. Buying and selling bonds could work. Discount rate and IOR rate could all work if it's limited reserves. Any monetary policy is fair game. They're all good as long as you do the right one: expansionary, contractionary when you're in recession, contractionary when you're in an inflationary period. They all work. When it's ample reserves, the only ones that work are the administered interest rates. Sov, I saw your question. Do you have to specify discount or IOR or just administered interest rates? You could say just administered interest rates. I actually recommend you say administered interest rates because it's easier to keep track of the expansionary, contractionary thing. Because sometimes people get confused when they say discount rate. They're like, lower the discount? That's bad, isn't it? It's like, the discount rate's a price. If you just say lower administered interest rates, it's probably easier to realize that that's expansionary because lower interest rates means we can spend more, right? So I would just say administered interest rates. That's way easier to deal with. Okay, that's my first FRQ prediction. Other questions over this stuff before I get to my second FRQ prediction. If it had limited reserves, would they still lower interest rates? William, you could say that for both. You could say if it was limited reserves, you could say the same answer. The cool thing with the administered interest rate answer is that it works if it's limited or ample. So I would actually probably use that either way. I would just use administered interest rates as my answer. The only sort of caveat to that is if they ask, like, what could they do to the reserve requirement, or what could they do, what open market operation, which is the bond one, they could do. If they ask something specific like that, then you can't just say limit interest rates because they're asking you about a specific monetary policy. But if they just ask for a monetary policy, I would default to the administered interest rates because they work in both limited and ample reserve frameworks. Vidal, how do we differentiate between fiscal and monetary policy? Fiscal policy is very easy. Fiscal policy is just actions taken by Congress or the government in some way to stabilize the economy. That is government spending and taxes. Like if we go to our classic government spending tax example from AP Government, where Congress has the power to tax and spend, the power of the purse. It's a very simple economic power that they're given because it's just like the government can spend money or tax people. Like you guys kind of already knew that before you took economics. So I always think of fiscal as simple. We want higher GDP, spend more or tax less. That's kind of straightforward. Monetary policy are actions taken by the central bank. Those are all the vocabulary terms that you haven't necessarily heard of as much. which are your reserve requirement, the open market operations, the bond one, the discount rate, and the IOR rate. Those are the monetaries. They change the money supply is the point of those policies, which will still get us to spend money, but it's more of like a complicated route for monetary policy. Fiscal policy, simple route. I want GDP to go up, spend more. Done. Or tax less. People will then spend more. Done. Not really hard logic for a fiscal policy. Monetary policy has to do with changing the money supply, which is more complicated because it's not like they just print more money. They could do that, but that's not really a monetary policy. That's just a thing that naturally happens as our economy grows and more people live here. We do print more money. Okay. Example question involving multiple graphs. Yes, I was planning on doing that, Parker. I got you. I'll do a Phillips curve problem like that so that we can two birds, one stone that in a second. On one FRQ, could you say an expansionary policy, or should we specify? If they say which type of policy, Gavin, you could say expansionary, contractionary. If they say a policy action, you should say increase government spending or decrease taxes for expansionary. If they say a policy action, you should say the actual policy action. You should not just say the type. You could say both. I will be careful. Never answer more than what the question is asking. It's actually a good tip. Because if you can write your way out of an answer. If you like explain it wrong, or if you like kind of detour into a thing that is just incorrect on accident, you would lose the point. So I would say never write more than what the question is asking. If it doesn't say explain, don't you dare explain. If it says explain, yeah, you do have to explain. But don't like then write four more sentences just to sort of like try to flex on the grader. Because if you do it wrong, the grader will be like, lol, lost the point, and you lose it. Don't do that to yourself. So yeah, if it says explain, you have to explain it, but don't go too hard on it. And I would be careful for the word policy type versus policy action. Anything else that's worth mentioning? Can I explain spending multiplier, please? Yes, I can. How could you go over how to calculate the minimum decrease for government spending required? That is actually, William and Jessica, you have sort of a similar question here, which is the multiplier problem. I'm actually going to do that question really quick before I get into my second FRQ prediction, because the multiplier spending and tax one has shown up in the last few years at long FRQ specifically. They've actually used it the last 2 years in that long FRQ. So in case they are getting just really repetitive, I'll do it really fast. I'll use the exact same starting point of this recession. So I'm just going to reset my graph to the previous problem where we are below full employment. I'm just going to add some numbers to it. YF, YE, PLE. I drew this graph small because I'm barely using it. I'm just using it to reiterate that we were below full employment on this last graph. Here's some extra information to make it a multiplier problem, okay? Suppose that YE, our equilibrium GDP, is, let's go with $200 billion. That our equilibrium output is at $200 billion. And that YF is $300 billion. That my GDP right now is $200 billion. It should be $300 billion. That's obviously bad. We are below full employment. Our GDP is $100 billion less than it should be. Oh my God. We are not doing great then. The question would probably ask something like, calculate the minimum required change in government spending to close this gap. And then they give you one more piece of information, which the information I'll give you here is if the MPS is 0.2. If your MPS is 0.2, to translate that, that is marginal propensity to save, fancy word, means for every dollar you're earning, how much are you saving? Basically, this just means people are saving 20% of their income. That's all that means, okay? Means they're spending 80% of their income. So if they ask me to calculate this minimum required change thing, which is the question that Jessica was asking, right below Williams, but it's going to be a multiplier problem, so it works out. The way you do this is I know I need my GDP to go up by 100 billion, right? My GDP is 100 billion less than it's supposed to be. The formula we use here is our spending multiplier formula, which is you take a change in spending, which is actually what we're solving for in this problem, times your spending multiplier, and that gets you the change in GDP. You take this initial change in spending, which will be the government spending change we're solving for, Disposable income. Yeah, you should. So spendable money, like after taxes and everything. Times your spending multiplier gets you the change in GDP. Your spending multiplier is 1 over the MPS. I told you the MPS was 0.2. The question will give this to you if you're wondering. On a question like this, they've never made you calculate MPS separately. They've just given it to you to make the life easier. Thank God. 1 over 0.2 is my spending multiplier. The question is asking how much they'd have to change spending by, so I'm actually solving for that. And I said the GDP has to go up by 100 billion. I need my GDP to go up by. That's 100 B. I know, hard to read my handwriting. 100 billion. Okay? So, the 1 over 0.2 is 5. So the question's really asking something times 5 is 100 billion. That would be, if you solve it out, 20 billion. If you divide both sides by 5, your change in spending would be $20 billion. If we increase government spending by 20 billion, that would, based off the multiplier here, increase GDP by 100 billion because the government spends that money, it then flows into the economy and gets spent by another person and another person and another person and another person and another person. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. That's the spending multiplier effect. So if they ask you to calculate a change in spending on this kind of problem, be aware that this gap between these guys is a gap of GDP. So that actually plugs into the GDP side of the formula. You're solving for the change in spending in that question. That's a good way to see a multiplier problem combined with your graphs. So it's a good way. Would that bring back to equilibrium? It should. Like it could. It's a maximum, like best case scenario. So William, yeah, we would say if you drew the shift, it would be an increase in AD to get back to full employment. Would be the idea there. So yeah, I would say yes. That would, if you drew it with just an increase in AD, that's all it would have to be, because an increase in government spending would increase aggregate demand, if you're wondering. But you wouldn't have to perfectly nail it because it's not. We can't guarantee that this 100 billion happens. It's just what could possibly happen if all of that money is spent on stuff that counts towards our GDP and all that kind of stuff. But be aware that people don't always buy things that count towards GDP. If they were to buy crypto, for example, wouldn't count. Okay. Ample reserve policy rate, please. Claire, if you go back in the video a little bit, you'll see it. I did the reserve market as a graph. If you go back in the video, you can find it, I promise. You can go back in this live stream and then fast forward later. You'll find it. I did a reserve market graph. The policy rate was explained there. Ditto for ample reserves. I already got you, fam. Nate Nolan. Oh, Nate. Oh, easy. I can answer that question really fast. Multiple choice, 60 questions in 70 minutes. FRQ, 3 FRQ problems in an hour. Your multiple choice portion is 2/3 of your score. Your FRQ is 1/3 of your score. Is that Adrian? What's my passing rate? Last year I had 87% of my kids pass the AP Econ exam. That was last year's crew. They were really, really, really good. They worked their butts off. You guys are also working your butts off. It's a good sign. Generally, it's above 70%, which is pretty high on the econ side of things. If an answer doesn't explicitly say to explain, can we just give a 1 to 2 word answer? It depends on how the question is phrased. Some won't say explain, but the answer you give might have to be longer to just make it make sense. Like if they ask, how does this affect the unemployment rate? You might not be able to just say that it goes down. You might need to say, oh, because GDP is rising, firms have more money and can hire more people, so unemployment goes down. It's kind of up to you. If you don't know how to explain a thing, don't try to and then lose the point if it doesn't say to explain. Scrolling. Checking all these questions again before I do my next prediction. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything. Concepts are most prevalent in the FRQ. I'm going through those right now, Samurai. That's exactly what I'm going through. Are you talking about income or disposable income? Already got that one. A little confused why increased interest rates cause a decrease in the demand for loans and an increase in foreign demand of bonds. Okay. Higher interest rates, because that's the price of loan. Like when I borrow money, what I pay back is the principal amount that I borrowed plus the interest. The higher the interest rate, the more money I have to pay back. So as a borrower, like if I'm shopping for homes, like right now is a bad time to buy a house, not just because the housing market is bad, because the loan market's not very good either right now. Interest rates are really high. So if I borrow money, I'll be paying back more in interest, making my loan more expensive in addition to homes being expensive, right? If I have to borrow money to pay for the house, I then have to pay back the loan, which has an additional price tag of that interest rate. The higher the interest rate, the more I have to borrow. So higher interest rates would lower my desire to borrow, is the idea for the interest rates. And then an increase in foreign demand of bonds. Okay. Foreign demand with interest rates will be the second FRQ prediction I'm going to do, Sir Thomas, so I'll come back to that in a second. Explain loanable funds. Brooke, I did that earlier in the video. If you scroll back in the video, you will find that loanable funds market graph explained. Reserve requirement or GDP deflator. I went over the GDP deflator a little bit earlier, Jessica. Feel free to scroll back. 1% of multiple choice questions, what I need to get for a 4 or a 5. 4, about a 68%. 5, right around an 80 to 82%. Somewhere in that range. Explanation of investment demand curve. You don't really need to know the investment demand curve, if I'm being honest. It's just the idea that at lower interest rates, people want to spend more because loans are cheaper. That's literally all you have to know for the investment demand curve. That's not a graph you'll ever have to draw on the AP exam. Some teachers still teach it because it shows you how to get from like money market to aggregate demand supply. But if you know interest rates and investment are inversely related, you got it. There's no hard thing there. Okay, second question then. I'll go into my second FRQ prediction, which is a Forex market problem. So we got it. My second FRQ prediction would be Forex. I think Forex is pretty fair play here. It's a good question. It trips kids up all the time. They love to ask about it. It's a real fun time for College Board to make a question that you guys have a hard go with. I think I have an example of it. Forex? No, I do not. I have one that I'm going to make. I'm just going to make a Forex market problem for you. So, your Forex market graph problems can be a lot of things. The thing they will probably tie it to, I would wager, is tying it to interest rates because they can tie that to other concepts. They like to connect units in these FRQs. They like there to be crossover of stuff. So we're going to do the one that we actually got a question about from Thomas earlier with the interest rate foreign demand situation. So let's go with, I'll use an example of a question they've basically done before where we've got two countries. Let's use US and Mexico. Let's say in the US, interest rates right now are roughly 7%. You don't have to do any math for this. I'm just giving you the numbers so we know. US has interest rates of 7%. Mexico has interest rates of, on average, about 5%. So I'm going to do a Forex market problem with these little interest rates. 7% interest rate in America, 5% interest rate in Mexico. Okay. Internationally, interest rates work a little differently because of one huge difference between international and domestic borrowing, which is you don't borrow money internationally. Like when you're taking out a loan to like buy a house or buy a car or go to college, you guys don't know this because you haven't borrowed money to this level yet, I would assume. That'd be crazy if you did. You won't be borrowing from other countries, mostly because other countries, like banks in other countries, don't know how to get your money back from you because it would involve like international law chasing you down and stuff. It'd be a nightmare to deal with. So borrowing isn't the thing we have to worry about internationally. Reminder that interest rates being high was bad for borrowing, right? Interest rates being high can be good for you in a context. Think in the world of like a bank account, right? If you're trying to open a savings account, and I told you, instead of US and Mexico, these were two banks in your hometown. This is Bank US and Bank Mex, okay? You're trying to open a savings account. Which of the two would you want to borrow? Would you want to store your money in? I'd run a store in the Bank US because I'm getting paid 7% interest on that savings account. If I put $100 in there, they're going to give me $7 extra of interest. Whereas if I put $100 in there, they're going to give me $5 of interest. I'd rather have the higher interest rate, right? So because we don't borrow money internationally, the way it's going to work on the Forex market is which country will people want to invest into internationally? America. People from Mexico would rather put their money in American banks or purchase American bonds. Because remember, when you buy a bond, you get paid the interest. You're the lender when you're purchasing a bond. You're lending money and getting paid back that interest. So in this context, people from Mexico don't want to buy Mexico's bonds. They'd rather buy America's. They're going to get paid that higher interest rate. That's why, what was his name? Tim, I want to say. Scrolling up. Thomas. That's why, Thomas, internationally the interest rate works that way, is because you don't borrow money internationally, but you can still like open a bank account, like a Swiss bank account's a classic example of this, or buy foreign bonds, which is super common. Think of all the foreign debt America has. It's because foreigners buy our bonds and stuff, if you're wondering. So this higher interest rate would lead to people wanting our currency. So if I asked you to, okay, draw how this affects the Forex market for the dollar. I'm going to draw that. You would have the quantity of the dollar. You would have the peso price per dollar as your y-axis. Supply and demand for dollars. This is the international supply and demand of the dollar, if you're wondering. So it's not like the money supply. It's like how much of our money exists outside of our country and how much foreign demand there is for our currency. Confusing graph a lot of the time. Fine. So quantity of dollars, supply of dollars, demand of dollars, peso per dollar. If you get stuck on labeling your Forex market, be aware that your quantity matches your denominator. Okay? I always think of it as what goes on the bottom of the graph goes on the bottom of the fraction. That's how I keep track of it in my head. Because the price of a dollar is how many pesos it takes to get a dollar. If that makes sense. Okay? This is PE for price at equilibrium, QE for quantity at equilibrium. So if I ask you to draw what happens in the Forex market for the dollar, well, people in Mexico want to invest more heavily into America. They want to buy American bonds. They want to store money in American banks. So the demand for the dollar should go up. Because if they want to invest in America, American banks and stuff don't want pesos, they want US dollars. So if you want to invest in America, you actually technically, by proxy, want US dollars. If you want to buy goods in Japan, you technically want yen, because the Japanese companies want yen for their goods, right? So be aware that if I always think of Forex as a demand problem first, where it's like, okay, people will want to invest in America, so the demand for America's currency goes up. And the supply of the Mexican currency is going to go up because they'll be supplying more dollars internationally to invest in America. That's how you think about it. It's the international supply, not the money supply, so be careful for that. But the rule for the Forex market is always supply on one graph, demand on the other, same direction every single time. So if it's increased demand of dollars, it would be increased supply of pesos if they had to draw the peso graph instead. They can ask you to draw either market. They could ask you to draw America or Mexico here, so the dollar or the peso. You draw whatever they ask. Be aware that it's demand on one, supply on the other. It's kind of how it always works. Now, when you're looking at this graph, things you want to be clocking are this peso per dollar has gone up. It now takes more pesos to get a dollar. Like the price of the dollar has risen, meaning it just costs more pesos to get a dollar now. So how I always sort of contextualize or think about that is, all right, the dollar is worth more pesos. What that means is that the dollar has appreciated in value in some way, shape, or form. The dollar has appreciated, and that's the idea, that we get this higher value of the dollar because foreigners want to invest here or want to buy our stuff. So our currency starts to go up in value. If you've ever traveled internationally, you've had to exchange currencies before. Those values don't stay the same. They change a lot. Most countries have flexible exchange rates where they can and will move up and down over time. That's what's happening here, is the value of the dollar is going up. The Forex market stuff they can ask from here. There's a few things that I think they'll probably ask about. If they ever have you do a Forex market problem, they'll probably ask, based on the change in the value of a currency, how does that affect your imports and exports and stuff like that? So I'll reiterate that the dollar appreciated here. Dollar appreciates. Imports and exports. How does it affect unemployment and supply, and how it affects exports? That's exactly what I'm about to do here. So, the dollar appreciates. That means that the dollar is more valuable than the peso, meaning you get more pesos for every dollar. With me? Pause. You get more pesos for every single dollar. If you go to Mexico, for example, and you converted your currencies, you'd be getting more pesos than before, which would actually be awesome for you if you were to go vacation in Mexico, right? Your currency's worth more, you get more pesos per dollar, you are functionally richer in Mexico, which feels kind of useless if you don't go to Mexico, but there is one cool advantage, which is that every good that's made in Mexico, the Mexican companies want pesos for their good, right? They don't use dollars there, they use pesos. So what ends up happening is people in America can now buy goods from Mexico more easily. The dollar is worth more, literally worth more pesos. Any good priced in pesos just got cheaper. So America will be able to import more from Mexico. If my currency appreciates, I can import more. I have more spending power, is the way I think about it. My currency is worth more. I'm richer in Mexico. I can buy more Mexican goods, so we can import more goods from Mexico. That's the idea. Exports. Well, here's the downside. There's always a trade-off in economics. Be aware there's always a downside for stuff. So if our currency is worth more, if it takes more pesos to get a dollar, then anybody in Mexico is going to have a harder time buying American goods. Anything priced in US dollars will take more pesos to get. So we'll have a harder time exporting. The more valuable your currency is, the more spending power you have. You can buy stuff more easily if your currency is more valuable. The less selling power you'll have. You'll have a harder time selling your goods to people in other countries because your goods, just got more expensive for everybody else. And if your currency depreciates, you'd have the opposite problem. Like Mexico's currency is depreciating this problem. Cool. They won't be able to import as much because they can't buy as many foreign goods. Their currency is worth less. But they could export goods more easily because their goods just got cheaper for everybody else. So your currency appreciates, you can import more and export less. Be aware, these are because of this. If your currency appreciates, you can then import more and export less. Be careful in international trade stuff because a lot of the questions, cause and effect, can get very funky. If you start to buy more goods from other countries, you are then demanding more of their currency, which makes it start to appreciate. So like the flow of international trade is, I buy more from them, they can then buy more from me, then I can buy more from them, and then they can buy more from me. So you have to be very careful when it comes to international trade questions of just reading, is this a cause or effect problem? Okay. Isn't the exchange rate instead of the price of the dollar, or is it the same thing? Exchange rate is the generic term that they put on the y-axis, but it is specifically the exchange rate in terms of the currencies we're talking about. So the exchange rate of pesos and dollars is how many pesos it takes to get a dollar. You can't just label it as exchange rate value. It's a great question because they love to do that, but it is technically like if it's the dollar graph, it'd be pesos per dollar. If it was the peso graph, it'd be dollars per peso. Such a hard question. Unit 6 is tricky. It's not the hardest unit if you... I'm lucky because I've gotten to travel a lot in my life, so I've seen exchange rates in action more often because my family's very international, so I've exchanged dollars in other places, so I can more easily visualize it. If you've never done that, it is kind of really hard to think about because you've never had to convert your currency, but it is kind of wild to think about. So I think that helps. Oh, how to fix unemployment? It's a net exports problem. This is really easy. I always think of, okay, in the context of aggregate demand, in this situation, net exports are going down. Right? Like if we think of this from is this good or bad for our country standpoint, well, us importing more and exporting less means money is leaving, right? If we're buying more stuff from other countries and selling less stuff to them, we have less money in our economy, which would then make unemployment start to rise because GDP will fall, businesses will make less profit, and then have to lay off workers as a result. So remember that net exports is going down, so that means aggregate demand is falling, which would make unemployment rise. If that's the question we were asking there, Lumis. I got you. Doesn't affect aggregate supply, it affects aggregate demand. Are we going to hit supply shifters on this graph too? That's the weird thing with the Forex market. There aren't separate supply and demand shifters. It's just supply of one currency and demand of the other. Like if there's greater demand of the dollar, there's greater supply of the peso. If there's less demand for the dollar, there's less supply of the peso. It is supply of one graph, demand of the other. Like if you want to buy more goods from Japan, for whatever reason, like you start getting really into like sushi, not sushi because that's not going to get imported, but like Pocky, like a candy, right? Like a candy that they can bring over, right? Like a treat. Then there would be greater demand for the yen, and we'd be supplying more dollars internationally to get that stuff, would be the idea. So it is always supply and demand. They're not separate shifters. It's the one graph where they're not separate. They're kind of overlapped. Are there any double shifts to know? I can go over that in a second. A 5-breaker problem. Yeah, I can find a few of those. CPI, Ali, I see you. Okay, fine. CPI, Consumer Price Index. This is pretty fast. The Consumer Price Index is a measure of inflation. The formula is the price of the market basket over the price of the market basket in the base year divided by 100. The market basket will change based off of, frankly, like whatever they're talking about in the problem. They'll usually tell you what the market basket is in the problem. Otherwise, they'll just say it's like this many of this good. Just do the math to find what the price of that is. Just price times quantity. Don't freak out. It's not too complicated. Trying to think of anything else that's happening in terms of that. CPI, just be aware that it is a measure of inflation. Your CPI is 100 in your base year. So if your CPI is 120, that means since the base year, prices have gone up by 20%. If it's 150, since the base year, prices have gone up by 50%. That's all I really know about CPI, I think. Mavis, reserve market graph. I did that earlier in the video. Scroll back. I did that like an hour ago, maybe an hour or two ago. So feel free to go back and check that. Let me see you're good. I know I had to do Forex problem. So would the would the peso depreciate? Yes. And Nate, that's right. Emily, would the currency that is more demanded end up having a decrease in GDP? Yes, they would eventually due to the change in the value of their currency. Yeah. As their currency appreciates, their GDP will actually start to go down as they import more and export less. That is true. Emily, that's a good question. Can I go over money market? Can I explain interest-sensitive expenditures? Oh, William, interest-sensitive expenditures, that's just investment. Investment spending, which is spending mostly by businesses, is interest-sensitive spending. If there's higher interest rates, businesses borrow and spend less. If there's lower interest rates, businesses borrow and spend more. If they say the word interest-sensitive expenditures, they just mean investment spending. Summing your capital versus current account. Thank you. Actually, that was the last thing I wanted to hit on that FRQ. So there's two ways they can ask about this in the context of this question. This is the current versus the financial and capital account. So we had two sets of information going on in that problem, right? US had higher interest rates. I'll start with that example, okay? So I'm talking about the current and the capital financial account because it's worth mentioning here. So if US has higher interest rates, I said that foreigners would want to buy our bonds more because remember, when you buy a bond, you're the one who gets paid that interest. So if we have higher interest rates, people will purchase more of our bonds. If I'm looking at the two balance of payments accounts, the current and the capital and financial account, reminder that your current account has three things in it. I can count. There we go. It has net exports, exports minus imports, net foreign income, which is just money made like passively off of assets overseas. Like if you have money in a foreign bank account and get paid interest, that interest would be net foreign income. And net transfers, which is just the direct sending of money overseas. Like if my mom lives in England right now, so if my mom like sent me $10 for whatever, then that would be a net transfer, and it would be like an addition for us. It'd be called a credit on our account. We get extra money off of that. The capital and financial account has only one thing in it, which is assets. These are things that are meant to make you money in the long term. These could be physical assets like real estate. These could be financial assets like stocks and bonds. So if we have higher interest rates and foreigners want to buy more of our bonds, our capital and financial account, because that has bonds in it, is going to move towards a surplus because we'll be gaining money on that account. We'd be receiving an inflow of financial capital. We'd have more money flowing into our country because people want to invest here, want to purchase our bonds, invest in our banks. So we would have we'd have a surplus, positive, extra gain on our capital and financial account, right? Could also have said, as we saw with the currency appreciating thing, we also mentioned that our net exports went down, right? Which means that our current account is going towards deficit, towards the negative, going like down, right? Current account's going down, capital financial account's going up. It's called the balance of payments accounts because they balance. They offset each other. If one is going up, the other should be going down. So you can usually tackle it from one or the other's perspective, where I'm thinking, okay, they have higher interest rates, so they'll want to invest here, so a capital financial account will go up. Or I could think, okay, higher currency value, net exports is going down, so my current account is going towards a deficit. Either one would work perfectly fine. Either one is valid, and you could use probably either. They could ask about either on a question like that. Just be aware of what's in each account. If people start buying more goods from us, our current account goes up. If we buy more from other people, our current account goes down. And CFA, assets, that's just capital financial account. That's very easy. Corbin, great to see you, bud. Congratulations, man. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, man. William, thank you. This stream will stay up here, so feel free to check it out in the morning. It'll keep going on longer, and you can keep watching after. Thank you for posting the questions. You had some good questions. Well, appreciate it. I am not hitting the gritty, literally ever. One, I can't dance. Two, I'm not going to hurt myself. The new old bond thing. Oh, sure. That's a great question. Okay, and Gavin asked the exact same questions. Okay. So, the price of previously issued versus newly issued bond question. All right. Short version, like what to write down really fast. Interest rates and the price of previously issued bonds are inversely related. I'll repeat. Interest rates and the price of previously issued bonds are inversely related. Okay? That's the short version of it. So if the interest rates are going up, the price of older bonds will be going down. To explain that, I kind of have to walk you through a bond for this to make sense. So I'm going to create a bond here on my whiteboard. For any of you guys who've seen me do this example before, you'll see the thing I've done before. If you haven't seen me do this before, great. Okay. A bond back in the day was like an actual certificate, like a piece of paper. It had stuff like this on it. $1,000 bond, that's the like value of the bond. 5% interest rate on it, 10 years the term. Okay? So let's use Gavin because I know Gavin and I know who that is. Gavin buys this bond from me. I'm the U.S. government. Okay, he's lending money to the government because he's a good dude. Cool. Buys this bond from me for $1,000. That 5% interest rate is fixed. It is locked in. Over the course of 10 years, Gavin gets paid 5% of that $1,000 every single year. So $50 per year on the dot. Cool. At the end of the 10 years, he gets paid the $1,000 also. So he basically paid $1,000 to, in 10 years' time, get paid $1,500. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty great. Cool. Here's the thing. That's a fixed interest rate. Once Gavin has bought this, Gavin, there's your bond. Hello, here you go. Take that. Okay. Once he's bought that, that is now an old bond because he had bought it previously, right? When it says the price of previously issued bonds, they mean like the resale value, like StockX, like you're flipping a shoe. Okay. So here's what's happening. If interest rates start to go up, say they do a contractionary policy, which decreases the money supply and makes interest rates go up, okay? So interest rates go up. Any new bond being issued by the government would have that higher interest rate, say 7%. With me? So interest rates are going up. The new bond, oh, we got dog in the bed. Oh, there he is. There's Archie. There's the boy. There's the boy. Okay. I'm sorry that I'm in the way of this, but I have to teach you stuff. He's distracting to both of us. So that 7% new interest rate bond, which one's better for a person to have? Well, the 7% one gets you more money, so people would rather have the new bond than the old bond. Meaning, Gavin's bond, if he wanted to sell it, like if he wanted to flip it to somebody else, because you can do that, these are transferable, which is really cool, he can't sell it for as much now. Because people would rather buy the new bond than an old bond. The older bond, not because it's old, because it has a lower interest rate than the new one, people won't want to buy as much. Like if I have $1,000, there's no way in hell I'm giving Gavin it for this when I can go to the government and buy a new 7% bond for $1,000. Gavin would have to sell this for less than what he bought it. So it's like the resale value of old bonds goes down as interest rates go up because the newer bonds are better than the older bonds. If interest rates go down, say they went down to 3%, again, Gavin's got a 5% bond on his hands. That's amazing news for Gavin because he can then sell this to somebody else for more. People could pay $1,000 for a 3% bond from the government or whatever Gavin's charging for a 5% bond. Gavin can charge a little bit more than $1,000 now. People would rather have his than one of the new ones. So the relationship to be aware of there, interest rates, price of previously issued bonds are inversely related. Cool? That's how to think about that one. Always tricky. Please say to myself, I don't know who you even are, so there's no way I'm doing that. Can I go over everything over bonds? I think I just did. 7 graph problem. Nugget, you're an insane person. I will probably do that. I'll need some time to recover before I do that. I'll probably do that after I take my dog on a walk, which will be like a 15-minute break we do in like 30 minutes. I know you want me to do it, Nugget. I'll do it, Nugget. I'll do it. Just give me a second. My brain hurts. I've been talking for 2 hours straight. Give me a break. Let me see if there's any other questions I can answer before I get into anything else. Oh, third prediction. Let me do the third prediction before we do the 7 graph problem, because the 7 graph problem is going to scare everybody in here. Let me be very clear. 7 graph problem, you will not have to do on the AP exam. They're not going to ask you to do all 7 graphs. That'd be insane. It'd be so funny, but they're not going to do that. Okay, but I'll do it so you can see the how the graphs connect to each other, and I can review a whole bunch of information at one time. Karan, I just did the Forex market. Go back like 15 minutes in this video. I just did it. You just missed it. You feel free to go back in the video and watch the recap I just did. Let me make sure that I hit. If demand for loans goes up, what happens to aggregate demand? If demand for loans goes up, Nate, you get higher interest rates. Think loanable funds market. You can draw that. You get higher interest rates, which makes spending go down, which should lower aggregate demand. Higher interest rates, lower investment spending, lower aggregate demand. Carter asked the same question because Nate and him are working together probably at the same time on this. Yeah, they're buddies. Hilarious. Okay. Will you see regular supply and demand or emphasis on ADAS? Emphasis on ADAS, Allie. Good question. Emphasis is a lot on ADAS. You will maybe see 1 or 2 regular supply and demand graph questions, usually so they can ask about things like a shortage or a surplus. But like Unit 1 is 5 to 10% of the AP exam. That's not a lot. So realistically, you'll get like 1 or 2 regular supply and demand questions. You'll have like 8 to 10 problems that in some way include/refer to your aggregate demand, aggregate supply graph. Some way, shape, or form that's going to be happening there. Okay, third FRQ prediction. Okay, so to reiterate, the first FRQ prediction, I think, is an aggregate demand supply curve in a recession. You'll probably have to do the long run self-adjustment. It'll probably do like monetary policy with it. I think they would use ample reserves here because it's a good time to do it. And they'll probably have you talk about a bunch of other things in the course, economic growth, interest rates, etc. Okay? The only graph that does the self-adjustment are the aggregate demand supply curve and the Phillips curve. Ashia, good question. You don't do it on the Forex market. The Forex market's not a graph of an economy. It's just a graph of a currency. The only economy graphs you have are the ones with the LR part on it. So LRPC and LRAS are the only ones that have the self-adjustment part. Sorry, I have ADD, so this is really the chat is really good for my ADHD. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry, I was doing something. Oh, my predictions, right. Okay. First one, aggregate demand supply curve in a recession. It could be Phillips curve. We'll do that too, don't worry. Okay. Long run self-adjustment, monetary policy, economic growth. They could, don't freak out, they could do the monetary policy and connect it into that Forex problem I just said, because if we talk about that monetary policy, it changes interest rates, which affects your Forex market. So they could just like cut half, smush them together for the FRQ. That happens. The second FRQ, I think, is a Forex problem. It's a good one to do. Unit 6 is tricky. There's a lot of stuff they can ask about. Lami's had good questions in there where it's like it affects unemployment, it affects GDP, it affects a lot. You can do an aggregate demand supply curve with your Phillips curve or with your Forex really easy. So someone asked about which graphs we need to know. Honestly, fam, all of them. Like there's no way around this. This course doesn't have parts you can just ignore. They're going to ask about everything on the AP exam. There's no way around it. I'm sorry. I wish they didn't. I wish it was just like 3 graphs. This is honestly kind of too much work for a single semester class. It's kind of nuts. But we don't control that one. I will tell you, if you can do this, you can definitely do college econ, like the first year of college econ. If you can handle AP Macro, you should be able to handle college econ like the first year of it. If you don't have to take any econ classes in college, bless up. We love that for you. If you do, you can come back to these videos. My YouTube channel's got a whole bunch that was helpful for macroeconomics. A lot of my content is shared with the macro sub. Arch, what are you doing? Oh, he needs more food. Un momento. Sorry, his dog food is in here because he likes to be around me, and I like to be in the study. There you go, buddy. Hello. What is it? You want to distract me for a second, Ash? Come here. Oh, you're running away. What's happening? No? Freaking Rudy walks off, of course. He'll come back for the food later. We'll deal with it. I'll take him on a walk in like 30 minutes so we can all take a 15-minute break because my brain is broken. Oh my God. Here we go. Third FRQ. Some kind of math thing. I know that's very descriptive, but there's basically three sort of math things it could be in some way, shape, or form. Okay? I'll write them out. I have examples of all three. I've already done one of them, but I'll do another. The three math things it could be, which will help us sort of solve some people's problems because some of you guys requested this stuff. So I'll knock all this out at once. Formulas. I listed the ones I know they're going to ask about earlier in the video as well. It's a good question. So the math things. In order of what I think will happen. Okay. I would say some sort of unit 2 like GDP kind of problem is very possible. As a math thing to see. I would say a terms of trade problem is very possible. And I would say a balance sheet is very possible. Reminder that there's more than one form of the exam. Like, if you end up having different exams than each other, it's because College Board at least releases 2, but there's usually at least like 4 versions of the exam that go around. So if I tell you it's this and your friends are all saying that, oh, Macroeconomics was right, but you didn't have that problem, it's because there's different versions of the exam floating around. So, like if I say it's one of these, yours will probably be one of these 3 things for one of the 3 FRQs. One of them usually has math on it. I'd say it's one of these 3 things. It could still be multipliers. That's still fair game. A balance sheet is a money multiplier problem. Trent, we just did Forex like the last 20 minutes. Go back in the video. I got you, buddy. Okay. I know, it's so funny. Don't be shy, pick up the dog. He does not like getting picked up, Allie. He's not a fan of it. And he's getting older, so I'm not gonna make him deal with that. We'll try to do it once near the end of the video, but I'm not gonna hurt him that much. So balance sheet, terms of trade, unit 2 GDP. These are the 3 sort of math things that I think will be one of your FRQs. That's what I would bet. Which one? Honestly, couldn't tell you. I think balance sheet is what I would say. Jacob Clifford, who is pretty good at predicting these things, thought it was going to be a Unit 2 GDP thing involving like the deflator and stuff. Sure, that's fair game. We haven't had one of those since COVID. 2020 was the last time we had an FRQ that did that. We haven't had a terms of trade FRQ in a minute. We haven't had a balance sheet FRQ in a minute. So that's why all 3 of these are ones that I'm thinking about, because we haven't had one of these in like 3-ish years now. And that's about how long they wait in between recycling ideas. So I'd say it's probably one of these 3. I'm going to go through one of each. Artie, I haven't entered trade yet. We have not. We're going to soon, though. Mateo, if there's a change in productivity, does it affect SRAS and LRAS? Depends on the change in productivity, but generally it could affect both, yeah. Because the way I think about it is SRS is your ability to produce things. LRS is your ideal level of production. If something makes you more productive overall, it probably improves your current scenario and your best case scenario. Like if you have more capital, is a good example, more tech, tool, machinery, all that stuff. That would improve SR and LRAS. You won't draw both on the AP exam. You would just draw one shift. They wouldn't do that. Okay, so AP Classroom, of course, logged me out because it's been 5 minutes since I looked at it, and therefore that means that AP Classroom will log you out. That's how AP Classroom works. It's lovely for us teachers too, but it has a lot of good questions on it, so I'm going to keep using it. I'm going to pull up a Unit 2 GDP question. I'm going to make up a terms of trade problem because I can do that pretty easily. And then I'll pull up the other balance sheet problem I had. And I got to find the questions that I just made in a second. Oh, any other questions that are worth talking about? Nope. Also, you guys have been really good in the chat recently. Thank you so much. I was able to block a lot of people who are being really weird and annoying. There's a little bug in front of me. And I get it. I understand if you guys, are squirrely in the chat. You guys are used to being in weird chats, I assume, for Twitch and stuff. But I'm a teacher, dog. Don't be that weird, please. This is sort of professional. Okay. Yeah, this one's good, I think. This is a good FRQ. Let me double check. Sure, that'll work. And this is not a secure question. No, it is not. We're good. PowerPoint. Here we are. So, can I zoom this in at all? Probably. Can we read that? Yeah, we can read that. Okay. The table below shows macro. Oh, I'll do the reading thing again, just like I did with the earlier FRQ, where I read it as if I'm you guys on the AP exam day. I haven't solved this question before. I haven't done every single FRQ before, so I'll be solving this one for the first time with y'all. Do I have a calculator near me? I got my phone. I can figure it out. Okay. I don't want to do all the math in my head. So I see years 2020, 21. I see nominal GDPs. Whoa, Nelly, that's a big jump in nominal GDP. Holy crap. I see, oh my God, that's a big jump in GDP deflator, and that's a small population, but that's also a small GDP. So, okay. So things I'm already clocking before I've solved the problem. That GDP more than doubled. The GDP deflator doubled. Okay. Calculate each of the following for country A in year 2021. Show your work. Yeah, I got it. Real GDP and real GDP per capita. What's that mean? It means per person. If you ever get stuck, it means per person. Based solely on the data above, has the standard of living for the average person increased, decreased, or stayed the same? Explain. All right. I have to explain things. Gross. C. How would an increase in government spending on education affect economic growth? Explain. All right. Scrolling down. D. Assume that country A produces consumer and capital goods. Draw a quickly labeled PPC for country A and show the effect of the increase in government spending on education. So, like, if I'm you on the reading, I'm like, okay, it's PPC graph. Got it. All right. Ooh, wow, that got huge for no reason. Big old PPC time. Gotta draw a production possibilities curve for that. Got it. Okay. Reading time, what'd that take me? A minute to read? Yeah, not a long time to read that question. Not a lot to do here. This is a short FRQ. This is pretty straightforward, I think. Okay? So, calculate each of the following. Real GDP, and this is for 2021. So I'm not looking at that top block. I'm looking at this spot. Be careful with the year. Read the question carefully. I swear to God. See so many kids when we grade these AP exams who would have just done it for 2020 and been like, oh, huh. It's like, no, it's just 2021, guys. Come on. All right. Formula. This is the GDP deflator formula, but also a real GDP formula. Real GDP equals the nominal GDP divided by the deflator times 100. Hold on. Can we read? Yeah, we can read that. Real GDP equals nominal GDP over, I wrote def for deflator. I'm not writing GP deflator. Times 100. Okay. This is me showing my work, by the way. So my real GDP equals the nominal, which is 88,000. Boy, howdy. Okay. Divided by 200 times 100. Could I do this without a calculator? Yeah, but it's 7:15 and I've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes and I taught today and proctored the AP Environmental Science exam. Thank you to everybody who was in the AP Environmental Science exam with me. You guys were really well behaved. Really appreciate that. Okay. Got it. All right. So the answer I got when plugging this into my calculator is 44,000. So like I did, this is me showing my work. I wrote the formula, I plugged the numbers into the formula, and then I got the answer, and then I'm like, hello, this is A1. 44, whoop, there we go. 44 grand. Cool. To translate what this means in human words, because it's worth explaining what's going on here. Okay. 2020 is my base year. I know that because the deflator is 100. If your deflator is 100 or your CPI is 100, that's the base year. That's the starting point year. Okay. What this tells me right here is that prices doubled. If the GDP deflator doubled, it's like a ratio game. The GDP deflator doubled, cool, prices have doubled. If the GDP deflator was 50, prices have gone in half. It's a ratio situation here, okay? So, prices have doubled. What that means is, while it looks like my GDP did a lot, it really didn't. Like, this is the real GDP thing, remember? Real GDP adjusts for inflation, means takes inflation out of the game here, okay? And prices doubled. So a whole bunch of that 88,000 ain't real, fam. It's just higher prices. It's not actually producing more stuff. So even though their nominal's 88,000, compared to 2020, they really only produced 4,000 more worth of stuff. It's just that prices also happened to double in a year, which made their nominal GDP way higher. This is why we use real GDP when we're talking about growth, because prices mess this whole thing up. Question didn't ask about that. I'm telling you that because I want you to have a good chance of passing your AP exam. So, A1, 44,000. Cool. Per capita just means per person. So I would just do the real GDP divided by the population. Real GDP per capita equals real GDP divided by the population. So that is 44,000 divided by 110. I know I could do that in my head. I just don't want to. You don't get extra credit on the AP exam for not using your calculator. The answer is 400. Yeah, it is. For sure it is. Why did I use the calculator? God, I am so lazy today. Whang! 44,000 divided by 110. That is our GDP over pop for population. I know my handwriting's bad. I'm being lazy on purpose. AP exam, honestly, as a grader, I would take this. This is fine. I'm like, yeah, I know what you did. I got it. 44,000 over 110, 400. Perfect. Evan, I know exactly which question you're asking about. I will explain that one. That's a great question to ask. I'll do it after I do the FRQ. I know exactly what question that is. I think Asha asked about it in 7th period today. Okay. B. Based solely on the data provided. It's a big stretch. Has standard of living for the average person in country A increased, decreased, or stayed the same between 2020 and 2021? Explain. Okay. This is a thing we mentioned in class and we never actually had to deal with from a math standpoint, but it's a good question to mention. The best measure of standard of living we have is GDP per capita because it tells you how productive we are on a per person basis. A problem of GDP is that it just tells us how much we're producing as an entire economy. It doesn't tell me how much we're making on a per person basis, right? Like one person could throw $23 trillion towards GDP, and everybody else could only have like $1 added towards it, but it'll still look really good because we have that one person carrying all the weight, right? So to tell standard of living, you have to do GDP per capita. So what B wants me to do is compare the real GDP per capita between these 2 years, is what I'm thinking. Okay, I want to compare my per capitas between them both. So I just mentioned that the 2021 per capita was 400. Gonna make sure we know what's going on here. Per cap. 2021 is $400. For 2020, I'm going to find their per capita real fast. It won't take me very long because the numbers for 2020 are easy. 40,100. So that's 400 again. Ooh, they are equal. They are equal to each other. Oh. It stayed the same. Yes, the real GDP here was 44,000, but there are also 10 more people in this country. So while there is a higher real GDP, there are also more people in that economy, so that money isn't getting split 100 ways, it's getting split 110 ways. So in both cases, they actually have the same exact GDP per capita, meaning that their standard of living actually did not change. While their real GDP grew, so did their population. So yes, they are producing more. They also have more people, it's not really a win. Like, you should be producing more. Congratulations, you have more workers. Of course you're producing more. You're not like a better economy. You just have more dudes now. Like, congrats. That is helpful. Doesn't mean you're actually more like average per person productive. So for B, the answer is stayed the same because the real GDP per capita is the same in both years. Has not changed. There was no improvement in per capita GDP. C, how would an increase in government spending on education affect economic growth? Oh, that's easy. It would improve it. The reason being, economic growth is tied to capital. Capital includes physical capital, tools, technology, machinery, and human capital, your workers' knowledge and skills. The more educated your workforce, the better you can produce. A lot of you guys are planning to go to college, right? So you can get a good job and make more money, right? The whole point of that is that if you all go to college, we get better workers. We get smarter workers. We have more qualified people who can contribute more to society. The whole point of education is that you learn more skills and how to do things. So the better education your population is, the more economic growth you should have. It's been shown that countries with really high education rates have really high economic growth consistently. Countries that have really low education rates have low economic growth. Okay, it's not perfect, to be clear. America is not like number 1 in education. We're like number 27, I think, in the world. That's still like top 15% out of countries, to be clear. There's like 200 countries in the world, so we're still doing decent on the rankings there. But we're not number 1. But all the countries that are in that top 30 range are all like have GDPs that are all pretty consistently climbing, which is important to mention. And then D, assume that country A produces consumer and capital goods. Draw a correctly labeled production possibilities curve for country A and show the effect of the increase in government spending on education. Sure. It doesn't tell me how to label the consumer and capital goods, so I can pick whichever axes I want for this. It also doesn't tell me if this graph has increasing or constant opportunity costs, but I could infer that. So capital goods, I'm doing on the Y. Consumer goods, I'm doing on the X, but it doesn't tell me. You could have done it either way, is your sort of step for this graph. I drew the bowed out curve here because these two goods will have different resources. Capital goods and consumer goods are not the same. Consumer goods like paper, food, things that are used up. Capital goods, tools, tech, machinery, not the same stuff. So you should have this increasing opportunity cost or bowed out curve. If we increase economic growth, well, then the max amount of both goods should improve. It's not like if we get smarter workers that we're only better at making one type of good, we're better at making everything. More educated workers can make better tech and tools and machinery. They can also make more food. Like, again, think present day. We have less farmers than ever and produce more agriculture than ever because of these cool things called machines. It's helpful, right? So this would increase my PPC, and that's this entire FRQ. Definitely one you could do in 15 minutes or less. I took a while because I wanted to explain everything fully, but this is definitely one you could have answered fairly fast, which is good because I would be budgeting about 15 minutes for that FRQ, so I'd be flying through that. Amy, I just did my FRQ predictions, actually. If you go back in the video, I do a long FRQ prediction that involves aggregate demand supply curve and monetary policy. I did a Forex market problem for my second prediction. And my third one, I'm going through a few examples of things that I think could be the third FRQ. I think there's a few different math things it could be. Schlock for C, can you just say economic growth will increase because government spending component of GDP will increase? No, you cannot just say that. That's actually a good question, Schlock. The problem there is GDP can go up for a lot of things that are just short-term improvements, right? Us buying a bunch of candy bars would increase GDP. That doesn't mean our economy is going to grow permanently, right? Like when we talk about economic growth, we're not just talking about a short-term thing. We're talking about a permanent improvement in the economy. It has to be tied to capital in some way, shape, or form. It does improve GDP. It does. Economic growth is going to make your GDP go up. That isn't like an explanation. That is what economic growth is. You have to give me why that specifically makes GDP, why does that specifically improve economic growth, which would be the tie to capital. If you see the word economic growth, 10 times out of 10, what your explanation has to include is something about capital. Because capital is the driving force and component of economic growth. America has gotten so productive as an economy because of the post-technological revolution that we had with the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that. What is your prediction for the second FRQ? Forex. I think it'll be a Forex market problem based around interest rates that they'll probably connect to currency appreciation, depreciation, and I would probably say balance of payments accounts could show up with that too, where they just ask is the current account in a surplus or deficit or something like that. I think that's what the second FRQ will be. That's personal opinion. I don't know if that's true or not. I think that's what I think it'll be right now. Evan, I'm going to answer your question here because it's worth mentioning. This Evan Fanous question. According to the expenditure multiplier, which is the spending multiplier, expenditure means spending. The word spend is in there. It's just not SP, it's XP. Okay. Expenditure multiplier, if the MPC is greater than 0, meaning if the MPC exists is what's happening, a $1 change in autonomous expenditures, just automatic spending, think auto pay on your streaming services and stuff, will result in which of the following? It'll increase GDP or aggregate demand by more than just $1. The spending multiplier's logic is I spend $1, it goes to somebody else, they spend a chunk of that, goes to somebody else, they spend a chunk of that. Each iteration of spending gets added to our GDP. So a single dollar being spent will actually change GDP by a much larger amount because every dollar spent is then someone's income and then could be spent again. So as long as your MPC is not 0, which would mean that people don't spend any money, which would be crazy, the multiplier effect just dictates that a $1 increase in spending will increase GDP, income, aggregate demand, any of those, because they're all the same thing, by more than $1. But have I gone over the Phillips curve yet? I have not. Tour de Gaft, one main topic was to know for sure. Aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve. Got to know it. Have to. No way around it. Yes, Bella, thank you for pointing it out. At the beginning of the video, I talk about the things that are like the most tested topics and what units are hit the most. But if he's asking for a specific topic, like one thing he has to know. If you just know one thing, you won't pass this AP exam. You have to know more than one thing for AP Econ. There's a lot of stuff you have to know. But the most important topic is the aggregate demand supply curve for sure. It's hit in 4 of the 6 units. They use it in some way, shape, or form. You have to know your aggregate demand supply curve really well. Thank you, Bella. It's good. Thank you for pointing that out, though. I appreciate that. Okay, FRQ prediction number 2. I'm going to use the bigger cam for this because I'm going to do it on my whiteboard. Nope, don't need that. I need the big cam. There's the big cam. So many streaming things. Okay. Oh my God. How are we doing on time? 7:30. That means I'm, oh God, halfway through this. I'm going to fall asleep. I don't know if I'm going to go till 10 o'clock, gang. I am going to be so tired. But I'll get through all the things I need to get through, so it's not the biggest deal. And the walk of my dog will probably help things out in a second. Okay, second FRQ prediction is, the second of the 3 things I think the third FRQ would likely be is a terms of trade problem. Now, this isn't to scare you guys. This is because they haven't done it in a minute, and because it's a thing that we should review anyway, because it'll show up. It's going to be multiple choice question, worst case scenario, because it'll probably be like a absolute comparative term of trade problem situation, or it'll be one of the entire FRQs almost, because if they do a term of trade problem, it's almost always like an entire FRQ. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a problem. I'm going to give you guys sort of a second or a beat to sort of solve through on your own. I don't want you to type your answers in the chat, but I just want you to use this as a chance to practice it if you haven't done it in a while. If you already know that you forgot how to do this and are relying on me to do this, once I set the problem up, go grab a water or take a stretch or something. So I'm going to give people a few minutes to sort of work their way through it. So I'm going to draw this on my whiteboard, like a tic-tac-toe board, like a this. We're going to have 2 producers. We're just going to go with country A and country B, like so. And they're going to make 2 goods. Let's go with coffee. And let's go with, I'm trying to think of things that I want right now. Pizza. I had pizza 3 hours ago. I have some leftovers still. I'll probably eat 1 more of those so that I can power through the rest of it. So we got coffee and we got pizza. Let's say that country A can make 10 units of coffee in a day, or 5 pizzas. Country B can make 9 units of coffee in a day, or 3 pizzas. So this is my setup. Feel free to look at this or copy this bad boy down. We've got country A, country B making coffee, making pizza. Country A can make 10 coffee in a day, or 5. That's a 5. Don't get mad at me. That's a 5. 5 pizza. Country B can make 9 coffee in a day, or 3 pizza. Okay? What I want you to do if you're trying to test yourself here is identify who has the absolute advantage in producing coffee and pizza, 2 separate answers, and who has the comparative advantage in producing coffee and pizzas. Okay? Take a beat, start working your way through it. I'm gonna take a deep breath, drink some water, check my phone. While you sort of solve your way through this, you don't need to type your responses in the chat. I'm gonna work through it in a minute. I'm just gonna give you some time to sort of give yourself a sort of test shot on this. And then we'll do terms of trade at the end of it. Okay. Okay. Jake, you're welcome, by the way. Of course I'm doing this. This is a whole thing I do every year because my kids are so bad at studying and I don't trust them. I love them, but I don't trust them to study. You guys are really bad at it. Also for econ, you have to practice stuff to study. It's kind of a whole thing. It's annoying. That's why this class is annoying to study for. It's not just vocab. It'd be nice if it was. Oh my god, it'd be so nice. I wouldn't have to do anything. I could sleep. But instead, I must do this. All right. So, first things first, absolute advantage. As I tell my students, absolute advantage, turn your brain off. Don't think hard. Third grader can do absolute advantage. It is who is better at making these things based off the table. Don't do any math. Cool. A can make more coffee than B. A can make more pizza than B. Country A has the absolute advantage in both. They can produce more coffee and more pizza in a day. That's it. You're in New York, Jake. We are in Texas. I'm in just north of Fort Worth. It's over by Dallas. So, country A can make more of each of these things. Beautiful, done, no work, no play. Super easy, got it. Cool? That's absolute advantage. Comparative advantage. I've got to figure out the opportunity cost. You need to know the definition here. It's how you'll be able to figure stuff out. Comparative advantage is who can produce a thing at a lower opportunity cost. Okay? Hello, Archer. He's in petting range right now. That doesn't happen a lot. Hello, Bubba boy. Oh my god, he's shedding so much. There's just a clump of dog hair in my hand. That's so great. Thank you, buddy. I'll have to vacuum so much. There's so much carpet in my apartment. Oh my god. Okay. So, here's how we do this. I believe in us. We can do this together. I will always set it up like this, and I recommend you do this the same. I know my students don't want to write this much because they're lazy. I get it. I promise for terms of trade, it helps you to do this. Okay? I always write, can I read this well? I can barely read it. I wanted to use the different color, but I think this red one's starting to die on me. Is this pink one good? Kind of. Yeah, we can kind of see that. So the opportunity cost of one coffee for each country. The opportunity cost of one pizza for each country. That's what I'm finding here. The opportunity cost of one coffee is something. The opportunity cost of one pizza is something. Okay? The thing that is the opportunity cost is how much of the other thing they could have made instead of making this thing. You're like, what the heck is happening? Country A can make 10 coffee or 5 pizza, right, in a day. These are either or options. These are not both. These are either or situations, okay? They can either make 10 coffee or 5 pizza, okay? The way you find the opportunity cost is we use what's called OGO, other goes over. So to find the opportunity cost of one coffee, I take the other 5, it goes over this 10, 5 over 10, which simplifies to 1/2. Every time they make a coffee, they could have made a half of a pizza. Like, I always think of it as they are half as good at making pizza as they are coffee. Like their ratios, 10C equals 5P, solve for 1C is what's happening. If you're a big math person, that's a way to think about it. Okay, for country B, other goes over 3 over 9, which is a third. Again, they are 3 times better at making coffee than pizza. So the opportunity cost of one coffee is a third of a pizza. And then we flip them over here. This would be 2, and this would be 3. And these are my opportunity costs. The comparative advantage is who has the lower opportunity cost. So country B has the comparative advantage in coffee production. And then pizza, country A has the comparative advantage because they have a lower opportunity cost. 2 is less than 3, a third is less than a half. Good news, things that matter. The whole thing you want to be looking at is these are what they are giving up to make one coffee and one pizza. You'd want whoever's giving up less. That's who's better at making it, right? So we got these guys here of 1 for 2 and 1 for 3. Cool? Or 1 for 2, 1 for 3, and 1 for 1/2, 1 for 1/3. Cool? Now we get to add the next step. The thing that it would be the like actual hard part, because the annoying thing here is I'd call all of that easy. It's ratios. If it was input, you would do OGU, yes, to make sure that is correct. If this said like number of minutes to make a thing of coffee and a thing of pizza, this whole stuff gets flipped around. I'll come back and do that actually after. I will do that after this, and then I'll show you. Okay. But I'm going to do terms of trade first before I do that input problem thing. So, terms of trade. So a question would ask, okay, which country is going to specialize in each good? That's step one. You should be doing that regardless when it terms of trade. Know who's making what is an important step here. But we'll go with who should specialize in what. You specialize based off comparative advantage. So country A will specialize in pizza. Country B will specialize in coffee because they're more efficient at producing those things than each other. Cool? Each country has a comparative advantage for only one product. That is exactly right. You will only have a comparative advantage in one. You cannot have a comparative advantage in both. It's a great thing to point out. So once you know one, you already know the other. Like I know 2 is less than 3, so even if I'm really bad at fractions, I've solved myself the problem. Yeah. You can't... No, it isn't all... The only situation where you would not have it is if neither has the comparative advantage. You can't have... If these were ties, like if this was a 1 for 2 and a 1 for 2 here, then neither has the comparative advantage. But there's never a situation where like country A would have the comparative advantage in both. It's a good thing to mention. I'm glad we're catching it. Don't worry. This is the time to catch this. Okay. So a term of trade problem. I'll throw an example of one that's not as easy. Okay. The easy version would be find a mutually beneficial term of trade for one pizza. Okay. Mutually beneficial term of trade for one pizza would be the easy version. The hard version would be like who benefits from a term of trade of one pizza for 5 coffee and explain. I'll do both, to be clear. So first question is mutually beneficial term of trade. The good news here is it's a short way to solve it. Okay, a mutually beneficial term of trade falls in between their opportunity costs. So if I see this 1 for 2 and 1 for 3 over here, then a trade of 1 pizza for 2.5 coffee would be good, would be mutually beneficial. If it falls in between the opportunity costs, it's mutually beneficial. For this one, where it's a half, so 0.5, and a third, so 0.3 repeating, 0.4 would be a good trade. They'll always say it as like a trade of 1 coffee or a trade of 1 pizza, which is why I write these like this. I write it like this because it helps me with the term of trade problem. I don't need to write it like this for my own sake. I do it because when terms of trade pops up, it gets confusing if you don't do this. Like I'm in the coffee column, so 1 coffee. I'm in the pizza column, so 1 pizza. Okay? That's why I write it like that. So if they ask for mutually beneficial term of trade, it just has to fall in between their opportunity costs. And I'll show you how that works. So I'm going to erase everything I just had. 1 for 2 and 1 for 3 is all I care about. 1 pizza for 2 coffee was A. 1 pizza for 3 coffee was B. And we are trying to find a mutually beneficial term of trade. So this is to explain what we just talked about. Okay? You need to know who is making what in the trade. Because what they're saying is, instead of these countries making things themselves, one country's going to make the pizza, one country's going to make the coffee, and they're going to trade with each other to get a combo that works well for both sides. That's the idea there. Okay. We know, based off the work we just did, country A has a comparative advantage in pizza. Right? They had the 2 versus the 3. They had the comparative advantage, right? So country A has got the comparative advantage in pizza. Country B has the comparative advantage in coffee, meaning this is literally a trade of 1 pizza from country A for some amount of coffee from country B. And we need to find an amount that works for both. Here's how we do that. If I look at these old opportunity costs, you can read them like they're a trade. Like in country A, whenever they gave up 1 pizza, they got back 2 coffee. If they stopped making 1 pizza, they could then make 2 coffee. So that's like a trade, basically, they're doing within their borders. They give up 1 pizza, they can make 2 coffee. Cool. I just need whatever number they're getting from B to be better than that. So as long as this number is greater than 2, country A loves that. So country A just needs it to be greater than 2. Country A just wants greater than 2. That gets them a good deal. So if this number is greater than 2, country A is like, hell yeah, dude. I gave up 1 pizza still. Didn't give up anything different. And now I'm getting back more coffee. Hell yeah. Country B, here's where people get messed up. Country B, we said, is giving up the coffee. I'm not boxing the pizza then. I'm boxing the coffee. I'm boxing and circling what they're giving up. Okay? So I'm boxing B. They used to give up 3 coffee to get 1 pizza. In order to get 1 pizza, the opportunity cost was 3 coffee. They had to give up 3 coffee for every 1 pizza. Now they're sending coffee to country A. They're still getting 1 pizza, but they're giving up question mark amount of coffee. For this to be a good trade for country B, they need to be giving up less than that 3. So country B needs whatever this is to be less than 3. Country A needs to be bigger than 2. So 2.5. Alex, thank you for the compliment. I did FRQ predictions. If you go back in the video, one of them I think might be terms of trade, so this is technically one of them. But if you go back in the video, I did the other 2 predictions already, which I thought was an aggregate demand supply curve into monetary policy and long-run self-adjustment was the first one, and then I think a Forex problem is the second one. But I worked through examples of them already, so feel free to go back in the video, Alex. I got you there. Okay, so that's why 2.5 works. But if we do the second question, which was who likes a trade of 1 for 5, well, me setting up like this solves that problem, right? Who likes a trade of 1 for 5? Well, country A used to give up 1 for 2. Country A is now giving up 1 for 5. Amazing deal for country A. Still giving up 1, getting 3 more. Country A loves that deal. Country B used to give up 3 for 1, is now giving up 5 for 1. It's not great. That's not what you want. It's absolutely not what you're looking for. So you for sure would not like that if you're country B. So when you're doing a terms of trade problem, especially as an FRQ, you don't want to mess around with the being lazy part. If it's a multiple choice question, honestly, multiple choice questions will largely work if you just know that it has to fall in between the opportunity costs. Once you find the opportunity costs, that's a number between those 2 numbers. Pick the answer that's between them and move on with your life. For an FRQ, if they ask you to explain it, I don't know how to explain it without doing this to help me out. Where it's like, okay, country A used to give up 1 for 2, now they're giving up 1 for 5. So when I'm writing it out, I would be like, okay, country A used to give up 1 pizza for every 2 coffee, now they're giving up 1 pizza and receiving 5 coffee, so country A benefits from this trade. Country B used to give up 3 coffee for every 1 pizza, now they're giving up 5 coffee for every 1 pizza, so they're not benefiting from this trade. That's how I would do it. So even me, and let me be very clear here, I have done an ungodly amount of terms of trade problems. I've taught this class for 8 years. It's a semester class, so I probably teach it on average 8 to 10 times a year. I teach this class because I have 2 semesters of 6 classes each semester, other classes too, but I usually average between 8 to 10 sections of AP Econ. So I've taught this class almost 80 times now. Done a lot of terms of trade problems, right? I still do this because I don't miss them if I do this. If I do it like this, I don't make the mistake. So on the FRQ, while I know you want to do less work, you should also want to get college credit. So prioritize the college credit over the not doing work thing, especially on the AP exam. I get it on homework, wanting to be a little bit lazy, but on your AP exam, there's no reason to get lazy. You're already taking the exam, gang. You don't get points for doing it in less work. What if you do it wrong? That'd be embarrassing. Cool. That's a term of trade problem. So that's my sort of the second of 3 possible things I think the third FRQ will be. The last thing, which I will review here before I take my dog outside. Is it raining right now? Actually, a good question, because we won't go outside if it is. Oh, it's died down. Nice. We never really got the storm here. Love that for me. No, not yet. He's now underneath the desk, and he is. I think he wants to. So we have to be very careful about this, because he's a dog that knows what the word WALK is and will react to it. So, all right. Let's do one more balance sheet problem. This is the other prediction I've got. To be clear, the Jacob Clifford graphic video, yes. I will tell you tomorrow before the AP exam, especially if you're in a sort of cram mode, watching this 5-hour video back will be insane. Clifford's stuff is more concise. Clifford does really concise review things that are fairly quick and easy and breezy, and if you know the content already, Clifford's stuff is great to review with. My stuff is typically for kids who have no idea what the hell is happening or completely forgot and are very scared. Sophie, I do believe the answer is yes to that. Ample reserves, I think, is a fair thing to ask on the FRQ. I put it in my prediction section that I did earlier. And in the long FRQ I made up, I worked through that. And early in the video, I did a reserve market problem. So if you're looking for all that stuff, it's all in here. Someone else was also scared about it. In fact, kind of everybody is scared about that. I think Clifford mentioned it too in his video that he thinks there'll be an ample reserves problem and maybe a reserve market problem on the AP exam. Because I think we're in fair game now. The good news is, review it and a lot of kids won't know how to do it, so the scores will be lower, which means the curve will be higher on the AP exam, if that makes you feel better. Could I take Clifford in a boxing match? I've actually met Jacob Clifford in real life. He did a training for our district like 4 or 5 years ago, so I met the guy, and we talked for like 2 hours one day because I'm the econ teacher, and we talked for a while. Very cool guy, very nice guy. 6'5" though, so because of reach purposes, I don't think I could take him in a boxing match. He has length. He can absolutely. I'm sure he could box pretty far because he's 6'5". That man is tall. Yeah, he's a really, really good, nice guy. Really helped us out a lot. He did a training for our whole district's AP teachers. It was great. Shouts to Jacob Clifford. That guy's awesome. He helped me a lot when I was first starting to teach this class because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. His videos saved my life as a teacher. Okay, he's the Heimler for econ, by the way. If you're a person who liked the Heimler videos when you were reviewing for AP Gov or APUSH or something, Clifford is the equivalent of Heimler for that. I'm not trying to fight Clifford. I don't want to fight him. I like him as a guy. Okay, we got a T account for Zenith Bank in the country of Everland. I don't love... they pick fake country names. It's stupid every time. The bank system in Everland has limited reserves. Cool. It kind of has to for balance sheet problems, by the way. It's hard to do a balance sheet problem with ample reserves. And the reserve requirement is 20%. Hello. Oh, yeah, right, reading. So again, this is if I'm reading it for the first time on the AP exam. I see limited reserves. Hello. I see 20% reserve requirement. Hello. Please, for the love of God, read these sentences above or below the balance sheet. They'll almost always tell you the reserve requirement. Don't make your life hard. Please read. Okay. I see the balance sheet. I see 200 million of deposits. I see 40 million of owner's equity. Okay. I see 80 million of reserves. I see 160 million of loans. Reminder, this money has been lent out. It is not at the bank. It is gone. Other people have it. Okay. Reminder that total assets must equal total liabilities. This adds up to 240. This adds up to 240. All of the things in my brain are going like, good, good, good. Balance sheet looks normal. I mean, I don't love that there's equity here, but I can deal. Okay? Again, like the last problem, the one I did earlier, the FRQ I did with the balance sheet earlier, it doesn't tell me if these are excess or required reserves, which I'm like, okay. I'll probably have to do that myself. Okay? A, calculate the maximum amount by which Zenith Bank can increase its loans. I'm just doing reading time. Okay, how much can they loan out is what this question's asking. It's asking about loans. It doesn't say over time, so this isn't a multiplier problem. It's just this bank, so it's not a multiplier problem. So this is just how much can they loan out. Got it. B, based on your answer, calculate the maximum possible increase in their money supply. And not just this bank, but the entire economy. Multiplier problem. The multiplier problem happens across the entire economy, throughout the entire banking system. It's not just held to one bank. Also, the multiplier's formula is change in excess reserves times money multiplier equals change in the money supply. So that's what we're doing for B. Got it. C, identify one reason that their money supply might expand by a smaller amount. We actually answered a question just like this before. They like doing this type of question here. And then 2 more parts. D, assume the Central Bank of Everland purchases 10 million of government securities from the public. Okay. That's an interesting way to frame it. All right. So the central bank, oh my God, I did the make it bigger thing again. So weird. The central bank buys 10 million of securities from the public. Securities are bonds. They're buying them from the public. That's us. Buying them from us. Okay. If the public deposits, 10 million in the bank, how much will their required reserves change by? Okay, that sounds like a lot. Really, honest to God, the first half of this doesn't even matter. If the public deposits $10 million, how much will their required reserves change by is the question. That's it. Okay. E, what will happen to the price of bonds? Oh, as a result of the increase of this purchase in government securities. This actually has to do with Gavin's question earlier about the interest rate price of bonds thing. So I love that this question hits this. But there's other ways to answer this that makes this easier. Also doesn't say to explain it. Thank God. Because explaining the price of bonds and shit thing takes forever. They don't really have you explain it very often because it took me like 5 minutes to explain it to y'all. So that kind of gives it away. So that's the reading time. Here we go. Answering the problem. All right. What I'm doing first. First, I'm ignoring the questions entirely. I'm fixing this in my head for my sake. Okay. So while it says reserves here, I'm gonna fix this. We've got required, and we've got excess reserves. Okay. I'm going to find those first and then move on with my life. All right. So deposits are 200 million. Reserve requirement is 20%. So the required reserves should be 40 million. For any of you that are wondering how I got that, reminder, the required reserves is based off this percentage related to deposits. The reserve requirement is the percentage of deposits the bank has to hold on to. Deposits, not equity, deposits. So 20% of 200 million, if you didn't know that, calculator, 200 times 0.2 is 4D million. That's my required. And I had 80 million of total reserves. So if I have 80 million of total reserves and 40 million of those are required, the other 40 must be the excess. So even though this wasn't a question on this problem, I know this will matter because, hey, look, it ends up mattering in the first question anyway. I also read it, so I knew it was going to matter anyway. So I just did this for myself to help myself out. Some interesting questions. What would we do if we got a balance sheet one side's higher than the other? You wouldn't. I don't know. They have never done that before, Samiksha. It's incorrect. If they did that, there'd be something wrong with the balance sheet. There would be a question being like, what's wrong with this balance sheet? And it's like, there's too much money on one side. So if you saw that, that'd be like a massive red flag that something's wrong with the balance sheet. They have never done that before. So I don't think they'll do that, Samiksha. It's a good question. If they do, that'd be hilarious. But you would just say, this balance sheet is incorrect in some way. They'd probably be like, is there anything wrong with this balance sheet? Like, the assets don't equal the liabilities would be like the problem. That could be a multiple choice question, I guess, where they could give you a balance sheet that's like wrong and ask you what's wrong about it. That seems like it's fair. I guess they could do that. I haven't seen that before as a multiple choice question, but they could. So, max amount they can increase their loans by, 40. Why is it 40? Because that's the excess reserves. Show my work, I would do the 200 times the 0.2 to get me the 40 for the required. I would do the 80 minus the 40 gets me the 40 for the excess. So like my work here would have been 200 times 0.2 equals 40 mil. 80 mil of total reserves minus 40 mil of required reserves means there has to be 40 mil of excess. So like honestly, even though this doesn't say anything of like what I'm actually thinking, as a grader, I would take it. I'd be like, yeah, I see what you did. I know you understood it. I think you got it. And that would work just fine. 2-1, I'll get to that. That's a good question. I'll do it after I do this FRQ. Okay. B. Based on your answer in part A, calculate the maximum possible change in the money supply. Multiplier problem. Again, the formula is you take the change in the excess, basically if they were to lend out all of their excess, times your money multiplier equals the change in the money supply. We said the excess was 40 mil. We said the multiplier it's 1 over the reserve requirement, so it'd be 1 over 0.2. So like here's my setup right here. I know it's time to take the dog out. 40 million times 1 over 0.2. 1 over 0.2 is 5, because 0.2 goes into 1 5 times. If you're not a person who knows math very well, that's what's going on. 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1. So 40 mil times 5 is 200 mil. These are zeros, not ones. Looks like a 1 from that angle. It's better. $200 million is the change in the money supply that could happen there. We take the 40 million times the 5. Ta-da. There's your multiplier problem. C. Identify one reason why the money supply might expand by a smaller amount. We talked about this earlier with the previous balance sheet problem. A reminder that people might not deposit their money back into a bank. They might carry their wealth and their money in the form of cash, which means it doesn't get multiplied. Because banks create that money by loaning out stuff, so if it's not deposited, it can't be loaned out. Second reason you could put is that banks might not loan out all of their excess reserves, which is very possible. In fact, is actually very realistic. Banks don't tend to lend out all of their excess reserves. They want to keep some cash in case, I don't know, you want to withdraw your money. D, assume the central bank purchases 10 million in securities from the public. That doesn't really matter for D. It actually matters for E. If the public deposits the $10 million in Zenith Bank, by how much will Zenith Bank's required reserves change as a result of the new deposit? This question is actually easy. It looks complicated, but it's not that hard. It's saying if people deposit $10 million in the bank, what will happen to their required reserves? How much will they change by? Okay, well, 10 million. I know they have to hold on to 20% of deposits, right? So 2 mil would go to the required reserves, and 8 mil would go to the excess. Reminder, when money is deposited into a bank with these balance sheets, think of it getting split into the two buckets. The bucket the bank can't touch is the required reserves, that's the 20%. And the bucket the bank can touch and loan out is the excess. So that 10 million, 2 million goes to the required. That's the answer to this question, by the way. It's just $2 million. The excess, the required reserves will grow by $2 million is the answer to that. Doesn't even ask you to show your work because it's really just take 20% of 10 million. And that's the entire problem. E, what will happen to the price of bonds as a result of their purchase in government securities? Okay. This is the Gavin question from earlier. Is it okay to shorten millions to mil like that? Yeah, they'd be fine with that. Don't not label it. Don't put 2. You don't write 2 million or 2, 000, If you wrote mil, we'd be fine. We could, as a grader, I can't imagine any grader would get like upset about that. We know you mean million. That's not complicated. If you wrote million when it's billion, that would be incorrect. So be careful for that kind of thing. Always double check that before you finish. If you finish your stuff earlier, then Ion, if you go back in the video, you can rewind the live stream and then catch back up. So when I go into break to take my dog out in a little bit here, feel free to just go back. You'll see the answer in a second. E, what'll happen to the price of bonds? So 2 ways to think about this. I'll give you the dumb but technically right way, and then the actual way you should be thinking about it for the sake of getting every question right on the AP exam. Dumb but technically right way. Okay. If people buy more of a thing, the price goes up. Because of demand, right? The more we bought Stanley cups, the more Stanley can charge. The more my kids buy Chick-fil-A sandwiches, the more Chick-fil-A charges, right? The more you buy of a thing, the higher the price gets. The government, the central bank is buying more bonds. Cool. Bonds prices will go up. Not complicated. Okay, not complicated, very easy to figure out. It's just going to go up because there's more demand for it. That isn't the good answer from AP exam standpoint. That just technically works. You could also think of it as because they're buying them, there's less of them out for sale. So less of a supply would get you a higher price. That also technically works. Those are both logical reasons as to why the price goes up. The actual reason, though, I'm so sorry, has to do with someone asked about the money market graph earlier. I'll use this as an example for a money market problem really fast. So I'm going to use the money market really fast for this. The central bank buying securities is an expansionary monetary policy. All right. I'm drawing a money market graph to show you how this will work, to then connect it back to the thing I explained to Gavin earlier about the interest rate price of bond thing. Okay. Let me be clear here. I over-abbreviated this graph to save myself space. You don't label it like this in the AP exam. So it's quantity of money. You would write Q money on the AP exam. Demand and supply of money. SM and DM are fine. And then the nominal interest rate. I know you can barely read it. I barely wrote it. Nominal interest rate. Don't abbreviate it like that. Write the words nominal interest rate. Okay? So, the central bank is buying bonds from the public. It tells you people now have more money. They're putting that money in the bank. The money supply should be growing then. When the central bank is buying securities or buying bonds from the public, they are giving people money. Giving them cash right now. How do you buy a thing? By giving someone money. So, we get this larger money supply, which makes the interest rate go down. And as we explained with Gavin earlier, the interest rate and the price of previously issued bonds are inversely related. So, if the interest rate's going down, those previously issued bonds, which have a higher interest rate because it's fixed, are more valuable and could resell for more. Is that more complicated? Oh my god, yeah, it's way more complicated to actually explain it like this. I know. So the demand for or supply thing actually does still work. You could do that for sure. But technically what's happening is as the Fed buys bonds and the money supply grows, interest rates go down, so old bonds become more valuable because they have a higher rate of return, which is the cool thing there. Just know that interest rates and the price of bonds are inversely related, and then figure it out from there. It's probably good. Or as people buy more of a thing, the price goes up, because the more you buy of a thing, the more they charge for a thing. That's like every supply and demand graph ever. More demand equals higher price. Woo! Okay. Going out of this question, is there any other questions over the question that I want to do this? Two on that question you mentioned. Assume the economy is in an inflationary gap. What happens? I assume that's an inflationary gap. What happens to wages in the long run if they are sticky? What do you mean? They're not sticky in the long run. The wages are. No, E did not say to explain it, and Fish. It didn't say to explain. Thank God. They usually don't ask you to explain that, to be honest, because if you were to, because kids would probably over-explain it if they knew it, and if they didn't know it, they would write something very small, which would be very funny. So I don't think I've ever seen them actually ask you to explain the price of bonds interest rate inverse relationship thing, because it's really hard to explain it in less than a paragraph, if I'm being honest. And that's not what the AP Econ exam is about. The AP Econ exam does not want you to write a lot of words. They do not want you to write long explanations. An explanation max in Econ would be like 2, maybe 3 sentences tops. And even then, it would maybe only be like 4 lines, maybe 5 lines of text tops. I can't imagine you needing to write any more than that for any question ever in our class. Sorry. Oh, it's flexible in the long run. Yes, the wages are flexible in the long run. Ample reserves. Yeah, 2-1. I did a reserve market earlier. I did the reserve market really early because someone else asked about that one too, so feel free to pop back in the video and find that. What am I covering after the break? Alex, it's a great question. I have no idea. It kind of is up to people now because I've gone through my FRQ predictions at this point. I have done the reserve market. I have done loanable funds market. I've done a Forex market problem. So a decrease in interest rate would shift demand to the right. A decrease in interest rate will shift the demand for... Okay, we got to be careful on vocab for what I'm hearing from that 2-1 question. I want to make sure that I say this right, because there's more than one demand we're talking about if we're talking about this. Okay. A decrease in interest rates will increase aggregate demand. Lower interest rates will make it so that we borrow and spend more. Okay. A decrease in the administered interest rates will cause your demand for reserves on the reserve market to, technically it's like sliding downward kind of / rightward. It sort of depends on your perspective. I think that as I'm actually moving the demand curve down there for the reserve market. A lower interest rate would increase aggregate demand, making sure we have the same demands here. Be careful with just saying supply and demand, guys. There are so many supply and demand graphs. Okay, there's like 5 of these. Can they connect the money market to the loanable funds market? Yes, very easily. Because the money supply and supply of loanable funds, imagine like a Venn diagram that overlaps a ton. Because most of the money supply, most of the money in our economy is in banks. The supply of loans is based off of bank stability. So if the money supply grows, the supply of loans would also grow. Because if banks have more money, banks have more money. It's not really rocket science. Those two supply curves aren't identical, but there's a super strong overlap between them, where if banks have more money, the supply of both of them would go up. If banks have less, the supply of both would go down. What is a good tip to remember what goes on the X and Y axis of all of the graphs? Oh, okay, Gordon. Fire Gordon. So here's what I'll say. A lot of the FRQs, let me find one and I'll show you. A lot of the FRQs will actually give you a hint, where they'll like tell you what the supply and demand graph, what the sort of like axes are on each of the graph. Yeah, here's a good example. Over here. So this is a long FRQ. Actually, this one would be a lot like the one that I was talking about. This is actually almost exactly like, except for this math bit in the middle. This is very similar to the question I was talking about at the beginning for the my first prediction, where it tells you to label a aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve, and it says label the current equilibrium output and price level as Y1 and PL1. Those are the X and Y axis, dog. They tell it to you. Like I write real GDP instead of real output because GDP is less letters. But if you wrote real output, that would be fine too. Some of the questions will actually just tell you. Do you have to remember that the output is the X-axis and the price level is the Y-axis? Yes. But the rule of thumb there is on every supply and demand graph, X-axis is quantity, Y-axis is price. Okay? On your loan graph, it's quantity of loans and real interest rate because the price of a loan is the interest rate. How can I remember if it's not given? Okay, I'll try to give you one for each that helps you. That helps. There isn't like a short little mnemonic or anything. There isn't like an easy like no, I can turn my brain off kind of answer. The answer is if it's a supply and demand graph, which is everything but the PPC and the Phillips curve. Outside of those two, it's always quantity on an x-axis, price on a y-axis, right? So if it's a loan graph, quantity of loans, and the price of a loan is the real interest rate, okay? Because the interest rate is the real price of a loan, right? It's not what you borrow; it's how much you have to pay to borrow, which is the interest rate, right? On the money market graph, it's quantity of money and nominal interest rate. Way to remember that: money, M-O-N, nominal, N-O-M, mon, nom, money, nominal, M-O-N, N-O-M. That's how I think about it. I had some really dumb boys last year who called it the mommy market. Money, nominal, and then just their brain went right to mommy. It helped like 5 kids remember it on the AP exam, so I'm not mad at them for it, but it is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If that works, it works. On the Forex market, it's quantity of the currency and the price of the currency, which is the exchange rate. So that one works like that. Boy. For the reserve market, it's quantity of reserves. You see that at the pattern here. It's like always like quantity and then the thing. The reserve market is the policy rate. Honest to God, I can't think of an easy way to remember that other than remembering that we're talking about things from the bank's perspective, and the policy rate is the bank-to-bank loan price. But you have to know vocab really well for that to really like make sense. So that one's not like intuitive. Phillips curve's definition is that there's an inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment. So that one's kind of the giveaway for that one. PPC is random. It could be whatever the two goods are they give you. Consumer goods, capital goods is most common, but it could be pizza, robots, whatever they give you on the question. Supply and demand graph is just price and quantity. Aggregate demand supply graph is price level, price of everything, and GDP, which is pretty much quantity of everything. Elizabeth, thank you for watching. You were here for like 3 hours. Yeah, you did good. You did plenty. 3 hours is so much. Balance payments. Train, I did go over balance payments. If you go back to the Forex problem I did at the end, I did a balance payments sort of example there, so feel free to go back to that. I got you. Hope that helped, Gordon. Yeah, I always think of it as real interest rate is the loan market because the price of a loan really is the interest rate. The price of money isn't really interest rates. That's just the closest we can think of as the price of money. That's why we use nominal because it's less accurate. We use real for loans because banks think of the real interest rate when they're lending because if they don't, they can get screwed over. May I go over crowding out? I will when I get back from walking my dog. And ditto with the interest rate investment thing. That's easy. Those are the same question actually. K2. Can I go over ample and limited reserves? Evan actually did that. One of the first things I did was I went over the reserve market and ample versus limited reserves. Feel free to go back in the video. I'll go over crowding out again because it's worth going out. It just goes over so much. Honestly, all the practices the second semester did really help. This is pretty much just here on the top of revising. Yeah, this is just review for the most part. Okay, I'm going to take, everyone should, to be clear, if you've been here this whole time, you need to take a break here. I'm going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break to go take my dog on a walk because he wants it, I'm going to assume. He's been sleeping nonstop. He's been so good. I'm so proud of him. He wasn't allowed at all for any of this, so he's been a great job. So I'm going to go and take him out. Tiffany, present value, like time value of money, will not be on the exam. They've stopped covering that on the AP Macro exam. So if that thing scared you, you don't got to worry about that anymore. They stopped covering that. All right. I will be back in about 10, 15 minutes. That's 8. On my clock, it's like 8:25, something like that. Nugget, 7-graph problem? Yeah, we can do a 7-graph problem. That's a good way to review a lot of the graphs. All right. BRB gang. Oh, please don't be weird in the chat while I'm gone. unmute my mic. There we go. Did I nail the time? Yeah, about 13 minutes. Pretty good. I have returned. We are back, and here we go. What happened in the chat since I was gone? GLP will change if there's long-term growth. Basically, LRS moving is true. Yeah, that's true. Is the real GDP the same for the base year and the year after? The real GDP was not the same for the 2020 and 2021 question, Isha. The real GDP per capita was the same. The real GDP in 2020 was 40,000. The real GDP in 2021 was 44,000, but the populations were different. So your per capita ended up getting the same answer for your GDP per capita. That was the thing in that question I went over, Isha. Emily, is there a Quizlet for the vocab that we should go over? Honest to God, have no idea. Probably. I mean, there usually is. There's a Quizlet for basically everything. So I'd wager there probably is a Quizlet for vocab. I think on my Canvas I posted like a cheat sheet that has a bunch of like formulas and vocab on it that are all good to know. Professional streamer. I am not a professional streamer because I'm a teacher. That's the biggest reason. When I play video games, I get frustrated and occasionally I swear. And I don't want to have that recorded in any sort of way because students would then clip it constantly, which is fair. I mean, if I had a teacher who streamed, I'd clip it constantly because it'd be so funny. I'd make like a soundboard off of clips of a teacher who I had, if they were a streamer and they said a bunch of dumb stuff, I would just clip it. So there's no way I stream professionally. I do have, this is Streamlabs, because I, at one point, was thinking about it, and then I realized that would be a bad idea for me. But it worked out for all of this stuff. After review, stream Dark Souls. I do not play Dark Souls. I am bad. I'm a casual. I can't play Dark Souls. Those games are too hard. I'm not hitting the gritty. Am I the only one who thinks the FRQ is easier than multiple choice? I actually agree with Jacob. I think I like the FRQs more. I think the FRQs are generally more straightforward. They're more like they're more cut. They're very similar. A lot of the FRQs use like a similar like sort of template or setup, so you can really see it in a way that makes sense. Can review all the FRQs I did. You can go back and watch the earlier parts of the video. This will save on my YouTube channel after. This does not go away. So this will stay on my YouTube channel after I finish here in probably about an hour and a half. And then you can just go back and watch through it. Daniel, I did some bank balance sheet problems. Can review fiscal and monetary combinations? Yeah, we can do that pretty easily. Not doing Dark Souls. M1. I'll do M1 and M2 real fast because I can do that in 2 seconds. And Kylie's answer I can do really fast too. Daniel, if you go back in this video, I did a balance sheet problem right before I went to break, and I went to balance sheet problem also earlier. So feel free to go back and you'll find everything. M1, M2, and M0. I'll just do all three because they're worth mentioning. These are the different sort of, I call them like versions of the money supply. You really only need to know M0 and M1. M2 you probably won't ever need to know. M0 is what we call the monetary base. That is just money we know for sure actually exists. So that is currency, meaning paper money that we printed. We know that exists because we printed it. And what we call bank reserves, which is money the banks store at the Fed. So M0 is currency and bank reserves. We know it exists because it printed it or because the banks have put it in the Fed. If you're wondering, wait, there's money that doesn't exist? Yeah, there is. Most of the money in our economy is just numbers on a computer screen. It's currency, bank reserves. That's M0. M1 is what we call the money supply. Whenever you hear the money supplies in this class, like the money supply from your money multiplier formula or the money supply from... Actually, I don't need my headphones for this. I have no audio coming through my headphones at this point. I'm just going to do this so my head gets a break. I don't know who Miss Galindo says. M1 is all spendable money, which includes three things. And be careful if you look up old versions of this, because M1 had a change happen in real life like 2 years ago. The AP exam has been updated to reflect this. M1 is currency again, cash, paper money. It is deposits, so money you put in the bank. They'll say demand deposits or checkable deposits, same thing. And it is short-term savings. I'll just write savings because it's like a normal savings account is how I would phrase that. So M0, currency and bank reserves. This is money we know for sure exists. M1 is all spendable money. It's spendable when it's cash. It's spendable in your bank account, because you guys mostly use debit cards, I would assume, or Venmo or Cash App or Apple Pay. That's all using your checking account, right? And savings, because your savings account, like a short-term one, like a Wells Fargo or Chase or something, is oh my god, my brain is just so fried right now. Is basically one tap away from being spendable. Your savings account is not that different from your checking account in terms of spendability. It's just like, oh, go on my phone, tap, transfer to account, and it takes like literally 5 seconds. So I wouldn't call that less spendable. So that's all M1 and M0. M2 you shouldn't need to know, because there's a lot of things that fall into M2 that are kind of random, like mutual funds and certificates of deposit, which are like a time-sealed savings account where you can't touch the account for a certain amount of time. It's less liquid stuff. The lower the number, the more liquid it is, meaning the closer it is to like actual cash. M0, actual money we know for sure exists. M1, money that you can spend, which kind of is all that matters, so that's the money supply. M2 is pretty close. We're like one step away from actual money. M3, on and on and on like that. That's really all you got to know for the money, for the M0 and M1. The one trick they'll ask about all the time, I can almost guarantee they're going to ask about this M1 thing. They love to do this. Is if you took your money that was in your wallet, like say $100, and deposited it into your bank account, what would happen to M1? And the answer is nothing. M1 wouldn't change then. It would go from cash to deposits, but that's in M1. So you moved 100 from cash to deposits, 100 less in cash, but 100 more in deposits. M1 hasn't changed. So if they move between the different three things in M1, M1's still the same. It's just the total amount of M1's the same. The fiscal and monetary combinations, sure. Kylie, it's easier than you think. If you're in a recession, do an expansionary thing. Could be expansionary monetary, could be expansionary fiscal. In the real world, we do expansionary of both. If we're in a recession, like we were in 2020 when the pandemic happened, the government increased spending by a crap ton. Stimulus checks, all that stuff. They spent a ton of money. And the Federal Reserve did every expansionary policy they had in the books. They lowered the reserve requirements to 0%. They bought a ton of securities. They lowered the discount rate and the IORB rate. They did all of that stuff. And we're not dealing with the stupid skibbity Ohio Riz thing. Sorry, Georgie, I'm blocking you, bud. Just saved myself the time. I just blocked it. It's fine. It's so dumb. Okay. What was the other thing that I needed to look at? It's too late to think about. Difference between short and long FRQ. Oh, sorry, I haven't finished Kai's question yet. Do expansionary of both. There is one big thing that you have to be aware of when you do expansionary of both, which is expansionary monetary policies increase the money supply, which gets interest rates to go down, right? That's the whole point of the policy, is you get lower interest rates so we borrow and spend more. That's why you do an expansionary monetary policy, is to get people to spend more. That's how it does it. An expansionary fiscal policy, because of crowding out, can make interest rates go up. So when you do both an expansionary fiscal and an expansionary monetary policy, a lot of times the question will say, it'll keep a stable interest rate, or we can't really tell what happens to the interest rate. It's because the expansionary monetary policy brings it down. The expansionary fiscal policy brings the interest rate up because of crowding out. And I don't know which of those is like bigger. Like, I don't know numbers. They didn't tell me numbers on the problem. Like, the expansionary monetary could lower interest rates by 3%. The expansionary fiscal could raise them by 5%, which would mean they go up. I don't know what they're changing by percentage-wise, so I won't know what happens to the interest rate. So be aware, if you do expansionary of both fiscal and monetary, we can't tell what happens to interest rates, but it should still increase GDP, because expansionary fiscal policy will increase GDP. Expansionary monetary policy will increase GDP. It's just the interest rate gets a determinant there. Difference between long and short FRQ. Typically, the long FRQ is multiple graphs. That's the most common way you see a long FRQ, is it's a multiple graph problem, and it's longer. I mean, it's like, it's opposed to parts A through D, it's parts A through H, so it's a longer problem. You can honestly just like staple two short FRQs together and get a long FRQ. They're not like really that different. It's just length of problem, number of things that are on it. It's worth more of your score because of that. Like, half of your FRQ grade is the long FRQ, a quarter is for FRQ, the short one, the first one, and the other quarter is for the other short one. So the long's worth 50%, the two shorts are worth 25% of your FRQ grade, which as a whole is worth a third of your overall grade. How would Dark Souls connect to econ? Opportunity cost of using an Estus flask. Difference between interest on reserves and administered interest rates. There's not a difference. Interest on reserves is an administered interest rate. It is one of the administered interest rates. So when they say they're lowering the administered interest rates, they are lowering the IOR and the discount rate. Both of them. So I wouldn't call it synonymous, but very strong overlap Venn diagram. Where like administered interest rates is a big circle. One of the circles inside of that circle is the IOR. Money multiplier is 1 over X. The X there is the reserve requirement, just to be clear, but yes. Oh, thank you, Trent. You answered this question for me. Appreciate it, Trent. Do you know different monetary and fiscal policies and how to remember that? Yes, you should know all of them. You should know the expansionary and contractionary fiscal policies are changing taxes and changing spending. Just know that expansionary means you want GDP to go up, so you'd be increasing spending or decreasing taxes, and vice versa for contractionary. For monetary, generally lowering the things is expansionary and buying bonds is expansionary. Raising the things, like raising the reserve requirement, raising the discount rate, raising the IOR rate, those are contractionary, and selling bonds is contractionary. Oh, let me move my thing over here because for some reason the chat actually gets blocked here. What are the 3 main topics I should review for tomorrow? Aggregate demand supply curve, monetary policy, and what are the 3 things that I would review? That's a good question. Maybe Phillips curve. Because the long FRQ will either have aggregate demand supply curve or Phillips curve on it, one of the 2. I can almost guarantee that. Why do these AP readers have 9-year-olds spamming random stuff? Dude, because 9-year-olds are bored. They don't have anything better to do. Should you talk about the opportunity cost of holding money? Oh, hell yeah. That's a great one. That one's so stupid. Okay, so I will actually go through that with the money market problem. So the opportunity cost of holding money is interest. So when you're holding money, I mean like having it in cash in your wallet. Like there is a passive loss you have by having your wealth in the form of cash, which is that if it's in your pocket, like in your wallet, it's not gaining any value, right? Like think of comparing your pocket, wallet, purse, whatever, where you keep your cash at versus your savings account. Like if you have a savings account, that'll have interest on it. Now, for most of you guys, I'm sure that it's like not a very good interest rate, probably like 0.01 a percentage, something like that, like not a very good one. But still, if you have it in your pocket versus if you have it in your bank account, it's actually gaining value. It's getting a little bit of interest over time. In your pocket, it gets nothing. So the higher the interest rate, the higher the opportunity cost of having cash in your pocket. Like if interest rates were 5%, then I'm actually losing quite a bit of money, potentially, just by having it on me. It should all be in my bank account, because then it's gaining actual interest. It doesn't gain any value being in my pocket. So that's the opportunity cost part. What that's tied to graph-wise is actually your money market graph. That's actually the explanation for the demand curve on that graph. So the demand for money, which I'm not drawing this graph super accurately here, I'm just sort of doing, this is an example. So your money market graph, which has the supply of money, vertical line, I'm just talking about the demand curve here. Quantity of money, nominal interest rate. The demand curve is downward sloping here because at a really high interest rate, you wouldn't want to have much cash. You would rather have assets. You would rather have your money in your bank account. You'd rather have it be in a bond because you're gaining a lot of value off of that. Like I always think of it as like savings account versus checking account. If interest rates are really high, I don't want any money in my checking account. I want it all in my savings account collecting that interest. So I wouldn't really want to have spendable cash that much. I would rather have it be in a savings account. Whereas when interest rates are low, like for a lot of us with our savings accounts right now, they're really low interest rates, then the opportunity cost of holding money is pretty low. So I would rather have cash because I don't really get much value out of it. It's a good question, Anina. Will it tell you if it's a fiscal or monetary, or if it doesn't, how do you tell? It will say a policy action. If it says the central bank or the Federal Reserve, it's monetary. If it says government, it's fiscal. So generally, they'll usually tell you. They'll be like, identify a fiscal policy, identify a monetary policy. But if they don't, they'll be like, identify a policy action the central bank can take. That's monetary. They control the money supply. If it says the government, that's fiscal. So that's a good question there, Nate. And the next person actually just answered the question. I'm not even looking at it. Matthew kind of mentioned what I mentioned, but didn't explain it. Review econ. I did go over bank balance sheets. It's a great question. If you go back in the live stream, I did a couple of practice problems with bank balance sheets. I can do another one of those later. Are interest on reserves used when banks have ample reserves? Yes, Billy, but they can also be used when they have limited. They can be used in both. They're just much more likely to see in this. Schlock, how would an increase in the supply of loanable funds affect the ADAS graph? It's great. I'll just show you Schlock, it's easy. So loanable funds market, supply of loans, demand of loans, quantity of loans, and the price of a loan, which is the real interest rate. I'm labeling this graph kind of lazy to just solve Schlock's problem really fast. I will do the 7-graph shift thing, I promise. This will be the last thing I do. I know. I know you've been asking for it all day. It's just the last thing I'm going to do because after I do that, I'm going to pass out. If I do a 7-graph problem, I will faint. So I will be done after that. So if we look at this, the increased supply on loanable funds, meaning banks have more money to loan out, should make interest rates go down, like this. Think banks have more money to loan, so loans get cheaper, is like the easy logic of that, right? The more they have to loan, the more we can borrow, the more we can spend, which means on your ADAS graph, lower interest rates lead to more investment spending, so more aggregate demand, right? Remember that interest rates and investment spending, which is an aggregate demand component, are inversely related. So as this interest rate falls, people can borrow and spend more easily. If there's more money to loan out, people will then be able to borrow and spend more, would be the logic of it. So it's an aggregate demand increase. Schlock. What's the value added approach? Isaac, honestly, stupid. It's a stupid approach. The idea is you take everything that's bought in a country and then subtract out the things that don't count towards your GDP. Usually you take all of the goods that are produced and subtract out the intermediate goods, like the things that were used to make them, because those things don't count towards GDP. I call it stupid because you shouldn't have added them in the first place. But sometimes a question will just give you, here's the value of everything produced. Here's the value of intermediate goods. Those shouldn't be included. So you subtract them out. It's one of the GDP methods to find it. It's kind of dumb. 7-graph problem, yes, I'll do. Interest rates and inflation, real interest rate equals nominal interest rate minus inflation rate. So when you say interest, we need to make sure we're talking about the right interest rate. The real interest rate and the inflation rate technically inversely related because of the formula. The Fisher equation is the formula there. Again, it is real interest equals nominal interest minus inflation. The higher the inflation rate, the lower the real interest rate. So, yes, no good Shamika is cyberbullying me to get into the 7-graph problem. I'll do it. Do you have a practice calculate the GDP question that lists out the country's consumer spending, net exports, etc.? I don't, but there are a lot of those. In those problems, you just add up consumption, investment, government spending, net exports. That's it. Is contractionary monetary policy, does the natural rate of unemployment stay the same or increase? It stays the same. The natural rate of unemployment would only change if there is a change to structural or frictional unemployment. Those are the good types of unemployment, ones that should happen. And they'd have to be specific about that. They would have to tell you that structural or frictional are changing for you to know that the natural rate of unemployment is changing. It's a good question. What is the policy rate? Thank you, Trent, for answering that. That is the exact same question. Nugget equals Ethan, by the way. Oh, thank you, Ethan. Okay, 7-graph problem time, 7-graph problem time. Let me see if I have the PowerPoint where I have it. I could just project that and walk my way through it. If I can't, I'll just make it up because I can do that too, which is honestly not a brag. It actually is mostly embarrassing that I can do that. Let me see if I can just find my 7-graph shift problem on here somewhere. Because I made it as a PowerPoint one time. I'm just wondering if it's on my computer here. That's not right. And might be the right folder. Un momento, Mr. McRitchie is looking through his files on his computer. No, you don't get to look. Oh, yep, that file's corrupted. Dang it. Wait. Hello? Oh, tell me you work. Tell me you're going to open. Tell me this is right. Oh. Let me confirm. This won't have the reserve market in it, but I can just add the reserve market. That's not hard. I'm changing something really fast. So I'm just making sure I have this question right. Oh my god, there's so many questions here. Probably should just switch this to un momento. You're watching me create a PowerPoint slide on the fly here. Invigorating stuff. I can see there's questions coming in the chat while this is happening. I'm very sorry, guys. I'm just going to make sure that I can do this. Illustrate the change. Trent is doing work for me in the chat. I really appreciate this, Trent. I'll make sure that you're right in a second. I'm not looking at your answer just yet. Double checking how many graphs I have on this problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yep, that's right. Okay. All right. And PowerPoint it. Nope, wrong slide. Wrong way. Boy, oh boy. Slideshow. Set up slideshow. Got it. All right. Here we go. Okay. Before I do it, let me see if there's anything else I want to answer before I do that. What is the policy rate used for? Does it change the AD or AS? Actually, it will affect the aggregate demand curve because the policy rate is indicative of all other interest rates. So if the policy rate goes down, you can assume interest rates will go down as well, which will make aggregate demand go up. Jaden has a good question, actually. It's used as the actual interest rate the Fed is trying to do stuff. Akini, that's exactly right for the crowding out explanation. Thank you so much. The reserve market changes in the floor, Gavin, that's right, of the demand curve. Crowding out, we got it. Emily, what's up? Velocity of money, I'll do that really fast because that's actually an equation that I think will show up before I do the 7 graph shift. I'm so sorry, I have it ready to go, I promise. Look, it's coming. Look at this spooky thing, it's coming. This is slide 1 of 4. Terrifying. Okay, there we go. Quantity theory of money is M times V equals P times Y. You love an equation that's just variables. Absolute nightmare. M is the money supply, how much money we have in our economy. V is the velocity of money, how frequently we spend it. Think like, how soon after that direct deposit hits do you go to buy a chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A? Velocity of money. The faster we spend money, the more frequently we spend it, the more spending will occur, right? If you spend 3 times in a month, you'll be spending more. You'll probably spend more than somebody who spends twice in a month. P is price level. Y is real GDP. That's the quantity theory of money. Easy version is they just give you numbers to plug in and you solve. It's worth mentioning that P times Y, which is price level times real GDP, equals the nominal GDP. It's worth mentioning because sometimes they will just say, if the money supply is 400 and the nominal GDP is 1600, what's the velocity of money? It's 4, because this is the nominal GDP. If I take the price level and multiply by the real GDP, I'll effectively add inflation back into the real GDP, which will make it the nominal GDP. So that could happen there. Most common way I've seen this talked about in the AP exam is they say something like, your money supply goes up by 3%. Assume that the velocity of money is constant, not changing. And this economy is at full employment, meaning in the long run, that GDP shouldn't change either. If you're at full employment, you should always get back there in the long run. So they'll be like, what's going on in this economy? Well, if you increase the money supply by 3% and your GDP is not going to change and your velocity of money is not going to change, balancing the equation out, that just means that prices will go up by 3%. Which the quantity theory of money just says, if you increase the money supply when you're at full employment, you're not going to get economic growth, you're actually just going to get inflation, which is what this formula is saying, basically. If I'm at full employment and V is not changing, and Y is not changing because I'm at full employment, then increasing M will only increase P. Kind of the idea. Know the formula for the sake of math. If there's an easy math problem, they'll use it. They'll use it. They'll have a question on this. Just guarantee it. Can absolutely happen. Will it be a math problem or will it be a concept problem? I couldn't tell you, to be honest, but they'll use it. The idea is that monetary policy does not really get you economic growth in the long run if you're at full employment already. Okay. That should be it. Long-run consequences of stabilization policies. Dog, that is specifically just a thing from the AP exams lessons list. That is the long-run self-adjustment. Train, I'm about to do the Phillips curve because it's going to be a problem that's on here, so we got you. The Phillips curve is about to show up on this thing. So here we go. 7 graph problem. Is a recession on the 80 the same as a recession in a gap? Yes, it is. Yeah, it'd be the same thing. So, I need to move my head out of the way because I'm kind of in the way for this. Let's do big can. Nope, it is with everything. There it is. Easier to see this. So, assume that the U.S. economy is currently operating at full employment. The U.S. and France are trade partners with no barriers to trade, and that the U.S. has an interest rate of 3.5%, and France has an interest rate of 3%. To be clear, I'm going to walk through and answer all of this. Feel free to pause and solve if you want to, and check back with what I'm saying after, or fully mute me and solve it, and then come back and check on what I'm doing. But this is going to be a problem where we use every graph, basically, on the AP exam in this problem. So I'm going to do all of it. It's going to be a pretty big review. After this, I will probably hop off unless you guys have a specific question you want me to hit before I sign off, because this is almost 9 p.m. This has been going on for 4 hours. I need to sleep. I've been up since 3 a.m. today. So I did not sleep all day. My back's been hurting all day. So I will go to bed at some point soon here. It is Teacher Appreciation Week. So I don't know. If you have me in class, buy me something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Just give me $100 or something. It'll be fine. We don't have donations on the channel because I'm not monetizing the channel. It's too complicated for tax purposes. So, based on the difference between interest rates in the two countries, draw what will happen on the Forex market for the dollar as French consumers begin investing in the United States, and show how that will affect the exchange rate. Okay, you're going to draw the Forex market for number 1. We are talking about the dollar market, so it'll be quantity of dollars, supply and demand of dollars. And the y-axis will be euros per dollar. I will tell you on the AP exam for Forex problems, they will tell you what the currencies are. They're not going to trick you. They'll say, France uses the euro, and then you'll use the euro. If you don't know the currency symbol, just write the word, write euro, U-E-R-O. They'll tell you what the thing is. Okay? So America has a higher interest rate than France. It tells you in the question, but sometimes the AP exam will even tell you what's going on, where French consumers begin investing in the United States. So we are going to see French consumers, investors want to invest in America. They want to buy American bonds. They want to put their money in American banks because that higher interest rate is nice. They want to make money off of that. So if they want to invest in America, the currency that's going to be demanded would be the dollar. So the demand for the dollar should rise. This is the first one. This is number 1. The shift I would show here is an increase in the demand for the dollar. From a labeling your graph standpoint, it should look like this, with quantity of dollars, demand and supply of dollars, euros per dollar as your y-axis, and an increased demand of the dollars. If you're wondering, AP exam labels, Mr. McRitchie, is this what I should be doing? Yes. As someone who's a reader for the AP exam, you should do it like this. The things you should be labeling. The Y equilibrium I did was QE. When in doubt, quantity at equilibrium is a pretty good bet, Bella, if you're wondering. Ditto for price at equilibrium up here. When in doubt, quantity and price are a pretty good bet that you could probably get away with. So what I would always do in my AP exam is make sure that as we call it, acing the graph, where it is axes, curves, and equilibriums being labeled. Have your axes, have your curves, which are the supply and demand curves, labeled, and have your equilibriums labeled. As long as you have everything labeled, the arrows aren't required if you have D and D1 here, because then I can tell what your next demand curve was. I do the arrow too, just to cover my bases. Draw the arrow, label your equilibriums, label everything. You're only going to be drawing maybe 3 graphs on your AP exam FRQs total. Label everything on, there's no point. What's the Y equilibrium label? Price at equilibrium is what I did there. Breakfast burrito, you do not need to do that. I do not eat breakfast, really. Mostly because it fills me up too much and I get very sleepy too early in the day to do my job. So I appreciate the offer of breakfast. You do not need to make me breakfast. That is very kind. So the increased demand for the dollar makes the dollar appreciate. Right? Dollar is worth more. They want our currency more, so our currency will appreciate. The question number 2 asks, what will happen to exports for the United States? Reminder that if your currency appreciates, you'll have a harder time exporting your goods because your goods just got more expensive for everybody else. It takes more euros to get a dollar now, so people in France will have a harder time buying American goods. Is that funny to imagine? Yes. It's very funny to imagine French people having a harder time buying a Ford F-150. I think of that as that is objectively hilarious to imagine a French man being upset at the price of a Dodge Ram going up because of the exchange rate. Okay, but because the dollar's worth more, our goods get more expensive, so we export less. That's 2. 3, illustrate what will happen on an aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve based off the change in exports. Include the LRAS and show how it will affect price level and GDP. Reminder, at the top of the problem here, it said we're at full employment at the start. So I know how to start this graph. I can have LRAS here because I know what the graph should look like at the start. SRAS, AD, LRAS through the middle. Real GDP is my x-axis. I'll put YF for my equilibrium GDP here. And PLE as my equilibrium price level. So we got real GDP, we got price level, we got LRAS, we've got SRAS, we've got AD, we've got PLE for price level at equilibrium, we got YF. You could label this YE or Y1, it depends on what the AP exam asks. I put YF because that's for full employment. That's the start. Now the shift based off number 2 was the decrease in exports. Okay? Remember that exports are a component of aggregate demand, because what this means is that foreigners will be buying less of our stuff, meaning there's less foreign demand for our goods and services. So aggregate demand should decrease. Okay, like this. Decrease in my aggregate demand curve, because they want to buy less of our stuff because our stuff just got more expensive for foreigners. So we'll be exporting less. Reminder that exports are a demand, not a supply shifter. The way to think about it is, if we're exporting less, that doesn't mean our ability to produce things have gotten hurt. It meant people wanted to buy less of our stuff internationally. Their desire to buy it is a demand thing. Like, we can produce as much as we want. That doesn't mean foreigners want to buy our stuff, right? Their desire to buy it is based off of demand, not based off our supply. It's always a thing to be aware of, is that net exports is a demand shifter, not a supply shifter. Confuses people all the time. If you get stuck on that, that's normal. But it's a demand shifter. CIGXN, your aggregate demand components, is your GDP formula for expenditures. It's the same thing. So that's number 3. Next slide. Based off the change in unemployment and inflation rate in part 4, draw what will happen on the Phillips curve. Okay, so for those of you guys that are asking for a Phillips curve problem, we got you. Wouldn't the supply increase? In the long run, the SRAS will end up increasing. In the long run, the SRAS will end up increasing, but I didn't ask the long run. It's a good question. If they asked about the long run Herschel, then yes, it would increase SRAS in the long run, but we didn't have that question. So draw what will happen on the Phillips curve. Okay, this gives me a good time to explain the Phillips curve for those of you guys that are not sure. So the Phillips curve is a graph that shows the relationship between unemployment rate, it's a really well written axis label here, and inflation rate, which are not the same thing. And be very careful with inflation versus interest rate. Those are not the same either. Then we have the short run Phillips curve and the long run Phillips curve. I'm going to go with UF and IE. Okay, so here's my Phillips curve. Okay, you've got the SR and the LRPC. That dot is that full employment dot we had at the beginning of the problem that we had at the very start, where we were at full employment at the start. It wanted me to draw what happens on the Phillips curve based on what happened to unemployment and inflation rate on that aggregate demand supply curve. So those of you guys that have never understood the Phillips curve very well, here's what was happening. This is not a new graph. This is a new visual for the aggregate demand supply graph. Every Phillips curve problem is an aggregate demand supply curve problem in disguise. I'll show you how. So I'm going to draw the aggregate demand supply curve somehow even smaller in this corner up here. Oh my God, this will be so easy to read for everybody. No one's going to get confused about this. Yeah, this looks great. No one's going to be confused by this drawing. This is such a tiny graph. It's impossible to read it. Okay, ready? This is super easy to read. There's a decrease in aggregate demand. I didn't bother labeling all of the lines because there's no way in hell I could fit it all. So this decrease in demand, what we see here is that price level would fall, which means my inflation rate would go down. If there's a decrease in price level, inflation is dropping. Okay? Inflation's definition is an increase in price level. So if there's less price level, there's less inflation happening. Yeah, Trent, thank you for that, by the way. GDP is also falling. GDP is also falling down, which means unemployment rate should be going up. The lower the GDP, the less money businesses make. The less money businesses make, the less people they can afford to have on their, to work. So the lower the GDP, the higher the unemployment. These two things are what I care about. The question asks, based off the change in unemployment and inflation, draw what happens on your Phillips curve. Unemployment is my X value. Inflation is my Y value. This is my starting dot. I then need to make these two things happen on this graph. So I need higher unemployment rate, X value, lower inflation rate, Y value. I'm going to move like that. Down along this Phillips curve towards a higher unemployment rate and a lower inflation rate. Here's the general trick slash tip slash sort of like word puzzle I tell my students. If you change aggregate demand, you move along your Phillips curve, like you move the dot along the line, okay? And you'll move it in the opposite direction of the AD shift. Like we decreased aggregate demand on the previous problem, right? So I moved to the right on my Phillips curve. Why did that happen? Why did I move them in opposite directions? Well, that x-axis was GDP on my aggregate demand supply graph. It's unemployment on my Phillips curve. GDP and unemployment are inversely related. So if I'm decreasing GDP, I should be increasing unemployment. So if I change aggregate demand, I move along the Phillips curve, opposite direction. So if I decrease AD, move to the right on your Phillips curve. If I increase AD, move to the left on your Phillips curve. That's the idea for the Phillips curve. If you change aggregate supply, you shift the whole Phillips curve. Like if I move SRAS to the left, I'll move my Phillips curve as a whole to the right. Because decreasing SRAS would cause prices to go up and unemployment to go up. Because you get lower GDP and higher prices. So you'd move the whole Phillips curve to the right. All right. Less price level because of less demand, shift right on the Phillips curve. Yeah, that's right. Does anyone know what would happen to the global funds market if price levels increase? It shouldn't be a global funds market connector. I can think about it. If price levels going up, if it's an expected price level thing, you could think about it. But if it's just the price level going up, I don't think it should affect it shouldn't affect your global funds market. I'm trying to think in my head here. Okay, no, I can think of it. I got it. I got you here, Arlen. Before I get to my next question on the thing, I can tangent real fast to explain this, I think. So, I would think the price level thing would have to do with capital flow. So capital flow is the flow of money internationally. That is one of your shifters of the supply of loans. Because if you have more money flowing in from other countries, your supply of loans would grow, right? Because we'd have more money in our economy. You put your money in the banks, so the supply would increase. So here's what I would think for Arlen's question on the price level increase. If prices are rising here, foreigners would stop buying our stuff, right? People would buy less and less of our things, meaning less money would be flowing in. So there'd be less of a supply of loanable funds as we're receiving less financial capital from other countries. So if price levels are going up, there would be less money coming in from other countries. The supply of loans should decrease. Calculate the maximum possible change in their loans as a result of the deposit. Max possible change. If it's just that bank's loans, it's not a multiplier problem. It's just the excess reserves. If it's maximum change over time in the banking system, it's a multiplier problem. It's a great question, actually, for stars. The thing always throws people off is what to use your bank balance sheet problem. It absolutely kills people every single time. I got you, Arlen. No, that's a confusing one for sure. I think it's the foreign investment part. Usually when it's something weird on your loanable funds market, it might be a foreign investment question of like, will more money be coming in or out or in or out or in or out? Yeah, you have to be careful with the money multiplier. You'll want to use the money multiplier all the time. It's not great. It's so difficult. And it's always tricky to tell. It's maximum change over time in the banking system. If it's just that bank, it's not a multiplier thing, because the multiplier thing takes place throughout all of the banks, not just that one. Okay, continuing my 7-graph shift problem. Sorry, I just got distracted to answer more questions. The people who are asking about old stuff in the video, Trent, I trust you to respond to them. I appreciate it. Those of you guys who just are policing the chat a little bit for me, it's so kind. Okay. After the change in the U.S. economy following the change in exports, assume the U.S. has limited reserves. Should the Federal Reserve pursue expansionary or contractionary monetary policy? I'm answering the question number 6 here. So we said aggregate demand would decrease. That gets them below full employment. They should do an expansionary policy, right? You need to increase spending in your economy, okay? They should do an expansionary policy. That's very important to mention. Price level is not interest rate. Price level is the average price of everything in your economy. Interest rate is the price of a loan. That's a little more specific. Okay. Money market for number 7. Supply of money. Demand for money. Quantity of money. Nominal interest rate. Those of you guys that are asking questions in the chat, be aware that I am solving problem number 7 right now, so I can't answer your question just yet. Just hold on for a sec, guys. I'll try to get to them if I can. Okay. We've got ourselves our money market graph, nominal interest rate, money supply, demand for money, quantity of money. Okay. So the monetary policy we identified in 6 was an expansionary policy. And that expansionary policy should increase the money supply. So the whole point of an expansionary monetary policy is that it increases the money supply. This could be the Fed buying bonds. This could be the Fed lowering the reserve requirement. It could be the Fed lowering administrative interest rates. These would all increase the supply curve. So you have an increase in supply on your money market graph. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so that's the answer for number 7. We get this lower interest rate here potentially as the money supply increases, which will create more spending in our economy. Number 8. Assume instead the U.S. has ample reserves. Uh-oh. Identify a policy action the central bank could use to correct the economic instability. Okay, if they have ample reserves, be aware that it doesn't change it from expansionary to something else. It just changes it to be a little bit more important. It changes it to be something specific. So as opposed to being able to use any monetary policy, you can only use the administered interest rates. The nice part is, this is actually kind of straightforward. If you want people to spend more, you want interest rates to go down, because that'll allow people to borrow and spend more. So for the answer to 8, we would just say they should lower administered interest rates. That's it. If you're in a recession, you should lower interest rates. So we're going to lower the admin. I'll make sure I'll write the question number. This is 8. Lower the administered interest rates. IORB, yeah, that's an administered interest rate for sure. If you said lower the IOR, that would work. I just like to say lower these because I think it's easier to think of, because lowering interest rates is good. I know that. I don't have to think as hard. Martino, both fiscal and monetary policy change aggregate demand. Monetary policy changes the money supply as well, but they both change aggregate demand. Okay. Administered rate is federal funds and discount rate combined. No, administered interest rates includes the discount rate and the IOR rate. Changing those does change the federal funds rate, though. The federal funds rate isn't set by the Fed because it's the one that banks charge each other. But by changing their interest rates, the Fed can influence banks to change their own interest rates. IOR is the interest on reserve balance. Yeah, they are the same thing. Okay, number 9, illustrate the change on the reserve market. So if you need further explanation on the reserve market, go to the very beginning of this video. I explained the reserve market in pretty big detail at the beginning of the video. I also have a full video on my channel where I spend about 40 minutes doing like a full lecture on it. If you want the short and sweet of it, that might be why you're confused, because honestly, it's a graph that is hard to understand if you just know the short and sweet. You might need to know the actual thing for it to really make sense to you. No, Trent, buying bonds is a, no, Trent's wrong, Trent. Buying bonds is an expansionary monetary policy. It does increase the money supply. Trent, how dare you? You embarrassed me in front of all my friends. Okay. It's fine. Trent's really smart. It's just late at night at this point, I think. So we have our reserve market graph. Boy, howdy, look at that weird guy. This graph sucks. So I said lower the administered interest rates. The administered interest rates are these dashed lines here, actually. So we're just going to drop these. Namely, we're going to drop this demand curve like so. And that's usually how I draw it. And then PR1 would be that equilibrium down there. So this is my answer to number 9. I'm dropping the administered interest rates, so I'm dropping that demand for reserves. Banks won't want to have as much money. They'll want to lend as much money as humanly possible. The demand curve drops. We move that bad boy down. Again, the nice part with this graph is you're only sliding this demand curve up and down, and it's just based off the administered interest rates. Raise them or lower them. If you lower them, you lower the demand curve. If you raise them, you raise it. That's the only shift that happens here. There are no other shifts that happen on this graph. Don't have to freak out. It's very normal. Graph looks very scary. There aren't a lot of things you can do with it, which makes things super duper easy. This is the after party of Jake Clifford's review stream. Probably. If anyone who came here from Clifford, shouts to y'all. Clifford is probably the best at this out of anybody. I'm just the one who's going to do a 5-hour one instead of like an 1.5-hour one because I'm an insane person. Okay, almost done. These are the last few. We've almost got through it. You still use Windows 10. Yeah, I haven't updated my computer at all. It's very funny. Number 9. Based off the change in the money supply from part 7, draw what happens on loanable funds market, showing the impact on the real interest rate. This might be number 10. I might have just duplicated numbers. I don't super care. Loanable funds market. Okay. Supply of loans, demand of loans, quantity of loans, and real interest rate. I'm gonna have to go through all these comments after I finish this to try to catch any questions before I go to bed, huh? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Supply of loans, demand of loans, real and interest rate. That is so hard to read. I'm so sorry. This says real interest rate. I apologize. I'm writing it at a terrible angle, and I really switched it. So sorry. And that's quantity of loans. So there's my little funds market. If we have an increase in the money supply, then the supply of loans would grow. Because if banks have more money via this expansionary policy we've done, remember, I'm not referring to the reserve market, I'm referring to the money market back from a couple questions ago, then the supply of loans should increase. Oh, to absolutely, yeah, someone calm down, Isaac. This is absolutely made up. The AP exam has never done a 7-graph problem. It would be insane. The most they've ever done on a question, I think they did one that had 4 graphs on it, which honestly was kind of insane. The most you'll probably, if you were, like worst case scenario tomorrow, 3 in one problem. You could see a 3-graph problem. Like I could easily see ADIS, Phillips curve, Forex in one problem. That's super easy. Do OMOs affect capital formation? Present day, they do not. But if you just go off the interest rate thing, you could argue it. It's an answer that you could probably debate. Because the bonds affect interest rates, and because interest rates affect investment, you could argue it affects capital formation, like how much capital businesses are able to buy. The lower the interest rate, the more businesses can purchase, including capital. Stars, I got you. I saw that. If you saw a 7-graph question, I would freak out. Yeah. I would just draw and label all the graphs, because that would get you like half the points in the question. No joke, not even shifting it. Just drawing and labeling your graphs axes correctly, you would get half the points on the problem. That's the nice part with the graph questions is every time you draw, label a graph, that's a point. So on like a short FRQ that has 5 points, just drawing and labeling the graph is 1/5 of the score. It's incredible. So this is number 9. Higher supply, lower real interest rate. 10, what will happen to the amount of investment within the United States due to the change in interest rates? This is actually to do with the capital formation thing that Stars was asking about. Due to the lower real interest rate from the graph I just drew, investment spending should go up. Businesses will borrow and spend more, leading to them acquiring more capital and more productive resources, more tools, technology, and machinery. It would create economic growth. That's number 10. So investment should go up because of the lower interest rate. So for everyone who asks about interest rates and like private sector interest-sensitive expenditures, that's just investment spending. Inverse relationship. Interest rates go down, investment spending goes up, businesses will borrow and spend more. Number 11, draw a PPC for the U.S. Consumer goods on the X, capital goods on the Y, with increasing opportunity cost. Show what'll happen if there is an increase in investment, because that investment is going to include investment into capital, which you'd think that means we just have more capital goods. Reminder that capital goods are tools, technology, machinery. You use those to make consumer goods too, gang. So my PPC should look like that. We'd have an increase in the PPC. Our PPC shifts outward, and we get more capital goods and more consumption goods. The trick here is it's not just more capital goods. It is more capital and more consumption goods, because capital goods help you produce both. That's kind of the trick they love to do with those PPC questions is like, oh, more capital, so more capital goods. It's like, and more consumption goods because you use them to make them, right? The machines we use to make capital goods can also be used to make consumption goods. That whole thing. That is a 7-graph problem. To reiterate what we did a lot of stuff here. There was an increase in the demand for the dollar, which made the dollar appreciate, causing exports in America to go down, which would decrease aggregate demand on my aggregate demand supply graph. On my Phillips curve, we'll move down along to the right of my Phillips curve due to that lower aggregate demand. If we got below full employment, so we should do an expansionary policy, a monetary policy to be clear, which means we will increase the money supply on the money market graph. If it was ample reserves, we would still do an expansionary policy. It's just the expansionary policy we would do is lowering the administered interest rates, to be more specific. On the reserve market, that would drop the demand for reserves. Loanable funds market, because the money supply is growing, the supply of loans should be growing as well, which gets you a lower interest rate, allowing for more investment spending, which will include investment on capital goods, more capital formation, as was mentioned in the chat earlier, which gets you an increased outward shift of your production possibilities curve. Those are all the graphs for AP Macroeconomics. That's a 7-graph problem, gang. For those of you that are in my class, if you had really pissed me off the last couple weeks, that would have been a summative grade. Scary stuff, huh? Very spooky. AP exam will not have you do a 7-graph problem, guys. For the love of God. They're not doing that. That's just like see how it's all linked. The biggest link between all of them, if you didn't catch it, the thing that came up the most was interest rates. Interest rate is the most common bridge between graphs because it can get you from any of the Unit 4 graphs to the aggregate demand supply curve or Phillips curve, because interest rates and investment spending are inversely related. And because interest rates are a shifter of your Forex market, they can bring in that graph too. So make sure when you're reviewing graph stuff, how do interest rates come to play with these other graphs? How does the change in interest rates affect my aggregate demand supply curve? How does the change in interest rates affect my Phillips curve? How does the change in interest rates affect my Forex market? Because that's an easy way for them to bridge two graphs together. Like when they're doing a long FRQ, they're going to try to combine units. They're going to try to combine things from other units. They're going to try to mix a Unit 4 question with a Unit 6 question maybe, where they do a monetary policy which affects your interest rates. What does that do to the Forex market? Whole thing. Okay, let me scroll through some questions and read them and try to answer these. Okay. There were so many that I missed. Okay. Oh man. Okay, I saw the capital formation one. Buying bonds is expansionary monetary policy. Remember that the Fed is buying the bonds from the public, meaning they are giving people money. Buying something from somebody, they're giving you money. Think about it like that. It increases the money supply. Thank you, Bella. That was a good way to explain it. OMO does only affect nominal interest rate, which is why you could argue it doesn't affect capital formation, but people might still borrow at a lower nominal interest rate anyway, depending on what the inflation rate is. So it's one of those ones where sometimes on the AP Econ exam, it's really annoying when it comes to like long run growth questions, because there have been questions where the answer was increase, decrease, or stay the same depending on how you explained it. It was a nightmare grading that one. So there's more than one option with those questions sometimes. When you talk about a trade surplus or deficit, it's specifically the money deficit or surplus in the current account. No, actually, Isaac, this is a good question. A trade deficit refers to your balance of imports and exports. If you're importing more than you're exporting, that's a trade deficit because money's leaving in that context, right? If you're importing more, you're buying more goods, but that means money's leaving your economy from going to other countries. So a trade deficit means you're importing more than you're exporting. A trade surplus means you're exporting more than you're importing. Think of it as like you're gaining money via trade, is what's happening with a trade surplus and trade deficit. While that would be recorded in your current account, because that's where net exports are listed, that doesn't mean your current account itself is in a surplus if your trade balance is, because the current account has three things in it, right? It has the net exports, that trade balance is just one of the three things. Net foreign income and net transfers are also in there. So even if my net exports was negative, say it's like negative 200 million, I could still have very large positive numbers for these other two things, so the overall current account would actually be in a surplus. That's a good question. How many points do you take off if you label the graph incorrectly? Just one. It's just the point for labeling the graph. It's worth doing. I would practice them before you do the test just a bunch of times. Just honestly, there is no way to do it faster than just draw them 10 times each. I know that's annoying, but like when I had to memorize stuff in school, my best, and especially for college classes and stuff, my best bet was do it a bunch of times. Like I memorized all of these graphs in this class by teaching it, by having to draw them on the board for 6 class periods a day. It sticks in my brain really fast. The Clifford thing for the hating your teacher hating him. Clifford's videos are review videos. That's the tricky part for a lot of teachers. Some kids watch them thinking they learned the content. They learned the answer. They might not have learned why it is that, because he teaches you sort of a shortcut a lot of the time, which is helpful once you've learned the content to then know the shortcut to solve problems faster. But if you just learn the shortcut, you might not actually understand it. So the only problem with Clifford's videos is that they are really short, which means you're not getting the full information from them. He's trying to give you like the quick little review catch-up thing where you've already learned it. Here's just a refresher in case you forgot. Is this going to be a crucial part of the exam? The 7-graph shift is not a real thing. You knowing what affects each graph, yes, it's going to be important. Thank you, Martino, for the compliment. Oh, Gordon helped Isaac already. Different POVs of monetarist, Keynesian, and classical. Honestly, the AP exam doesn't really ask about that anymore for AP Macro. Micro will hit that more often, but if they were to ask it, if for some reason College Board decided to be funny and like put those questions on there, monetarists like monetary policy. That's easy. They would suggest monetary policy over fiscal policy because they think it's better because it doesn't have the government red tape of fiscal policy where Congress has to actually just pass a bill that takes forever, and there isn't the crowding out problem. So monetarists like monetary policy, Keynesians like fiscal policy, and classical likes doing nothing. Classical likes the long run self-adjustment. They like the government to do very little and let businesses fix the problem via the wages self-adjustment problem. So if they went monetarist would use a monetary policy to solve a problem. Keynesian, which is the Keynesian, if you saw Keynesin, that just means they would rather do a fiscal policy, and a classical would rather not have the government or Federal Reserve do anything and have the businesses fix it via the long-run self-adjustment. So nominal, no change capital, but real interest rate does. Real interest rate for sure changes capital formation because businesses will definitely borrow more if the real interest rate goes down. Could you review one Forex problem? Martino, I did a longer Forex problem. If you go back in the video when I did my FRQ predictions, feel free to look through that bad boy. I explained Forex pretty thoroughly in that. How do you use aspects of both fiscal and monetary policy for the best outcome? In real life, we just do both. I mean, in real life, because the government and Federal Reserve act independent of one another most of the time, if we're in a recession, we'll do expansionary fiscal and expansionary monetary policy, no doubt. If we're in an inflationary period, the annoying thing is in the real world, we tend not to do a contractionary fiscal policy. Not because they're bad or they're not the right move, but because they're unpopular. Your contractionary fiscal policies are cutting government spending and raising taxes. In America, those are not popular policies. We have a lot of spending because a lot of people like having social services and a strong military and good roads and good schools and stuff. The government pays for all of that with government spending. And America also likes really low taxes. So contractionary fiscal policies don't happen that much in the real world. Contractionary monetary policies do. The Federal Reserve the last few years, when we had a lot of inflation in America, was doing a lot of the contractionary policy. They were raising the IOR rate the last few years by 0.25% every quarter of a year, basically, to just try to slow down the inflation going on in our economy. That's real world, though. The AP exam doesn't ask about the real world that much. Jasmine, I got your Keynesian classical thing. Martino kind of answered that. Budget balance sheet, yes, I did if you go back, I did 2 balance sheet problems earlier. That should be good. How many of us are in McRitchie's class? Usually we end up having around a fifth of the people that pop in the chat are people that are not from my class. And this time we had a bunch of 8-year-olds who were trying to get me to say Skibbity Ohio it is, which is just classic stuff. Really love those middle schoolers. They really don't have anything better to do. You have an exam in a few hours because you're international. Best of luck to you, buddy. I would say, Sam, the Clifford videos are good, quick reviews. I would say if you have access to AP Classroom, your teachers have posted a bunch of practice questions, go through those. If they haven't, you can probably find them. Most AP exam questions have leaked onto Quizlet or various websites online. You can find a lot of them. And College Board has posted all of their old FRQs. If you just look up AP Macro FRQs, and they'll have the questions and they'll have the scoring guidelines as a second PDF you can open. So you could go through them and then look at the keys to see if you're doing it right. If your teacher hasn't assigned things or you can't find questions, College Board's website will literally have questions that everyone can access that are the old AP questions. Nominal does not affect long-run growth. I mean, it can. It depends on what the inflation rate is. They're not wrong to say that it doesn't inherently affect capital formation as much as real does. Nominal could if the inflation rate stayed the same. I did Forex a number of times. That's a great question. Could you go? Oh my god, I scrolled too far here. I'm looking at anything else. Could you go over winners and losers of inflation? Wait, I'm making sure I missed anything. There's a lot of questions here, guys. I'm just trying to make sure I hit every single thing. Yeah, Isaac had a good way to phrase the interest rate thing. If you don't know what happens to the inflation rate, then the nominal interest rate wouldn't be the right answer. Can I explain how loanable funds affects the ADAS? Yes. It's through the change in interest rates. Whenever you change your loanable funds market, your interest rate would get affected. It's your y-axis on that graph. Interest rates and investment spending, which is an AD component, are inversely related. So if you increase the demand for loans, you get a higher interest rate. right? Because people are borrowing more, so there's higher interest rates, which will make loans more expensive for everybody else and then drop spending. So it's interest rates and investment spending is the inverse relationship there. Martino, interest rates are inversely related to compared to bond prices? Yes. Is monetary policy just buying and selling bonds? That's one of them. It's discount rate, IOR rate, bonds, and reserve requirement. Fiscal policies and automatic stabilizers shift the aggregate demand curve? Yes, Evan, that is right. All policies affect aggregate demand, if you're wondering. Fiscal and monetary affect it. Thank you, Trent, for answering that one. Can I go over government deficit and surplus? Yes, that's very easy. A government deficit just means that the government is spending more than it's bringing in tax revenue. Its government spending is greater than tax revenue, meaning the government is spending more money than they have, so they have to borrow. When you see government deficit or budget deficit, just figure that means the government is going to have to borrow money. Budget surplus would be if the tax revenue is greater than government spending, which means they wouldn't have to borrow money. It's kind of the goal. Winners and losers of inflation. Oh yeah, Jasmine, great question. Love that one. There's a little mental trick for this I use, which is alliteration, basically. When there is unexpected inflation, borrowers benefit, lenders lose, savers suffer. Savers suffer, that's the easy one. If you put your money like a piggy bank and there's a bunch of inflation happening, that's going to suck for you. Because that money you're putting in the piggy bank isn't gaining enough value to keep up with the higher prices, right? It's like you put in $1,000 for you in 10 years, that's so cool. But what if everything is $1,000 more expensive? Oh no! Right? So savers hate inflation, kills them every time. Why do borrowers like it? That's so weird. Why do borrowers benefit from inflation? Well, you take out money, say like you're taking out 20 grand to go to college next year. It's a good example, right? Taking out 20 grand to go to college next year, you've got to pay back that $20,000 later, right? Plus interest, you've got to pay that back. In America, you have 20 years to pay back your student loans. This is the general rule of thumb for that. So you take out $20,000 of a loan, you've got to pay back that money over time. The fun part is, though, as inflation happens over time, each dollar becomes less valuable, right? Because it buys you less stuff. The higher the prices are, the less each dollar means, because it can't buy you as much stuff. What $20 buys you today won't buy you nearly as much 10 years from now. Like, think back to when you were a younger kid. $5 could have probably bought you a coffee or a drink at Starbucks. Whereas now, my kids are buying Starbucks drinks, and they're like $7, right? So each dollar is worth less over time. Meaning, as a borrower, the money you're paying back to the bank is worth less than the money you borrowed originally, right? It's why banks charge interest, if you're wondering, because the money they're going to get paid back will actually have less spending power than it does when they lend it to them in the first place. Imagine if you borrowed $20 from a friend 8 years ago, and you paid him back $20 today. That wouldn't be fair. Like, it sounds fair, because like $20, $20, that's the same thing. It's like, yeah, but 8 years ago, $20 bought a lot more than $20 buys right now because of inflation. Borrowers benefit, lenders lose from inflation. That's the idea there. Balance payments train, I already did. If you go back to the Forex problem I did earlier, I did a balance payments problem sort of example with it. The administered interest rates, yeah, Trent, you answered that. Thank you so much. Crowding out, Priya, I explained that already. But I'll explain it again because people asked. For crowding out, that is when the government borrows money, because the government has to borrow money to pay for their fiscal policies. If a government does an expansionary policy, they'll have to borrow because they're increasing government spending or decreasing taxes. Like, where does that money come from, right? If they're lowering taxes, how do they pay for that? Because like they're still spending the same amount, but they're taxing less. How do they afford stuff? So they'll be borrowing money, which makes your loanable funds market, this is a shift on the loanable funds market, crowding out is, if you're wondering, makes the demand for loans go up because the government is wanting to borrow more, creating a larger demand for loans, which makes interest rates go up. That's the crowding out effect. Is the interest rates going up because the government's borrowing more? That higher interest rate makes it harder for all of us to borrow. That's native for crowding out. I've already done the deficit surplus thing. Allie, what's the song of the day for tomorrow? Let's go with just full TikTok meme. $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond. There you go. I was on TikTok and I kept seeing that friggin' song. It's a billion different clips of people using that song with things. The algorithm is crazy, so let's go with $1 Million Baby. That's super funny. It'd be a very stupid song to do for Song of the Day. Thank you, Ali. Great question. Man, I'm trying to make sure I go through all these questions, guys. You posted so many while I was going through that thing. Okay. Policy rate, CPI, GDP deflator, and MVPY are the equations I recommended. Yeah, that's what I did. What causes increase and decreases of exports? Foreign demand can cause you to export more or less. If your prices are higher, people would want to buy less of your stuff. A lot of things could affect increases and decreases of exports. Currency appreciation is a good thing to be looking at. If your currency appreciates, you can import more, export less. If your currency depreciates, import less, export more. College loan interest is actually so high, I need inflation though. So here's the problem with that, Isaac. Here's the issue, right? This is always the crazy thing with, I always tell the kids in class, it's always insane. As a college student, you're rooting for a recession to happen. Because when recessions happen, think monetary policy, right? When you're in a recession, the Federal Reserve wants to lower interest rates. That would include the interest rate on your student loans. So if we're in a situation where we go into a recession, that's when loans are at their cheapest. Like student loans in 2020 were, I think, something like 4% was like an undergrad student loan. Whereas right now, I want to say those same loans are like 6% for the same loan. Because of the higher inflation rate, we want people to spend less, which includes spending less on college. So don't go to college because the price is higher. Now, in fairness, inflation has stabilized the last 6 months, so they'll probably start cutting the interest rates a little bit in the next, I would say, 6 months, that window of time. So you might only have high interest rates on your student loans for a little longer, but not that much longer. And you can always refinance your student loans to get lower interest rates later. Have you done comparative advantage, Jamie? Yes, I did. You can go back and find the term of trade problem. Money multiplier and tax multiplier problems, I kind of already did. To the answer to the FRQ, if I have to draw a graph, how do I do it on lined paper? Amazing question. You do it anyway. It's really annoying that they do this because I wish it was just like a white piece of paper that you could write your FRQs on, but then you guys have terrible handwriting. Like, no offense to Gavin, but Gavin was in this chat, and Gavin's handwriting is a nightmare. So, like, if it's lined paper like this, which your AP exam FRQ sections like this, you're going to hate this. I'm so sorry. Real GDP, price level. Like, granted, the lines are pretty gray. Like, they're pretty, like, light. And you'll write in pen. So it'll stand out a little more obvious. It's one of those things where you get to use a dark blue or black pen. A dark blue pen might actually be better because it might be easier to see against the like gray lines of the paper. So it's easier to see because it's more faded. It's not like a solid black line. They're like fairly thin black lines. So as long as you draw your graph like pretty solid, it's not that big of a problem. Nathaniel, that's actually a great question. I forgot. I always forget that they have line paper for this exam. It's so stupid. Now I'm looking for more questions. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to make sure I hit all these before I hop off because I don't want to be here. Not because I don't like you guys. I'm just tired. Trent, thank you for answering Anna's questions. There's spending and tax multiplier. Way to go, guys. This tax multiplier is spending multiplier -1. That's technically true, Isaac, but you got to be careful for the negative positive there because your tax multiplier is going to be a negative. Is going to be a negative number, so it gets kind of funky. Had a first year AP Macro teacher, I am cooked, dude. When I was a first year AP Macro teacher, I was terrible. This is a really hard class to teach because you have to learn it too. This is a hard subject, so I would always say, watch through some videos, watch through as much stuff as you can. Don't be so hard on them when they're a first year teacher. It took me 3 years to get good at teaching this class. It takes forever. It's not your fault, but it's also not their fault. That just happens. Someone has to start somewhere to get good at something. Same with you guys. You have to start somewhere to get good at something. It happens with the teachers too. Well, questions like fiscal policy working together to fix something. Yeah, they'll probably do a combo question, in which case you will never do expansionary of one and contractionary of the other. That would never make sense. So if they're in a recession, expansionary of both. If they're in an inflationary period, contractionary of both. Don't think about it too hard. Evan, how often does the income approach come up? Not that often, Evan, to be honest. I've seen it a handful of times. Income approach, for those of you guys that don't know, one of the ways to find GDP is just to add up all of the income. There is technically a formula for that. I don't give it to kids because it barely shows up on the AP exam, so I'm not going to tell you. I didn't tell my kids this, but I'll tell you guys now. It is wages plus rent plus interest plus profit. So like the expenditures approach is CIGXN, consumption, investment, government, net exports. The income approach is RIP, like ripping a piece of paper. WRIP. Rarely you'll see it though. Can you explain why more capital inflows increase supply of funds? Yes, I can. So capital flow is the flow of money from other countries, right? So if you have capital inflow, that means the money is flowing in from other countries. You're getting more money into your economy from these other countries. The easy thing to think about there is, where do we put all of our money, right? Like citizens, banks, whomever, or citizens, businesses, whoever, we all put our money in the bank. So if you have more money coming into your country from international trade, that money is going to end up in a bank at some point. So the supply of loans is going to grow because the supplier of loans is banks, and as they have more money, the supply of loans grows. How do you think the reserve market will be featured on the AP exam? They will ask ample reserve questions, at the very least a multiple choice question. There will be at least one multiple choice question where it's like, ample reserves, what should the Fed do? Lower the administered interest rates or raise them if it's an inflationary period. They'll definitely do that. They might do an FRQ that hits ample reserves. They could do an FRQ where there's the reserve market. That isn't the end of the world, because again, if that's the case, the curve's going to be bigger on the AP exam because kids are going to mess that thing up so hard. PUGs, the GDP deflator. The GDP deflator is a price index. That's just a crazy math thing that's meant to be like a number that helps us figure out inflation rate. That's what the GDP deflator is, okay? There's a formula for it, which is nominal GDP over real GDP times 100. That's how you find it. The way I think about it is GDP deflator is 100 in the base year, like in the year you're comparing. Like when we say there's like 5% inflation, 5% since when, right? The base year is what we mean. So if the base year, say, is 2015, the deflator there will be 100 because prices are 100% of themselves. They are equal to what they should be. 100 is like your even price index number. If they said in 2017 the GDP deflator was 107, that means that prices went up by 7%. From 100 to 107. If it was 121, they went up by 21%. If it was 180, they went up by 80%. That's what the GDP deflator is. It's different than CPI because GDP deflator measures how much inflation is happening to GDP, meaning everything counted in GDP, consumption spending, investment spending, government, all of that. Whereas CPI is the consumer price index and just checks how much inflation is happening to consumers. M1 and M2 are inversely related, right? No. I mean, M1 is in M2, so definitely not. Like, M2 includes M1 and other stuff. So, no, they're not inversely related. M2 will not show up on the AP exam, Joe, though, so I wouldn't freak out. How does CPI work? It's the price. It uses the price of a market basket to figure out how much inflation consumers are dealing with. They take this average price of a bunch of goods consumers buy over the course of a year and compare it to the average price of those same goods in a base year to get a number that tells you how much inflation is happening. The same kind of numbers that I was talking about GDP deflator. 100 means that there's no inflation, 105 means 5% inflation, so on. Excuse me. How do you get all your real-world info on interest rates, etc.? Like the part where I have a bunch of student loan debt is where I have my interest rate knowledge in real life. Whenever you are looking to buy a house, you'll look at student loans because you super have to, because if you want to be able to afford a home, you have to be able to afford the loan for it. That's generally it. It's not too complicated. Scrolling. Oh my god, so many questions here. Like it's gonna block my writing. No, it's not. They will give us really simple addition calculators. That is exactly true. You do not get a graphing calculator. You get a very, very basic baby calculator. You shouldn't need it. I'm not going to tell you that you won't need your calculator because some of you guys are really bad at math, but most of the math problems they give you are ones that you could solve without a calculator. So if you're getting really weird, crazy decimals and fractions and stuff, you probably botched the answer. Like it shouldn't be like 138.4285867 for any answer. It should be like 150. Like it should be numbers that are pretty easy to deal with. Can I please go over a CPI problem? Honestly, Homer, they're so weird. I'll show you one, but because that can be our 5-breaker question someone asked for a long time ago. M1 is just circuit. Thank you. Is savings M2 or M1? Savings is M1. It used to be in M2, Harshil, so if you saw it in your notes in M2, it's because it was just an older definition. Oh my gosh. They only make you use red or blue. But pen colors. They can absolutely see that way. No, we have no problem scanning and grading these. The pen shows up when we scan it, because we scan it digitally to grade, and we'll grade it digitally. The scanner picks up the pen way better than it picks up the lines, so we can read your graph through the line paper. Don't freak out, Nathaniel. You'll be okay. I am one of the people grading. The market basket is the assortment of a bunch of random goods. It's like a plane ticket and like a loaf of bread. It's like a bunch of goods consumers buy in a year is in the market basket. Joe says, if a question says government spending increases and an increase in taxes, does government spending pack more of a punch? Yes, it does, Joe. It's a great question, actually. Government spending and tax changes are not equal. Government spending changes are more impactful than tax changes. The logic is, let's say, if we compared increasing government spending to decreasing taxes, right? If I increase government spending by $100, GDP is going to go up by $100, right? If I lower taxes by $100, that doesn't mean you're going to spend $100 because you're going to save some of that money, right? You don't spend every dollar you make. Maybe you spend 90%. In which case, GDP will only go up by $90, not $100. So changes in government spending are more impactful than changes in taxes. So if the question says they increase government spending and taxes by the same amount, the government spending change will actually beat the tax change because government spending is more impactful. It's a good question. I explained the capital flow thing already. Can the spending multiplier be less than 1? No. Well, yes. It's 1 over MPS. No, it shouldn't be. No, it shouldn't be, Isaac. Yeah, because MPS can't be more than 1. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you can't have that thing. Can you go over the shifters for the loanable funds market? Honestly, there's so many. Demand for loans, what I always think is borrowers. So that could be consumer borrowing, because we want to borrow more to buy like a house. Business borrowing, which would usually be based off like opportunity. If they think now's a good time to expand, they'll want to borrow and expand more because they can then buy more factories and stuff. Or government borrowing, like if they're in a deficit, they have to borrow money. That's demand shifters for loanable funds. Your supply shifters, it is money supply, because if the money supply grows, banks will have more money. It's foreign investment. Capital flow. If money flows in from another country, you've got more money to lend out, larger supply. I usually say profitability of loans. That doesn't come up very often on the AP exam, but I always think about it as banks want to lend more, they'll supply more loans. Is that idea? And then what's the last one there? Profitability of loans. Oh, savings. If you save more money, where do you save your money? A bank. So the supply of loans would go up if you're saving more. If you're saving less, there's less of a supply in the banks because you're not storing money there. Those are your supply shifts. I will say the savings one's worth looking at a couple of times because that's one that could show up on the AP exam for sure. They like that one a lot. Do you have to know value added, income, and expenditure approach? They're all fair game. If you're tier listing it based off what the AP exam usually asks about, 90% of the time they ask expenditures approach, 9% of the time they ask income approach. They've asked like one value added approach before. It'd be funny if they did it on the FRQ. I would laugh, but I don't think so. Just one of the things for the Cram session. We're going to go get that 5. Hell yeah, dude. Samiksha, what is the interest rate or tax, whatever it is, used when borrowing from the central bank versus any other bank? Interest rate borrowing from the Federal Reserve is called the discount rate. Interest rate when banks borrow from each other is called the policy rate or the federal funds rate if you're in America. The policy rate is the general term. Federal funds rate is America's name for it, which is a bad name. We have a bad name for that. Is savings M2 or M1? Savings is M1. Happens to price level and interest rate if the government purchases bonds in the open market. If the government purchases bonds, it's expansionary policy, so the interest rate should go down because of a larger money supply, which will cause aggregate demand to go up because lower interest rate will allow us to borrow and spend more, which will increase price level. Does consumer capital goods, Martina's question I did like 4 times, the AP exam will tell you. In labeling your PPC, they have to tell you what the X and Y axis are because it's not a rule. Lowering the admission rates will shift the AD to the left. No, it'll shift the AD to the right. Lowering the admission rates is expansionary policy. It'll let for more spending to happen. That's a great question. Trying to look for other questions. There's so many, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just like digging through all of these to make sure I hit this. Okay, here we go. Is the calculator allowed? I'm really confused online. Yeah, people said no. Calculator is allowed. It is a 4-function calculator, not a graphing calculator. Nugget, of course. You're welcome, Ethan. I appreciate that. They'll provide you a 4-function calculator at your school, most likely. If you don't have one, you definitely should bring it. Yeah, they'll provide you a 4-function. At ours, they're providing it. I can't speak for every single school in the country, but everyone should be able to provide a 4-function calculator. Will there be many bank balance sheets, Joe? There will not be many of them. Worst case scenario, there's one multiple choice question, or like a couple multiple choice questions off of one balance sheet, and one FRQ potentially. But it wouldn't be that much. It wouldn't be that huge of a chunk of your AP exam. It could be an FRQ, which is why it's worth reviewing. If it's a multiple choice question, I mean, I wouldn't sweat it too bad. The math on econ isn't that difficult. It is, Isaac, that's true. The math on this class is not that crazy. For micro, they didn't provide, that's where they should have provided it. What does a change in inflation rate do to the interest rate? Depends on the interest rate. If it's a real interest rate, the higher inflation rate will hurt it per the Fisher equation. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the Fisher equation. It's really simple. You got to know that one. Capital and current account are inverse? Yes. Do we need to know Laffer curves? No. Laffer curve is a cool concept. It's just not a thing they care about in the AP exam. If they ask for the Laffer curve, I'll lose my mind. They haven't put that's on the CED. I used to teach it. It's crazy. It's basically just for those of you that want to know the Laffer curve is, because it does show up in real econ. Basically, the idea is raising taxes only works to a certain point. If you raise taxes too high, people will not want to work. So, like, the idea is the more you tax, the more tax revenue you get until it starts to go down because you're taxing at like 70% of people's income, and they're not going to want to have a job at that point. So you actually won't be getting tax revenue. But the Laffer curve, you should not have questions on the AP exam. It'd be super funny. If you're in a current account surplus, does that mean your currency appreciated or depreciated? Okay, cause and effect, Homer. It's a great question. I know your name's not really Homer Simpson, obviously. But if you're in a current account surplus, that means that you are probably exporting more, importing less. If that's happening, your currency will appreciate as you're exporting more and they're buying more of your stuff. But it could have meant your currency depreciated to cause that. Like if your currency depreciates, you can export more, which would move your current account towards a surplus. International trade, you have to be careful with like order of operations, basically. Like what are we talking about first? Currency depreciates so you can export more, so your current account go towards a surplus. Current account's in a surplus, so we're exporting more, so our currency is going to start to appreciate because they're buying more of our stuff. Depends. Trent, you're really doing a lot of good work in the chat here. I really appreciate it, buddy. I know you're trying to take notes, but you're also answering so many questions. You're really helping me out. I really appreciate that. How many FRQs do you have? 3 FRQs, Bethel. How long do you have in total? 60 minutes for the FRQs. Can I talk about AP History blank? No, this isn't an AP History one. I'm just going to get them out of the chat because they might ask a bunch of questions here. If it asks about what shifts AD more, tax benefits, Isaac, I would say you use the tax multiplier less than spending multiplier. It's not the crowding out effect, because crowding out can happen either way. It's because the tax multiplier is less. Can we come up with a code word so if you see it written on the FRQ, you're grading to give me a 5? I do not get to grade my students' FRQs. That will never happen. Also, there's like, guys, there's like going to be like, I think like 800 graders. So it's not a high chance that I'll grade yours. Shout out to Mr. Thorson. Shout out to Mr. Thorson. If he's here, good for him. How many more questions? Did I catch up? Oh, I think I actually caught up. Oh my god. Inflation equals currency appreciate or depreciate. If you have a lot of inflation, other people from other countries will not want to buy your stuff, so your currency will start to depreciate. I would think of it as, if my country's goods are getting more expensive, I'll buy more from other countries then. Right? Like if America's goods get too expensive, I'll buy more from Canada and more from Japan and more from Germany where prices are lower. Talk about the money market graph. Cool. It's a graph that shows the market for money. Just kidding. Money supply vertical line, demand for money downward sloping line. The money supply changes based off monetary policy. Expansionary policies increase the money supply. Contractionary decreases it. Demand for money changes based off price level and income. The higher the prices, the more demand for money we would have. The higher the income, the more demand for money we would have, because we need more cash to buy stuff. Money market graph isn't bad. It is not bad. You should still review it. Can you go over why higher interest rate depreciates the currency? It doesn't. Higher inflation rate depreciates the currency. Sorry, IR, I will warn you, never abbreviate with IR, because there's interest rates and inflation rates, and those are not the same. Okay, IR is a terrible abbreviation. It's not your fault. People, I know you guys want to do that. It will mess you up. It messed me up when reading it. Money supply is vertical. That's right. The 7 graph problem, I did do a money market problem. That is exactly right. Money demand is a normal demand curve. Yeah, it's a normal demand curve. Ask me a question. If I can answer it, I'm going to sleep. No. I'm going to go home. I'm going to go off soon. I should go to bed. Can I go over GDP deflator? Diego, if you go earlier in the video, I did. There are a couple times where I did that. What causes an immediate change in the money supply? Monetary policy does. Monetary policies all change the money supply. So like Samik, I know what you're talking about. You're talking like the M1 kind of question. The Fed buying bonds would increase M1 because the money that they're using to buy bonds wasn't a part of M1 before, because it was their money, the Fed's money, not the public's. So the Fed buying bonds would increase the money supply, if you're wondering. What's the effect of changes in income, real GDP on exports in the foreign exchange market? Oh, sure. That's a great question. Blueberry? Sure. Increase in income. You have more money, right? So you buy more stuff, including stuff from your trade partners. With me? Like your GDP is going up, you have more money, so you'll buy more stuff, including from your trade partners, which would make their currencies appreciate and your currency depreciate, because you'll be demanding more of their currency and supplying more of yours. It's always a classic little bit. Big concept you want to know is interest rates go up, the dollar value will increase, people demand for currency will invest in the bonds. That's right. Baby Shark, I explained those maybe 10 minutes ago. IR and inflation. Yeah, Joe, it's totally normal. It happens. That's why I'm careful. Int and inf is how I usually do it. How do you guys think you did on the micro F4Q? My kids did not take the micro exam. My kids all took macro. Terrifying. When IR goes up on the graph, does that mean it'll increase? I have no idea which graph we're talking about. Interest rate. If interest rate goes up on the graph, aggregate demand will decrease. Demand for your currency will increase. There's a lot of things happening here. Okay, we are at 10 p.m. You guys have asked me a comedic amount of questions. I have been streaming for over 5 hours now, all right? I am a very sleepy man. I'm going to be going to bed here in a second. Before I do that, some last words of advice and the last little comments before I sign off. Last words of advice. Breathe. Sleep. Don't stay up to 2 a.m. studying for this thing. Go to bed. If you've been watching this live stream for like the better part of 5 hours, you've done enough tonight, okay? Go to sleep. Get rest. Every scientific study on studying has shown it's better for you to get your 6 to 8 hours of sleep than to stay up and get an all-nighter, because as your brain loses the sleep energy, you also lose the ability to retain information very well. So don't stay up till like 1 or 2 a.m. tonight. Go to bed, okay? After this is over, go to bed. If you want to study in the morning, wake up a little earlier, like around, if you don't want to wake up at like 7:30, wake up at like 6:30 instead and start reviewing a little earlier. That's fine. But don't, for the love of God, do not stay up super late. That is not a good idea, okay? Go to bed, get some rest, get a good night's sleep, best you can, eat some breakfast. For those of you guys that are taking the European exam in the morning, I'm very sorry, that does suck. There's no way around that. It does suck. If you're taking A-push in the morning, I know deep is, I'm very sorry. That is just not cool that College Board's schedule got you like this. There is a CLEP exam, a different exam you can take later in the, like whenever you want to really, that can get you college credit too. that isn't a specific date or time. You can schedule it in advance whenever you feel like it. That's a good backup plan in case your AP exam goes poorly, because double exam days are just really, really hard. Things that matter for the AP exam. Take your time, read the questions carefully, especially on the FRQs, read them. Multiple choice, if there's a question you know is going to take you a long time, like a CPI problem or a deflator problem or a formula you've just forgotten problem, skip it, dude. Get back to it later. They're all worth the same. Just skip the question and get back to it. Okay? FRQs, take your time, read, label your graphs, explain things fully. But at the end of the day, like, last bit of advice. You being here, reviewing for this, spending your free time studying for an AP exam. Some of you guys have been grinding for the last 2 weeks reviewing because some of you guys had this class first semester. You've done the important part, okay? College Board's going to give you a score. It's not going to tell you how good of a student you are. It's just going to tell you how well you did on a test. It's cool if you do well. It's not the end of the world if you do poorly, all right? You being here, taking notes, listening, trying is the most important thing you're doing, okay? That's the skill that will translate. High school is mostly about you cultivating good habits when it comes to your academics and your productivity. And that's the biggest thing, because it's really easy for some people in high school to be very lazy and not do much work, and that does hurt you in the long term. But if you are actively taking time now to work and prep and study and grind, you're going to have to do that in college. You're going to have to do that in your work life. So if you're already doing that now, you're doing a great job. This is the right thing to do. Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't beat yourself up, okay? You being here made me proud. I don't need you to get a 5 to make me proud, okay? You prepping, you studying, you working makes me more proud than anything else, okay? I really appreciate all of you guys for taking your free time tonight to watch this. Anybody who watches this later, thank you so much. It means a lot. This channel is not monetized. I don't make any money off of this. This is just to help students. I don't really care if I make money off of this. I'm a teacher. I'm not in it for the money, okay? All of that stuff is important to me, okay? For all of you guys with your teacher in your econ class, thank them. This class is hard. It's hard to teach it. It's hard to explain this stuff. It's just a nightmare, okay? It took me 3 years to get any good at it, a couple more to get great at it, okay? So be patient with people. Understand that they're working hard too, okay? Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for watching. If you need anything, feel free to post questions in the comments. I'll be keeping an eye on this video, so if you have questions, feel free to do it. If you're one of my students, I'm going to be in my classroom probably by around 7 a.m. tomorrow. So if you want to show up a little bit early and get some questions in, feel free to show up before school and get some questions in. The AP exam is not until the afternoon for us. We've got time for that. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to mention. That's basically it, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you all for asking so many questions. You had a lot of good ones. Thank you to everybody who helped people in the questions. Trent, thank you so much. All of you guys who were in there sort of helping each other out, I really do appreciate it. Kids like you are why I'm glad I teach. That's all that matters. So thank you all so much. I really do appreciate it. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, and best of luck on the AP exam, guys. Thank you all.